Chapter 501, Tidehunter Tribe, Kill them, cried one of the leading fishmen, and the two tribes started to wave their swords to attack each other. Humph. Now that's sports, said Jiang Fei to himself. Compared to the little Gulu, the scene of two tribes fighting each other was a scene of strength and bravery. It was nothing, as Gulu said. Clash. Oi, I'm hurt. Wah, alki's in my hands. Mama, I don't want to fight anymore. Jiang Fei almost lost his balance. That was not fighting. Upon closer observation, Jiang Fei noticed that their blades were not even sharp. They were so dull that they could not even cut paper. At most, they could be used as hammers to crack skulls. But those fishmen were simply waving it around like a child waving a stick. The most serious damage that the fishmen had sustained was a chipped scale which caused tiny bleeding. Even so, that grown fishman was crying like a baby. He had even rolled on the beach like a kid. Is that how you lot fight? Asked Jiang Fei as he sulked. That's right. Look at those brave men. We are winning. Look! Almost all of the Tideseeker tribesmen are falling, cried the cowardly Gulu. King hell, if this is a fight, the kids' squabbles in middle school would be considered a massacre, said Jiang Fei to himself. He could not comprehend just how this species survived. The Tideseeker tribesmen that were considered to have fallen were crying their eyes out. Those that did not cry or whine were considered as still in the game. As such, all of the Tideseeker tribesmen had fallen, while only 7 to 8 fishmen of the Tidehunter tribe were still standing strong. They had won the battle? Jiang Fei would not even call it a quarrel, since it had only taken less than a minute for the entire battle to end. Both sides had lost many men, and over 100 of them were seriously injured. Arg! How could anyone call this a fight? Cried Jiang Fei angrily. Ha ha ha! The Tideseeker tribe are all crybabies. You are to go back to the swamp from where you came. Get out of here! You are not to fish for food here any longer, said the cowardly Guli as he ran after the retreating Tideseeker tribe. He did not even forget to kick the crying men that were running away. The hype came and went in a snap of a finger, and the losers went off to lick their wounds. The Tidehunter tribe continued to cheer for their victory. Those that were crying and whining quickly recovered as they realized that they had won and no one would beat them anymore. My lord, you are the witness to our victory. We would like to invite you to join us as our guest, said the cowardly Gulu after he had his fun amongst his own brethren. Victory, huh? Jiang Fei scoffed as he could not really admit that it was a victory. Let's get along with them, said Isabella as she was interested. Okay then. As long as you're happy, said Jiang Fei. The main purpose of tonight's gaming session was to relax and unwind. Going anywhere would be good. Jiang Fei summoned his dragon and flew from the sky while the fishmen swam in the sea, guiding him. No sooner, everyone reached an island that was shaped like a snake. Wow! What is that? It's huge, yeah. Yeah. It can even fly. I wonder, would it be stronger than a shark? As Jiang Fei descended, the fishmen started to gather closer to see the juvenile sky-gliding dragon. Since Jiang Fei was a guest, none of them were afraid of him. The problem was the fact that the fishmen had probably never seen a dragon in their lives. They did not know the devastating power of one. For all they know, sharks were their biggest threat and the strongest thing that they had ever known. Jiang Fei got down from the dragon and started to walk around the island. Not far from where he landed, there were little huts that were made of seaweed and wooden sticks. That should be the habitat of the fishmen. There were not many of them around then. At most, there were a few hundred, but not by the thousands. Almost half of them were young kids as they were playing in the sea, minding nothing about the world. Along the way, Isabella fed Jiang Fei information about the fishmen. Even though they look happy-go-lucky, their lives were harsh. Due to their weak attributes, all they could eat were small fishes, while the bigger ones were their predators. They were rather low in the food chain. Most of the hunters or gatherers would go out to the sea to catch their meals, but almost every time, there would be huge casualties. That was why almost half of the entire tribe consisted of young children. Jiang Fei was strolling around aimlessly in the village and found that there were various NPC merchants. Unlike Gulu and the other brave fighters, the NPC merchants were completely unintelligent. All they did was sit around. Thankfully, the NPCs were of neutral stance, which allowed Jiang Fei to conduct transactions with them. There were a total of 4 merchants in the village. 2 of them were selling fishes of all sorts, both raw and cooked. Jiang Fei had no interest in those as they posted no benefits at all. The other 2 sold equipment as potions. The equipment merchants sold blue-grade equipment of level 40 to level 60. Besides magic equipment, there were all sorts of equipment available and their stats were rather good. "Ha! This is a good find," said Jiang Fei. Any other NPC merchant would only sell the lowest grade, white grade equipment. Faction maps would give out a green grade equipment every single day, but those were really bad. Jiang Fei thought that if he could get this NPC for himself, he would be able to garner a source of equipment. For players, it would be a good find. As for a guild, it would be a treasure trove. What the actual F***ck, cried Jiang Fei when he realized something was wrong. It was too good to be true. Jiang Fei wanted to buy all of the equipment for sale since there were many mouths to feed in his guild. Level 40 blue-grade equipment was good enough for his guild members. However, when Jiang Fei wanted to pay for the equipment, the merchant would not accept his gold coins. Instead, he wanted shells. "Ah! It's not just any shells. It's rainbow shells," said Gulu as he came closer to Jiang Fei. "Screw this!" Jiang Fei roared angrily. He hated it. He hated the kind of merchants that do not accept cold hard cash but some other form of currency that was harder to obtain. "Looks like I would have to wait for the patch to release like other players," said Jiang Fei as he sighed heavily. He would not mind having to use his gold coins for the benefit of his guild, but asking him to invest his time and effort to farm rainbow shells was too much to ask. He turned toward the potion seller and scrolled through its sales list. There, at the bottom of the list, Jiang Fei saw something interesting. Underwater breathing potion. That was the potion that could help Jiang Fei kill the underwater mutated sea serpents. That was what he needed to save time. Chapter 502, A Sharpened Knife Cuts Deeper. Jiang Fei was satisfied with the underwater breathing potion. It cost only 5 rainbow shells each. Although it was not expensive, the potion's effect only lasted for 5 minutes. To farm 1,000 sea serpents' nerves, he would surely need much longer than 5 minutes. He would need to have a lot more of that potion. "How do I get this rainbow seashells?" asked Jiang Fei. "Simple. You can pick them from the bottom of the sea," said Gulu happily. "Is there any other way besides picking them from the bottom of the sea?" asked Jiang Fei. He would not have the time to dive down to the sea to pick up shells. For better or for worse, if that was the only way, and he would have to do it anyway, it would be a waste of time. "There is. Just talk to the elder. If you do some chores for him, he would pay you some rainbow shells. Now that's more like it." "Take me to the elder," said Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei had originally expected something like this. Almost any other currency besides gold coins could either be farmed or collected via quests. "Follow! Follow!" cried Gulu as he hopped, skipped, and jumped along the beach. After a little while, Jiang Fei was led to a small hut. It was so small that neither Jiang Fei nor Isabella could get in. Gulu, on the other hand, could easily slide in the hut and call out to the elder. "Who is this person?" asked an old voice. Soon, an elderly fisherman came out of the hut. "Elder, this man is the explorer." "Ah, the great explorer, what waves have brought you here?" asked the old fisherman. "I need some rainbow seashells," said Jiang Fei as he held his blazing hammer. Since the fishmen were all cowardly, he thought that he could intimidate the old fisherman and get some shells out of his rotting hut. "Ho ho! Young explorer, we are but weak and cowardly. We cannot just give the shells to you," said the old fisherman as if he had not noticed Jiang Fei trying to intimidate him. This character must be designed to be rigid and dumb. That was probably the reason why the old fishman would not just give the shells to Jiang Fei. I would gladly work for it, said Jiang Fei. It had come to this. If he wanted shells, he needed to work for them. The fishmen were weak species, and if Jiang Fei wanted to slaughter all of them, it would be a walk in the park. However, without the shells, he could not purchase the underwater breathing potion to complete the hidden quest. Technically, he could, but it would take too much more time as he needed to resurface every now and then. To save precious time, he could only hope to use the underwater breathing potion to maximize his hunt. Without it, he estimated that it would take several days or even weeks to farm 1,000 sea serpents' nerves. Better to work smarter instead of harder. Oh! I see. Well, just so happens that we have many things for you to do, said the old fishman. Ding! Fishman Elder has a quest for you, Peacekeeper. Would you accept it? Sure. What can I do? Asked Jiang Fei. Quest name, Peacekeeper. Quest description. There has been an appearance of a giant shark near the fishing spot of the Tidehunter tribe. It has already killed and fed on many of the fishmen. The elders wishes you to eliminate that threat to bring peace back to the tribe. Quest reward, 4 million experience points, 5 rainbow shells. I will return as soon as I can, said Jiang Fei. He took off immediately and followed the quest guide. According to the quest guide, the giant shark was a level 65 Lord tier beast. For Jiang Fei, it would take less than a minute to turn that shark into sashimi. Jiang Fei and Isabella hurried toward the fishing spot of the tribe and found the shark in no time at all. Once Jiang Fei and Isabella dived into the waters, the shark was immediately alerted by their presence. However, before it could react, Jiang Fei landed the preemptive strike. Minus 17,572. The boss might be a level 65 Lord tier boss, but all beast-type boss had their advantages as well as disadvantages. They had huge health pool but lacked skills. All they could do was attack normally. Jiang Fei entered his lifesteal demon form and whacked the living hell out of the shark boss. Hence, as predicted, the boss was killed in less than a minute. Since it was a quest boss, it had only dropped one item, a quest item called the Shark's Fin. The only thing Jiang Fei could use this for was to trade it in with the old fishman. Ding! Quest completed. Just like that, Jiang Fei had earned 4,000,000 experience points and 5 rainbow shells. This is nice. Not only can I farm shells, I can also gain a good amount of experience points fast. By the time I have enough rainbow shells, I would have leveled up. Not to mention the reputation points, commented Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei spent a few hours there, repeating the same thing. He went to the old fishman to get a quest, complete an assortment of tasks, and return to collect his bounty. The quests were simple enough and the rewards were luxurious. The experience points ranged from 200,000 to over millions depending on the difficulty. The best and fastest ones would be killing a boss. Quests that offered the least rewards were the ones where he helped the fishman to complete non-combat chores, which also took the most time. Half a day later, Jiang Fei received a system notification. Ding! Congratulations to player Verger for being recognized by the Tidehunter tribe. At that moment, Jiang Fei noticed something different. Before this, everyone's names were yellow in color. After the system notification popped up, they all changed to green. Ah! Reputation points. I completely forgot about them, said Jiang Fei to himself. The most obvious changes when Jiang Fei had gained the reputation status was the attitude of the fishmen toward him. They were all nicer and would smile whenever he was nearby. Besides that, there were even other fishmen who had started to offer quests instead of the old fishman himself. Aside from that, the elder fishman had started to offer quests that was much harder than before. Naturally, the quest rewards were better. Might as well do that. Since I have nothing else better to do anyway, said Jiang Fei as he decided to continue spamming quests to earn more rainbow shells. By the time the server closed down, Jiang Fei had collected almost 800 shells. At first, the merchant sold the potion for 5 shells each. However, after Jiang Fei's reputation had risen, the price had dropped to 4 shells each. That meant that Jiang Fei could easily buy 200 bottles of underwater breathing potion. "Yup, that's enough," said Jiang Fei happily. Right before the clock hit 6 a.m., Jiang Fei had used up all his shells to buy the potions. Jiang Fei woke up from his sleep and felt refreshed. It was indeed a good night's rest, as he could feel that his body and mind was refreshed. 0541 had given him good advice. Before he left the room, he could hear his parents sleeping in the next room. It seemed that they were still sleeping soundly and had yet to wake up. Jiang Fei could not help but feel guilty as well as motivated. To allow his parents and himself continue living peacefully, he needed to get much stronger. Chapter 503, Diversion. Once Jiang Fei's parents woke up, Jiang Fei ordered breakfast and they had their meal together in peace. After that, Jiang Fei called Han Tianyu and asked him to send a helicopter to get them back to Manda Square. The dice had been rolled and the cog of causality was already turning. Jiang Fei parents were introduced to the world of metahumans rather harshly. They knew their son was not normal, which made Jiang Fei's explanation slightly easier to digest. By the time Jiang Fei had reached Manda Square, Han Tianyu had also just returned from Africa. Han Tianyu had offered Jiang Fei and his family to move to the highest floor at the Manda Square and be neighbors with Han Tianyu. That way, he could ensure the safety of Jiang Fei's parents. Unexpectedly, Jiang Fei's parents rejected that offer, saying that it would be too troublesome. In the end, even after numerous persuasions, Han Tianyu had caved in and only hired fixers to fix the damaged part of Jiang Fei's original house. Back in Han Tianyu's office, when Jiang Fei's parents had settled in their house. "Do tell me, what are you going to do from now on?" asked Han Tianyu. "Right now, there's nothing on my mind," said Jiang Fei as he lay down on the sofa. Han Tianyu might be the most trustworthy person he had ever had. After the incident with his parents, Jiang Fei had emerged higher. He was more mature than he was when he had first picked up the ring. Many things that he did, he would think a million times over in his brain before he actually took actions. He could not afford to be a reckless fool any longer. "Remember, if you need my help, all you need to do is ask." "You know I got your back," said Han Tianyu. They were genuine words. Jiang Fei was too worked up when he had hulkied out in the Soaring Cloud sect. Besides having a level 5 master, he had also revealed that he had a fellow level 5 student under the same master. When Han Tianyu knew about it, he could not think straight for a brief second. He had even slapped himself to be sure that he was not dreaming. "I knew it! I knew that I had made the right move," said Han Tianyu to himself when he heard the news. He had placed a large investment on Jiang Fei. If Jiang Fei had failed to hold back the Soaring Cloud sect, Han Tianyu and his own sect would fall to the pits. Not only that, his family and his business would be largely impacted by the result. Now that he realized that he had made the right choice, he had also realized that Jiang Fei was someone that he could not underestimate. Knowing that, he would never hesitate to protect Jiang Fei and offer him his help. When Jiang Fei grows up, he will surely remember the man who had supported him. "I'm glad that you have said that. I could really use some help," said Jiang Fei. "Shoot," said Han Tianyu. The man had already accepted the request for help even before knowing what Jiang Fei would ask for. He was trying to show Jiang Fei that he had planted his feet in the Jiang Fei's faction. "Thanks," Jiang Fei replied. Jiang Fei needed Han Tianyu's intelligence and not his family's capability. Even though the Han family was influential in the normal world, they were only second to ants in the metahuman society. He needed his connections, his manner of thinking and problem-solving skills. Even though Jiang Fei had gotten closer to numerous sects in the alliance, his connections to individual sects were thin. If it was about brawn, Jiang Fei and his magical ring would be enough to face off a good number of opponents. All he needed to do to get stronger was to find the fragments of the ship, Braveheart. In terms of battle experience, he would learn them slowly by practicing. What he really needed in this short amount of time was someone with a strategic mind. Hence, Of all the people he knew and trusted, Han Tianyu came up on top of the list. Brother Yu, please inform all sects that have involved themselves in the incident between the Soaring Cloud sect and me. Tell them that my master wishes to express his gratitude by brewing them a special pill, said Jiang Fei. That was his game. While he would be out in the world, searching for the ship fragments, Jiang Fei needed something to keep the attention away from him. A diversion. What kind of pill? Asked Han Tianyu as he stopped writing in his book. He had thought about the evil purging pill and the grand restore pill. There's no name to it yet, but the pill would enhance the energy regenerative speed of a metahuman. If a martial artist takes it, it would permanently increase one's chi recovery speed. This time, Jiang Fei had dropped the bomb. The pill that Jiang Fei had offered was very precious. It was almost the same as elemental water. 0541 had only managed to produce 10 of them and Jiang Fei had taken one. How is that possible? Han Tianyu dropped his pen when he understood what Jiang Fei had just explained. Be it Chinese martial artists or the Westerners' mutants, the entire world had never encountered a medicine that could permanently increase one's inner energy recovery speed. The pills are extremely hard to make. However, to express his thanks, he would start making them. Mind you that he can only make 4 or 5 of them. I will pass the pills to you. I'll leave the distribution of the pills to you, said Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei wanted Han Tianyu to be the man in charge of distributing the pills because when the news about this new miracle pill was spread, they would all focus their attention on Han Tianyu alone. The pills that Jiang Fei was offering were very precious to both Jiang Fei and the rest of the world. They were so precious that perhaps even a level 4 peak fighter would move to get them. There could be bloodshed even. Before the storm calmed and the dust settled, Jiang Fei would probably not be on their minds. In the meantime, Jiang Fei would take this chance to search the world for the ship fragments. As fast as he could. He would increase his own capabilities to stand on even grounds with the other martial artists. He would not want to rely on fake names and fictional identities to protect himself. That could only work in the game but not in real life. Alright, I'll take care of this, said Han Tianyu after he was done writing down a bunch of stuff. When Jiang Fei first described the pill, he had thought that the pill was too good to be true. However, seeing that Jiang Fei was serious about it, Han Tianyu believed him and trusted him to deliver the pills. Once the news about the new pill was spread, all the martial artists would surely be interested. On the other hand, Han Tianyu himself was not too interested in the pill. He was only a level 2 beginner fighter. The amount of chi he could muster was so little that the pill would be a waste for him. Even so, he could garner a lot of benefits by distributing the pills. When Jiang Fei offered the pill as a means of gratitude, the pills would be left to the Alliance to decide on who got them. This was where Han Tianyu played a big role. Before the pills could get to the Alliance, they would have to go through Han Tianyu. Through this meticulous route, Jiang Fei could buy himself a lot more time. When everything was done, Jiang Fei returned to his home. Before he left to search the world for the ship fragments, he needed to inform his parents. Ah, is little Pa and little Qing all right? Asked Jiang Fei's mother. Those 2 girls were delightful to her. Sigh. Tell me, Fei, are they normal people like us? Asked his father who had only met them once. No. The girls are martial artists. Mother, don't worry about them. They are already back at their sect, said Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei sat down at the table and kept quiet for a long while. His mother immediately noticed that something was wrong. At first, she hesitated to ask, but she could not bear to see her son suffer. Ah, Fei, are you going somewhere? How did you know? Asked Jiang Fei. Let's call it a mother's intuition. Jiang Fei looked down at his hands. He could not hide anything any longer. His parents should know where he was going. Chapter 504, Trouble There Is. Ah, Fei, I understand that there are different paths for you to follow. Even though we do not understand the world of superheroes, I want you to understand, said Jiang Fei's father as he reached out his hand and patted Jiang Fei on his shoulder. We will always be by your side. Jiang Fei's mother sat just next to him. Tears start to roll down her cheeks as she mustered her strength to ask, "When will you be going?" Jiang Fei could not move. He felt a pang of tremendous guilt when he saw his mother crying. A son's greatest sin was to make his mother cry. However, it would be a greater sin if he allowed his parents to get into trouble. For better or worse, he had to become stronger. Tomorrow, replied Jiang Fei as he immediately changed his mind on the spot. Initially, he wanted to leave right there and then, but after seeing his mother, he had to stay for one more day to accompany his parents. Don't be like that. Our son has grown up. He understands the world better than us now. Besides, it's not like he's leaving us for good, said Jiang Fei's father as he held his mother closer to him. That's right. I'm only leaving for a short while. It would take at least a week. Even at most, a month, tops, said Jiang Fei. Is it dangerous? Asked his mother. I assure you that it is not. I'm only going to my master's place to seek for more guidance. Remember the times when I didn't come back for the day? That was where I went, said Jiang Fei. He understood better than anyone that searching for the ship's fragments would invite unknown danger. However, he could not tell his parents about the alien origin. Let them know about the metahumans and leave the alien stuff out. As long as you understand how to behave, said the father. Jiang Fei's parents immediately recalled that Jiang Fei had always said something about competition. Only then, they realized that it was a lie. Knowing that, the mother calmed down. All right, son, since you're going off tomorrow, let us buy some good stuff. It'll make us a luxurious dinner that no restaurant could ever cook, cried the mother. She knew that if she dwelled on the topic any longer, she would end up crying even harder than before. Might as well just let it go and accept the fact that her son was all grown up and that it was time for him to leave the nest. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. Even so, it was only his mother that left the house to buy the cooking ingredients. I may not know much about kung fu or karate, but I'll leave you with just one advice. If others think one step ahead, you think 12 steps ahead, said the father. I understand. But 12 steps might be too much for me. Ha ha ha, Jiang Fei laughed. That night, Jiang Fei's mother had indeed prepared a variety of dishes that Jiang Fei loved. Here! Have some of these lobsters. You used to sulk whenever Papa took the rest, haha. Here, son, I'm sure you could finish this entire lobster by yourself. Do you remember how to remove the shell? Jiang Fei was happy during dinner time. He remembered everything his mother had just mentioned. When he was slightly younger, his mother rarely cooked lobster for dinner, and when she did, it would only be 1 or 2 pieces. His father would finish them up before he could even finish peeling the shells of the claw. Jiang Fei's mother had barely eaten any of the dishes she cooked. She was so busy bringing up past memories as well as putting pieces after pieces of food onto Jiang Fei's plate. After dinner, Jiang Fei chatted with his parents until it was 11 p.m. They were talking about how certain kung fu were real and others were fake. Naturally, Jiang Fei could only answer half of them since his knowledge about martial arts was not as broad as the other masters in the alliance. It's getting late. You best get some sleep. It's a big day for you tomorrow, said the father. Yeah. Well, technically it is only the norm for me. I'd be practicing some martial skills with my master. That's all, said Jiang Fei, reassured his parents to lessen their worries. After that, he took a quick bath and got to bed. 0541, is there a target yet? Negative. Currently, there are not targets found that are worthy to explore, 0541 reported. The energy power left in the ring was scarce. 0541 had to limit the search radius by a drastic amount. It would be possible for it to search the entire world, but it would instantly empty the power cache of the ring. Jiang Fei would need to search far and wide, and when a ship fragment was close by, 0541 could immediately detect it. Let's leave it at that. Jiang Fei let himself fall onto his bed and closed his eyes. You're late. Again, cried Isabella as she pouted. Ops, Jiang Fei laughed it off. Oh well. Nothing I can do about it. In the end, it's your world, said Isabella as she sighed heavily. Jiang Fei sighed as well and changed the topic. Let's kill some sea serpents today, shall we? Okay, said Isabella solemnly. When he logged out the previous day, Jiang Fei had just bought 200 underwater breathing potions from the NPC merchant. He now had no rainbow shells left in his inventory. Let's go, said Jiang Fei as he handed one bottle to Isabella. Jiang Fei was not the only one who could not breathe underwater. Even though she was considered as an NPC, she too required the potion to breathe underwater. Once both of them had taken the potion, Jiang Fei and Isabella dived into the sea and swam toward the territory of the sea serpents. The mutated sea serpents were normal monsters. All of them were level 65 normal tier monsters that had only taken at most 5 seconds to kill them. Unfortunately for Jiang Fei, these sea serpents were not gathered together. Instead, they swam around alone. Even though killing each of them was fast, Jiang Fei was still taking too much time since he had to swim to another place to kill another. The worst part of the hunt was the drop rate. Even with super high luck, Jiang Fei had only acquired 1 nerve strands after killing more than 20 of the mutated sea serpents. To gather 1,000 sea serpents' nerves would take a really long time. Jiang Fei and Isabella had been killing for more than 4 hours in the sea and had only managed to gather around 100 nerve strands. The reason behind such poor efficiency was because most of their time spent was on swimming to the next target. Although the monsters were instantly killed on sight, it took some time for them to swim to another monster. It was lucky that Jiang Fei had prepared 200 bottles of underwater breathing potions. Or else, they would have much lower killing efficiency. Without the potion, Jiang Fei might only be able to hold his breath for so long. Every few seconds, he would have to surface to catch his breath, resulting in slower speed. As such, a few days might really be the minimum duration for him to complete the quest. Just as Jiang Fei and Isabella were talking about random topics, Gulu was seen approaching them. What's up? Jiang Fei asked. Explorer. You're here. I've finally found you. Please follow me back. There's trouble, said Gulu. Ever since Jiang Fei had gained more reputation, he had gained a friendly status to all the Fishmen tribe. As such, the cowardly Gulu was no longer afraid to talk to Jiang Fei with his weapons held out. What's going on? There's trouble. Trouble there is. Please come with me. With me, cried the cowardly Gulu as he waved his fins and swam around. Seems like it's a huge trouble. Perhaps it's time for us to have a small break from hunting the serpents, said Jiang Fei. He had already gotten so bored there. Very well, said Isabella. She too was feeling extremely dull as killing the mutated sea serpents was not even challenging. Jiang Fei did not follow Gulu directly. Instead, he swam toward the snake-shaped island and summoned the sky-gliding dragon. It was much faster to travel by air than swimming in the sea. In no time at all, Jiang Fei had returned to the Tidehunter tribe's village. Explorer. You've arrived. Please do something. You must save her. Save her you must, cried Gulu as well as the other fishmen that were present then. Everyone was shouting the same phrase over and over again. Chapter 505, The Mermaid Princess, What's Going On? Asked Jiang Fei as he approached the fishmen that were gathered around something. Look! Explorer! Look, said the elder fishman as he brought Jiang Fei to the center of the courtyard. Well, technically, it was not even considered as a courtyard as it was just the beach with a small bonfire in the middle. The place would change from time to time, but as long as there was a bonfire, it served as the gathering point to distribute fishes to the entire tribe. There was usually a tarp made of seaweed used to store fishes, but this time, instead of fishes, there was a fish. To be precise, a mermaid. The little girl was beautiful. Jiang Fei's heart literally skipped a beat when he laid eyes on the unconscious mermaid. Everything about her was perfect. Her complexion, body, especially those massive bombs that were about to explode from her crop top. Jiang Fei's eyes trailed down to her lower half of the body. As a mermaid, she did not have legs. Instead, she had a long, beautiful, glittering fishtail. Sadly, she had lost many of her scales, and there was blood oozing out from a few spots. The blood was dark red, almost one shade close to being black. It was as if she had been poisoned. The wounds on her tail were obvious as the blood would not stop flowing. It looked like she had been bitten by a large megalodon. From the looks of it, she had lost too much blood. Be it the effects of the poison or blood loss, this poor little mermaid would die if Jiang Fei did not do something. Injured Little Mermaid Princess, Mermaid, High Lord, Level 88, Health Points, 12,755/45 million. Note, the eldest princess of the merfolk. Jiang Fei had a quick look at her stats and confirmed that she had taken too much damage. The Little Mermaid had only 0.03% of her total health left. She was dying. What happened to her? Asked Jiang Fei. Merfolk and fishmen were different species, obviously. The fishman race was nothing but the jester of the sea, struggling to even survive in a non-hostile environment. Jiang Fei had even seen how their war was and could not even consider them as a proper civilization. The merfolk race, on the other hand, were the kings of the sea. Even though the war between the Celestials and the Nephilims had been going on for centuries, the two races had never once crossed the borders of the ocean. There were two races that ruled over the oceans, the merfolk and the Nagas. Merfolk were considered as half humanoids since they possessed the upper body similar to that of a human and the lower half of a fish. The Nagas were different. They had the lower half of a snake. The two races had self-declared to be the rulers of the oceans. The merfolk specialized in magic and had a natural affinity to water. Nagas, on the other hand, were natural-born warriors. Newborn Nagas had 2 arms, and as they grew older and stronger, new arms would grow. Most of them had 6 arms and sometimes even 8 arms. If the merfolk or the Nagas were serious, not even the Celestials or the demons could stand against them, especially the Nagas, for their strength allowed them to fight a dragon toe-to-toe. There was a saying that there cannot be 2 lions in a pride. Even though the ocean was as big as the world was, it was still too small for 2 rulers. Hence, as proud as they could be, the Nagas and the merfolk were natural enemies and would never bow down to anyone besides their own kin. The moment Jiang Fei asked the fishman about the cause of the Little Mermaid's injuries, every single fishman answered the same thing: the Nagas. The poor mermaid was attacked by them and was brought ashore by the kind yet cowardly fishman tribe. "Great explorer, can you save her?" said the elder fishman as he pleaded Jiang Fei. "Do you know her?" asked Jiang Fei. "But of course. This is the beloved daughter of the master of the 7 seas, King Elric. Her ruling grounds include this island of ours. Hence, we are her subjects. If she perishes here, the great King Elric would surely have us all killed," cried the elder. "Master of the 7 seas? Sounds amazing," said Jiang Fei. "Don't be impressed by the title. The 7 seas are just a small territory in the Sea of Purgatory. At best, King Elric is only as strong as an overlord. He and the tyrant of the ocean, Morgan, are currently disputing sovereignty over the eastern sea of the Sea of Purgatory." As a matter of fact, the 2 rulers had come up with their own titles. It was a childish competition of who could name themselves better. "If it isn't in the waters, my brother alone could defeat over 10 of them combined," said Isabella as she snickered away. "I see," Jiang Fei replied. The already deceased Curtis aside, Jiang Fei had witnessed the overwhelming power of Otis, the elder prince. Even though he was only a mid-tier overlord, it would not be strange for him to defeat a few low-tier overlord boss. "So, are we going to let this go?" asked Jiang Fei as he pointed at the bleeding mermaid princess. He had more than enough underwater breathing potion for him to sustain his entire hunting duration. To him, saving the mermaid and the well-being of the fishman was not of his concern. Saving the mermaid was optional. Leaving her to die would do nothing to Jiang Fei. Saving her would earn him a good treasure, perhaps. Jiang Fei was worried about not being able to get enough compensation for his deeds. "Save her then," said Isabella. Huh? Are you sure? Didn't you act out when I tried to save Sylphie that one time? Said Jiang Fei as he grinned. Hey! I didn't act out, alright? I'm only asking you to save her, not court the poor mermaid, said Isabella as she pouted and sulked. The only reason she wanted Jiang Fei to rescue the mermaid was to gain benefit for the demon race. The war between the light and the shadow had spanned far too long. Having the dragon race on their side was good leverage to the light faction. Besides that, almost all races and species were already involved in this war. Still, both sides were equally strong and the war was in a stalemate. Having to get the merfolk on their side would be borrowing the power of the oceans. The demon race would gain a powerful ally and might even win the war. Very well, my princess. Don't regret this later, said Jiang Fei. He did not think as far as Isabella and had only thought about gaining the fastest interest by saving the daughter of King Elric. Thank you, great explorer. Please save her quick. She cannot die here. She cannot die on this island, cried the elder fishman. Jiang Fei was almost thrown when he heard the last sentence. He was basically saying that the princess could die anywhere else but the fishman's island. I hope that your daddy would bestow us some good stuff. Or my good stuff would go to waste, said Jiang Fei as he took out an item from his inventory. Bloodlingji mushroom, herb, epic, use, produce potions. Note, a powerful herb with superior healing properties. Jiang Fei had only 7 of these in the beginning. Reviving Isabella had consumed 5 and he had used one of them to trade for an elemental water from the Elven Queen. That piece of mushroom was the last one in his inventory. Even though it was priceless, the superior healing properties could not be applied to players. Players would only need healing potion or even a healer to recover fully. This bloodlingji mushroom's function was to bring NPCs back from the dead. No matter how severe the wounds were, as long as the mushroom was applied, the NPC would be revived. HRRGH, Jiang Fei slammed the mushroom in his hand and ground it into tiny irregular-sized pieces. After that, he spread them all onto the mermaid's wound. Once the mushroom pieces seeped into the body, more dark red blood oozed out immediately. After a while, the blood turned lighter. Soon, the bleeding stopped once the blood returned to its original red color. The wound started to heal and the scales started to grow back. The already glistering tail became more beautiful as the mermaid slowly regained her health. Chapter 506, Trouble in the Waves. Jiang Fei stayed with the little mermaid princess until she was about to wake up. However, just when she was about to regain consciousness, the waves started to come in hard. Elder! Elder! The Tidebreaker tribe is coming for us. They have surrounded us, cried a little fishman as he hurried to the elder fishman's side. What? Cried the elder as he flinched so hard he was about to drop all his scales. What's going on now? Asked Jiang Fei. Annoyed at the development of the scenario, he understood that there would be more trouble. From the looks of it, another tribe had come to fight them. However, knowing how they would fight, there would not be any casualties. Oh, great explorer! Please help us, said the elder fishman as he was on his knees. Soon, every fishman that was nearby kneeled as well. Calm down and explain the situation to me, said Jiang Fei. The Nagas must have sent someone to find the princess, said the elder as he explained the situation. Unlike the Tidehunter tribe, the Tidebreaker tribe was not cowardly fishmen. Instead, they were all considered to be lobsters that were stronger than the fishmen but not too strong. Even so, they were at least 100 times stronger than any of the fishmen then. That only emphasized just how weak the fishmen were. In fact, give 5 or 6 lobstermen to fight and they could take down the entire Tidehunter tribe without breaking a sweat. The fishmen were under the banner of the merfolks while the lobstermen were under the banner of the Nagas. Right now, the only reason the lobstermen would ride the waves onto this island was to find the mermaid princess, according to the elder. Oh, great explorer, you mustn't allow the Tidebreaker tribe to know about the princess. Not only would she be in danger, the entire Tidehunter tribe would also be wiped out. Please do something. Please help us, cried the elder as he held Jiang Fei's hand whilst shaking with fear. Jiang Fei somehow understood that the lobstermen were bullies and would harass and disturb the fishmen, for they were too weak to defend themselves. Luckily for them, they were elite swimmers, which allowed them to escape faster than the lobstermen could chase. Even the youngest fishman could swim faster than a lobsterman at his or her prime. If they wanted peace, the fishmen would allow the lobstermen to tear down the village while the fishmen themselves would swim and hide. However, the current situation was so different. The princess was unable to move on her own. The fishmen could never defend her by themselves. If they chose to run and hide, they would have to abandon the princess, leaving her to die. This would make the master of the seven seas angry at the fishmen. The only way to survive was to defeat the lobstermen. "Fine, I'll see what I can do," said Jiang Fei. The lobstermen had come too early. If only the princess had recovered, Jiang Fei would have left. However, the princess was still struggling to wake up while the lobstermen were on their way here. Furthermore, he had also used his magic mushroom to heal her. There was no way he would let his treasure be wasted like that. "Bella, let's welcome our guests," said Jiang Fei. "Sure thing," said Isabella as she followed Jiang Fei to the beach. "What the hell? It's really lobsters. Red juicy lobsters," cried Jiang Fei. The lobstermen shared similar traits to the fishmen. They both had a semi-humanoid body. Each of them were at least a meter tall and had large claws. In a neat formation, the lobstermen marched toward the fishmen village. They looked powerful, but once their feet were out of the sea water, their speed became slower by a notch. Jiang Fei and Isabella only needed to walk slightly faster to catch them. Clack, clack, clack. The lobstermen snapped their claws loudly, making a loud snapping noise as they walked toward the beach at tortoise pace. Lobsterman warrior, humanoid, elite, level 65, health points 300,000, attack power 6,500. Note: the search team of the Tiebreaker tribe. Jiang Fei scoffed at the stats of the lobstermen. Jiang Fei had thought that they might pose a threat to him, but their capabilities were only average at best. Even so, their shells look extremely sturdy. Their defense must be higher than average. To be honest, their overall stats were only just slightly stronger than the fishmen. If they were not so cowardly, the fishmen could fight them with numbers. There were over 20 of them. To the fishmen, the lobsterman warrior were powerful executors, but to Jiang Fei and Isabella, they were nothing but punching bags to throw around. Jiang Fei did not even bother to summon the sky-gliding dragon. Jiang Fei led the attack first, followed closely behind by Isabella. Jiang Fei landed a few attacks on one lobsterman to stack up Ruthless Barrage and then used God's Wrath to attack all the lobstermen. Isabella came to land the killing strike and cleared up the entire search team. "What a waste of my time," said Jiang Fei after he was done killing all the enemies. He was annoyed because the monsters had dropped only a minute amount of experience points and nothing else. "Wow, wow! You are so powerful, oh great explorer," cried the cowardly Gulu. The lobstermen were feared by the fishmen for their strength, only because the fishmen were too weak to begin with. When Gulu saw how Jiang Fei had defeated all of them with only a few strikes, he could not help but praise Jiang Fei. "Ha ha ha. This is nothing really." Jiang Fei did not know what to say. He knew that he was strong, but the fishmen were too weak. Back to the mermaid princess, Jiang Fei examined her status with the ring and found that she had recovered almost 1/3 of her health points. Even though she was still struggling to regain her consciousness, there was no imminent threat to her life. "Who dares to kill my warriors?" a loud voice bellowed from the seas. "TSK. Here comes another annoying trash," said Jiang Fei as he rolled his eyes. Since he had killed the minions, the boss would appear. Jiang Fei stood up and left to the beach with Isabella again. This time, there were over 100 lobsterman warriors surrounding the beach. Standing tall in the middle of the lobsterman warriors was a larger lobsterman. He was at least 3 meters tall and had a long 1-meter-sized claw. The snappers were so long and huge that snapping a human in half would be an easy task. Lobsterman Tiebreaker, humanoid, lord, level 65, health points 1,800,000, attack power 8,800, skills chain lightning, hammer, blood call, chain lightning, shoots a lightning bolt that would damage and paralyze a target. Hammer strikes a target hard, dealing powerful damage. Blood call excites all allies and increases attack speed and attack damage by 40%. Note: Shaman Lobsterman. Ha! A boss. Just as I expected, said Jiang Fei. Damn you! No wonder the fishmen dared to stay here. There's an explorer here, said the lobsterman Tidebreaker as he saw Jiang Fei. Even though the boss knew not to simply attack, they had no choice since they could not disobey their master. Their mission was to search and bring back the injured mermaid princess. If the explorer stood in their way, they would have to destroy him. One boss, 100 monsters. No biggie. Let's go, Bella. There was no need to coordinate. All of the enemies present then were no match for Jiang Fei and Isabella. Chapter 507, The Ruthless Race. Jiang Fei activated his lifesteal demon form and smashed the boss with all his might. Isabella followed closely behind and attacked as well. In less than a minute, the boss and the other monsters were killed. When the boss had used Blood Call to strengthen his brethren, Jiang Fei was momentarily overwhelmed, but it was only for a moment. Jiang Fei only needed to kill the minions to eliminate the threat and then focused on the boss. TSK. At least drop something other than experience points, complained Jiang Fei. The monsters that appeared after the others were obviously part of the quest scenario. By the physics of the game, all quest-linked monsters would not drop anything. Jiang Fei was considered lucky enough to gain experience points. Jiang Fei returned to the mermaid princess and squatted down next to her. He then slapped her face lightly and said, "Wake up, sleepyhead. You'd better give me some good reward or I'll sell you to the highest bidder." "What are you talking about?" cried Isabella when he saw Jiang Fei grinning like an idiot. "Relax, I was just joking." Alas, it took some waiting, but the mermaid princess had restored 50% of her total health points. However, at that moment, the skies turned dark and thunder cracked loudly in the sky. F***CK. "What now?" shouted Jiang Fei. He had thought that the lobsterman boss was the last one to disturb his peace. Even though he did not receive any quest notification, he understood that the scenario development expected him to protect the mermaid princess. Dark clouds rolled in from afar and lightning started to flash here and there. It clearly looked like something huge was coming for the princess. Jiang Fei did not know just what kind of boss would appear, but he was not about to turn tails and run. He had already invested a precious mushroom on the mermaid princess. In order to get payment for the mushroom, Jiang Fei must protect the princess to further the plot development. More dark clouds rolled in from the horizon, and in no time at all, the sun was completely blocked. Although it was a common occurrence back in the real world, the little fishmen were scared to their cores. I might have to get serious now," said Jiang Fei to himself. No matter how one saw it, this sort of plot development should be interesting. "Oh no! Look! The Nagas are here," cried the cowardly Gulu. As expected of him, being the most cowardly one there, he was the first one to notice danger. Jiang Fei looked toward the horizon and spotted a few human heads coming out of the sea. As the Nagas came closer and closer to the beach, their body rose up from the waters, revealing their bodies. The men were muscular and handsome while the women were beautiful and sexy. Once they were completely on land, Jiang Fei could see that their lower half were snake tails. "Ha! Looks like Morgan might be in serious trouble," said Isabella as she snickered away. "How do you know about that?" asked Jiang Fei. He was surprised that Isabella would know anything about the tyrant of the sea. "Look at them. Most of them have only 2 arms. They are the weakest of the Nagas. You see, if you want to capture the mermaid princess, you wouldn't want to send your weakest soldiers. That could only mean that the war between the merfolk and the Nagas in the eastern seas is going strong and the Nagas must be losing badly. They could not even send in a few more stronger elites," said Isabella. I see," said Jiang Fei as he stroked his chin, trying to understand Isabella's logic. After some observation, the Naga soldiers that were coming toward him were made up of two kinds of Nagas. The male Nagas were known as Naga brutes, while the female Nagas were called Naga sirens. They were both melee-class fighters. The males were much stronger than the females and had higher attack and defense. Although the female Naga were capable of melee combat, they were better at using supporting magic such as slow and silent. Naturally, real magic casting was the forte of the merfolk. After most of the Nagas had come ashore, a larger, four-armed Naga brute came out of the sea. Zord the Butcher, Naga, Lesser Lord, level, 68, health points, 8 million, attack power, 13,000, skills, Slice, Dismember, Blade Fury, Berserk, Slice, slices a target, inflicts bleed. Dismember, attacks with 4 blades simultaneously. Deals powerful damage. Blade Fury, attacks all target furiously. Deals 12 consecutive attacks on all target within range. Berserk, increases 100% attack speed and damage. Note, personal muscleman for the Tyrant of the Sea, Morgan. Oh dang, said Jiang Fei as he flinched, the boss skills were too strong for him to handle. Especially Blade Fury. 12 consecutive attacks was something, but Jiang Fei could not tank even without level suppression. Jiang Fei whistled and summoned the juvenile skygliding dragon. He needed the dragon to help him tank the damage as he attacked. It was lucky that the Nagas had all come to the land. Jiang Fei was then able to fight them there with the dragon. He could surely rely on the dragon's insane defense to tank the damage. A dragon knight, cried Zord when he saw the dragon came down and landed next to a human. The gliding dragon was much cooler than a regular dragon due to its sheer size. With the armor on, his appearance was quite ferocious. Zord might have failed to recognize that the skygliding dragon was nothing but a weak beast since he had mingled in the sea for far too long. No wonder the fishmen dared to oppose the Nagas, said Zord to himself. He started to frown worriedly. He had only wanted to retrieve the injured mermaid princess and be done with it. Little did he know that there was a dragon knight tending to her. Humph. Jiang Fei noticed Zord's sudden reaction to the dragon and immediately understood that he was an NPC with higher artificial intelligence. At that moment, Jiang Fei knew what he could do to get the best out of the situation. It was time for Jiang Fei's special treatment. Bella, show me something dragon aura, said Jiang Fei as he snickered. He quickly equipped the black dragon scale. Sure thing, said Isabella happily and purposefully leaked her dragon aura. What? There are 2 dragons, 2 different auras started to fill the sea like a powerful blast of hot air. Zord was so surprised that he took a few steps back. How am I so unlucky today? Ah. I should have consulted the witch before coming out. At least, she could have forecasted something. Zord started to regret his decision. Even though he wanted to retreat, he could not disobey his master. How would he face the wrath of Morgan? Naga. You have disturbed my rest. Explain yourself, said Jiang Fei with such a dominating aura that Zord flinched a little. Well, you see, in the game of Dawn Break, Celestials, Nephilim, Dragon, Merfolk, and Naga were the strongest races that stood almost the same in terms of power and strength. Although the Nagas were not weaker than the dragons, no one would want to mess with the dragon. The Celestials and Nephilims had their war on land, the Merfolk and the Nagas had their war in the oceans. The dragons had no enemies as they ruled the sky. As such, it was known that the dragon races were proud beings with no natural enemies, making them a race that was known for creating chaos for no reason. A truly ruthless race. With that knowledge in mind, Zord was about to face off with 2 dragons as they were interfering with his mission. Zord was conflicted. As much as he wanted to retreat, he could not do so since he would be disobeying his master's order. Chapter 508, Double Standards, My Lord. Look there, said a Naga brute that was standing on the front. It was hard to hide the mermaid princess, especially since the fishmen were all too small to completely hide her behind them. Zorg sighed heavily as he knew that there was no way around this. If he had not found the mermaid princess right then, he might take this as an excuse to leave the island. However, the mermaid princess was found. If he retreated, Morgan would not forgive him. Dragon friends. This matter only concerns the sea folk. I sincerely hope that you do not get into our businesses, said Zorg. You're exactly correct, beings of the sea. You can do whatever you want when I'm gone from this island. Until then, do not disturb my peace, said Jiang Fei, insisting on them to leave. Please understand. That mermaid is our fugitive. If you could turn a blind eye on this, the Nagas would surely remember this favor for the rest of our lives, said Zorg, trying his best not to anger the dragon. You have 5 minutes to leave or he'll treat you all as an agent of chaos disturbing my rest, said Jiang Fei with a sense of ferocity. Dragons may be intelligent beasts, but they were still beasts in the end. Their inner instinct to destroy would still prevail if their emotions were left unchecked. If the Nagas still insisted on proceeding, an all-out battle would break out. Dragon friend, I recognize that you are strong. But even if you could defeat us all, the tyrant of the ocean would come for you. Know this, the tyrant of the ocean is much stronger than I am, said Zorg. He wanted Jiang Fei to let him through badly since fighting him or facing Morgan without the princess would result in him being hurt badly. Jiang Fei kept quiet. That was probably too much for him to handle. Even though he was not afraid of Zorg, he did not know what Morgan was like. Knowing how the scenario developers worked, another boss would appear one after another. Right then, Zorg was a level 70 Lord tier boss. What came next would be stronger. There would be a point where Jiang Fei would not be able to handle. Ugh. Alas, while Jiang Fei was thinking his way out of this complicated situation, the mermaid princess finally opened her eyes. Lock down the area. Do not let her escape, cried Zorg, ignoring Jiang Fei's warning. The entire army of Nagas moved out and spread all over the beach to form a small blockade. Looks like it's time for some bashing, said Jiang Fei. Knowing that it had come to this, Zorg would not let the princess go without a fight. Jiang Fei winked at Isabella, hinting her to be ready for a huge battle. Splash! At this moment, the sea grew wild and another huge wave came in, bringing in another boss. Jiang Fei frowned hard as he saw that the new boss was a female Naga with 6 arms. The newcomer slithered past the waters and came toward Jiang Fei. She needed to bend down a little to meet Jiang Fei eye to eye and glare at Jiang Fei. Miranda, Naga, High Lord, level 88, health points 55 million, attack power 48,000, note, personal strategist of the Tyrant of the Ocean. Why is she here? Asked Isabella as she frowned as well. What do you think? Said Jiang Fei. He needed Isabella's judgment to know whether the new boss was beatable. Isabella quickly shook her head. Even with her dragon form, she would not be able to defeat Miranda that easily. Both Jiang Fei and Isabella were only over level 60 while Miranda was already almost reaching level 90. The difference of power between the two sides was too great. Dragons! You should know when to retreat, bellowed Miranda as she returned to the side of Zorg. Jiang Fei kept his expression neutral. Truth to be told, Jiang Fei had already gone over his head. Even though he had lost the last of his blood Lingji mushroom, he could not fend off the new boss. The odds were too great, and if Jiang Fei wanted to walk, he needed to let the Naga through. Dragons! We have no intention to wage war on you or your race. Please do not interfere with matters of the sea folks. To show you our respect to the dragon race, I shall personally gift you one of my personal treasure, cried Miranda. Even though they had the upper hand, the Nagas would not want to purposely defeat a dragon for no reason. Male dragons had 2 biggest weaknesses. One was their insatiable greed and their incredible lust. When Miranda came to the beach, she had a good look on Jiang Fei and had felt the powerful warning emitting from Jiang Fei. It was the dragon's love contract in play. Any female NPC within vicinity would be alerted by the powerful warning, indicating that this particular dragon had a partner. Knowing that, Mirinda had concluded that the two were powerful dragon and understood that the two were together as partner. Using lust as a weapon of persuasion would be out of question. Hence, the only way left to seize the mermaid princess was to use greed against the dragons themselves. Alas, Jiang Fei was interested. The only reason Jiang Fei saved the mermaid princess was to gain something from the master of the seas as a reward. He had no interest in the mermaid herself. Hence, as long as there was something to obtain from this, Jiang Fei did not really care whether it was from the merfolks or the Nagas. Mirinda! You can give up now. This man would never leave me behind, cried a female voice. The mermaid princess had awakened and was running to Jiang Fei with her feet. Feet! Yes, she had the ability to change her physical appearance, granting herself 2 foot to walk and run. She ran to Jiang Fei's side and quickly hugged him tightly from behind. What the actual F**********, cried Jiang Fei. Like Mirinda, the mermaid princess could feel the powerful aura of the dragon's love contract in Jiang Fei. However, she was forced to behave like that to prevent the Nagas from taking her away. Compared to the wrath of the dragons and being taken away by the Nagas, she made a rash decision and ended up with Jiang Fei. Dragon, is that what you desire? Asked Mirinda as she questioned Jiang Fei once more. You mentioned treasures. What kind HEY? What are you doing? Just as Jiang Fei was about to negotiate with the Nagas to get the treasures, the mermaid princess loosened her grip on Jiang Fei and bit her own finger. With the blood flowing from her fingers, she quickly drew a blood mark on Jiang Fei's bicep. What the hell? No. Come on. Not this again, cried Jiang Fei. The last time when Isabella forcefully bit down on Jiang Fei's shoulder, she had forcefully made a contract with Jiang Fei. It felt like a forceful marriage. This time, when the mermaid princess drew the blood mark on his arm, it looked like she was about to do the same thing to Jiang Fei. What is this double standard? How could a girl get away with this? Arg! Cried Jiang Fei to himself. This was the kind of trouble that he never wanted in the first place. Chapter 509, title, Romeo. As much as Jiang Fei did not want it, the mermaid princess had already finished drawing her blood mark. The blood seeped into Jiang Fei's arm and a powerful pink aura enveloped both Jiang Fei and the mermaid princess. Ding! You have reached friendly reputation level with the merfolk race. Ding! Your reputation points with the mermaid princess Ariel has reached approved. Ding! Your reputation points with the mermaid princess Ariel has reached respect. Ding! Your reputation points with the mermaid princess Ariel has reached admire. Ding! Your reputation points with the mermaid princess Ariel has reached infatuated. What the hell? Another contract, cried Jiang Fei as he had suddenly gained another chick that was infatuated with him. He then quickly opened his status window and checked his properties. Contract of devotion, life share, increased water-based magic and attack, acknowledgement of the merfolk race, two-way teleportation. Note, a contract only a merfolk can use. Once the contract is sealed, both races would have maximum reputation points. Only a female merfolk can initiate the contract, devoting her entire being to the one that is being contracted. A form of eternal binding of two souls. Jiang Fei frowned when he noticed that there was another line under the previous dragon's love contract. Aside from the contract properties, there were 2 additional comments. The first was life share. Starting at the moment the contract was sealed, both Jiang Fei and the mermaid princess now share the same health points pool. If Jiang Fei had taken too much damage that it depleted Jiang Fei's entire health pool, he would not die. If he took subsequent damage, the mermaid princess would take damage in his stead, no matter where she was in the world. Obviously, this effect went both ways. The second was a permanent buff. Jiang Fei's own water-based skills and attack would be increased by 100%. However, it was not really a strong buff since Jiang Fei had only one skill that had water attribute, which was the skill on his shield, the wave barrier. Recognition by the merfolk race was just a title. Its effect was only to increase all members of the merfolk's reputation to friendly. The last line was a skill that allowed both Jiang Fei and the mermaid princess to teleport to their sides or to summon one to the other. After reading all the description, Jiang Fei understood why the princess' reputation had suddenly shot up to the max. It was the effects of the contract. Ding! Congratulations to player Verger Glider. You have contracted 3 love contracts. You have obtained the title, Romeo. You will instantly gain friendly reputation level with all female NPCs. Reputation points increasing rate is increased to 300%. Obtain passive skill, Infatuation. Infatuation, for each lover's contract obtained, you will gain attack and movement speed increase by 5%. Holy Adonis of Men, Jiang Fei was thrown when he read the properties of the newly obtained title. The first thing he wondered was, when did he collect 3 lovers' contracts? Even so, it did not matter as the title was quite powerful on its own. Not only did it increase his reputation gaining speed, but it also gave a passive skill that would permanently increase his movements and attack speed. It was a huge buff for Jiang Fei as he could run or chase faster as well as having higher DPS. Jiang Fei only knew that out of the 3 love contracts he had, one was from Isabella's Dragon's love contract and the Mermaid Princess contract of devotion. The last one was not too clear as he was not sure that if there was a love contract with the Holy Chich's assassin, Sylphie. It was a hidden system in the game that allowed players to automatically gain a love contract whenever a female NPC had reached the reputation level of infatuated with a player. Love contract was nothing special on its own. On the other hand, special love contracts such as the Dragon's love contract by the Dragon race and the Mermaid's contract of devotion would give player buffs and skills. Naturally, Isabella's Dragon's love contract was slightly more special since it prevented the player from flirting with other females. Contract of devotion was a slightly more normal contract that did not limit the contractors to search for more partners. All in all, Jiang Fei contracted with 3 female NPCs and gained the title Romeo as well as the passive skill Infatuation to give him extra attack and movement speed. Although he was happy, he quickly felt scared. Contract of devotion was not something that could be done subtly without anyone noticing. The Nagas had taken note of that and knew its effect. They knew that if they wanted to do anything to the mermaid princess, they would directly involve the dragon, which was Jiang Fei. That was the least of the problem then. Jiang Fei turned to look at Isabella and was prepared to kneel down and beg for her forgiveness. She was practically fuming with anger. Her eyes was red, her nostril was flaring, and her arms were crossed at her chest. This is not my fault. I'm absolutely innocent here, cried Jiang Fei as if he was just sexually harassed by someone. My lady, what should we do now? Said Zord to Miranda while Jiang Fei was bowing rapidly to Isabella. There's nothing we could do now, let's retreat. With the power of the title Romeo in effect, all female NPCs, which also include Miranda, had changed their reputation level to friendly toward Jiang Fei. Naturally, she would not and could not attack Jiang Fei any longer. Zord alone was not strong enough to defeat Jiang Fei now that he had the blessing of the mermaid princess. Sigh, Zord left and followed Miranda into the seas. He did not want to cross swords with a dragon. Even though they were not weak, dragons were famed not for their brute strength but their dragon magic. Although the Naga race was on par with dragon race in terms of strength, that did not mean that they could win in a one-on-one fight. The dragon race was definitely much stronger than the rest of the 4 races, but due to their declining population, they were starting to lose their accumulated strength. Count yourself lucky this time, princess, said Miranda as she glared at the mermaid princess with hatred. Even though she was friendly with Jiang Fei, she still bare enmity toward the mermaid. So, do tell me. How are you going to deal with this fish? Asked Isabella, still crossing her arms. Now that the enemy soldier had retreated, it was time to deal with the civil war. My love, you wouldn't chase me away, would you? Said the mermaid princess, Ariel, as she hugged Jiang Fei's arm. Her breasts were so huge that she had squeezed Jiang Fei's arm into her cleavage easily. Oh God! Save me! Jiang Fei understood clearly the power of infatuated reputation. He had once experienced it with Sylphie and there was no cure to it. I must tend to the Tidehunter tribe. They must be greatly frightened, said Jiang Fei quickly to escape the infernal rage that Isabella was showing toward him. Chapter 510, Taking Off, Jiang Fei slid his hands away from the ever-soft bosoms of the beautiful mermaid Princess Ariel and quickly escaped into the swamp where the village of the Tidehunter tribe was. Even though he had exclaimed that he wanted to calm the fishmen, it was merely an excuse to avoid the storm that was brewing ever so violently. After an hour or so, Jiang Fei managed to calm the fishmen down and returned to the beach. To his surprise, Jiang Fei saw Isabella and Ariel hugging and laughing together. What in the world happened? Did someone snap his fingers and end world suffering? Jiang Fei was shocked. Before he left, he was sure that Isabella was fuming. He had honestly thought that she might turn into a dragon and gobble up the poor little mermaid princess. How was it that the two were so close to each other? They were acting like they were sisters. It's not nice to eavesdrop on girls' secrets, said Isabella when she noticed Jiang Fei peeking through a palm tree. Sorry. I didn't hear a thing, said Jiang Fei as he laughed awkwardly and came out of his hiding place. He dared not ask anything since Isabella seemed to have calmed down about Ariel. It was best not to disturb a sleeping lion. My love, my father is coming for me. We are fighting the Nagas and I must help my father. Please wait for me. I shall come for you as soon as I can, said Ariel as she kissed Jiang Fei's cheek. Fret not, my little sister, I shall take good care of him, said Isabella before Jiang Fei could even respond. You have my thanks, elder sister. Your words give me peace, said Ariel as she smiled at Isabella and hugged her once more. At this moment, the waves grew violent for a minute and rows of tiger sharks appeared, forming a line. Soon, an army of merfolks appeared and a merman appeared in the middle of the parade holding a large trident. The merman was a middle-aged man that looked extremely handsome. The man had aged well and looked extremely manly with his golden armor and the trident in his hand. My love, my father is here. I shall take my leave now, said Ariel as she left. As soon as she was waist level in the water, her legs turned into bubbles and her fishtail reappeared. In a blink of an eye, she swam toward King Elric and waved goodbye to Jiang Fei. From afar, Jiang Fei could see the two exchange a few words and King Elric glared at Jiang Fei for a brief moment before returning into the sea. Now that I have made my peace with little sister Ariel, I don't want to see you simply allowing butterflies landing on your flowers. Understand, said Isabella. Jiang Fei nodded. Where's your response? Isabella snarled like a tigress. Yes, madam. It will never happen again, madam, cried Jiang Fei as he stood still like a soldier. Good, but it's really not my fault this time. She came to me on her own accord. All I did was cure her with the mushroom, no excuse. You are not allowed to hypnotize other poor girls, cried the jealous Isabella. Yes, madam, cried Jiang Fei fearfully. Isabella scoffed disgruntledly. She knew that it was not Jiang Fei's fault, but who could reason with a girl who was obviously jealous. Shall we continue our hunt? We still need a couple hundred more of the sea serpent's nerve strand, said Jiang Fei. To be honest, Jiang Fei was madly curious about what the girls did when he was in the fishman village. How could the little red chili pepper calm down? What did Ariel do? What did Isabella do? Alas, Jiang Fei would never know since he did not dare to ask her about it. It was still best to leave it at that. What followed next was dull. Jiang Fei and Isabella continued their hunt. Due to the poor efficiency of killing monsters underwater, Jiang Fei still failed to collect 1,000 serpents' nerves by the end of the day. Jiang Fei logged out at 5 a.m. instead of the regular 6. He did that so that he had enough time to prepare to leave the house before his parents woke up. He could not bear to see his mother crying again. He placed a note saying that he was leaving and would be back in a week or the longest, a month. He then slowly opened his room door and tiptoed out of the house. Ah Fei, are you leaving now? Asked his father as soon as Jiang Fei walked into the living room. His father was sitting on the sofa, staring at the window all night, not able to sleep. Yes, said Jiang Fei adamantly. All right. I won't hold you back. Take care and good luck, said his father. Even though his words were cold and short, it meant a lot to Jiang Fei. His father had always been a man of few words. Please, Dad, stay at home and spend more time with Mom, said Jiang Fei as he tried his absolute best not to cry. Yeah. Why do you think I've been working my ass off this whole time? It was all for you. Now that money means nothing to you, I can finally rest and spend my time with your mother. It's been ages since we went out for a date. I wonder if I still have the skills to charm her, said his father before he chuckled to himself. He had finally admitted that he loved his son very much and worked with his blood, sweat, and tears for him. As a result, he had forsaken his mother and it was about time to pay back the time lost at work. I'm sure she would be charmed by you. I mean, she did marry you in the first place, said Jiang Fei as he smiled. Humph. Jiang Fei walked toward the door and before he left, he turned back and said to his father, Thanks for everything that you have done for me. I promise to come back stronger than ever. Just go, his father replied, holding back his tears as his voice trembled. Jiang Fei nodded and left. As soon as he did, Jiang Fei's mother came out of her room and sat down next to the father. Has he gone? Obviously, the father replied. Jiang Fei's mother was crying uncontrollably. While Jiang Fei's father sat in the living room all night, thinking about the things he could have done for Jiang Fei's mother was in her room, crying the entire night as she could not bear to let her son go out into the dangerous world. Even so, she remained in her room. She, of all people, knew that if Jiang Fei saw her crying like that, he would never leave the house ever again. That was why she hid in the room. It was time for her son to spread his wings and fly. It was about time for him to grow stronger, not shackled to her and the father. After leaving the house, Jiang Fei went to the highest floor and into Han Tianyu's house. Like always, Jiang Fei did not bother to knock before entering his house. Even the guard did not bother to stop him as Jiang Fei was a frequent visitor. F***ck, cried Han Tianyu as he got into his fighting stance. Even though Han Tianyu was not as strong as Jiang Fei, he was still a martial artist. Jiang Fei's movement was so quiet and he was genuinely startled when he entered his room. Yo! Had a heart attack yet? Jiang Fei joked. OF***ck. One of these days, I'm sure I'm going to die in your hands, said Han Tianyu as he tried to regain his breath. He picked up the shirt on the table and wore it before sitting next to Jiang Fei. So, what brings you to my room in the middle of the night? I'll be heading back to my master's place for some time. I'm here to ask you a favor. Take good care of my parents. Give my father a relaxing job so that he can spend more time with my mother, said Jiang Fei. Is that it? Asked Han Tianyu. Is there anything I can do for your family? He added. Here, said Jiang Fei as he handed over a small bottle. These are the pills that I have mentioned before. There are 4 of them. I expect you to handle the rest, said Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei had 0541 make the pills the night before. It worked the same just as the Grand Restore pills and the Evil Purging pills, a concentrated pill form of a potion. Han Tianyu got up to his feet as soon as he had the bottle. He opened the bottle and gave it a sniff, only to find it odorless. He had thought that legendary pills would have given off some kind of scent, either bitter or sweet. The pills that Jiang Fei made were extremely effective. There was no reason to check its authenticity. Right. I will take my leave now. I'm already very late to meet my master. Han Tianyu quickly raced across the room and placed the bottle in a safe box under his desk. After that, he returned to Jiang Fei's side. Rest assured that I will take care of your parents when you're gone, said Han Tianyu as he placed his hands on Jiang Fei's shoulder. I'm counting on you, said Jiang Fei. Why do I get the feeling you're going to be gone for a really long time? Well, you're half right about that, said Jiang Fei before brushing off Han Tianyu's hands and leaving the room. Should I send you off? Nah, get naked and go to bed. My senior is coming to get me, said Jiang Fei. All right, Godspeed then. Jiang Fei left Han Tianyu's house and looked at the early morning sky. It was still a long time before the sun rose from the horizon and the stars in the early morning sky were shining brightly. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and said to himself, "Time to hunt for some ship fragments." Chapter 511, Top Secret Number 093, Leader, we have detected a surge in emotional data of a few specimens last night. Even though the numbers were incomparable, there were signs of human personality enhancement, said a researcher in the underground facility located deep in the north. Have you found any sources from that data? Asked the leader. Nothing yet. But all the numbers had only appeared once the specimens had made contact with the player named Verger Glider, said the researcher. HM? This player again? What makes him so special? The leader mumbled to himself. The thing is, when we checked said player's data, there was no abnormality even though he was very much stronger than all players, said the researcher. This technology is not of Earth. Having said that, it is currently the most technologically advanced. If there's no abnormality in his data, we can officially remove any suspicion of human error. Could it be that the said player has some kind of special interaction method with the NPC? Get a team ready to analyze his behavioral pattern, said the leader. Yes, sir. At this moment, Jiang Fei had left Manda Square. With a heavy heart, Jiang Fei rode the hoverboard and flew away toward the sea. According to 0541's report, it was likely that large ship fragments were in the deep seas since no human had the technology to transport it to the surface. 0541 had suggested hunting for those ship fragments in the seas than from those powerful human corporations. His current strength was still too weak to confront them head-on. Knowing that it would be a long trip, Jiang Fei had prepared well. He had stocked up on a lot of prepackaged food and water and stored them in the ring. With enough energy left in the ring, Jiang Fei was prepared for a long journey to find that needle in the haystack. The ocean was too large. If Jiang Fei wanted 0541 to search thoroughly, for even several thousand meters deep into the ocean, Jiang Fei would have to fly slowly. Did you pick up on anything? Jiang Fei asked a few times. He had been hovering on the surface of the water for several hours and had not even seen land. At first, the sight of the ocean with nothing in reach was blissful. However, as time passed, hours after hours, the sight of blue water had gotten into him and made him sick. To think that he would have to spend days and weeks. Negative, 0541 answered briefly. Jiang Fei had flown for at least 7 hours now and he had already reached the Japanese waters. It was not far from where Jiang Fei had first discovered the bio-experiment laboratory. Could you please find somewhere where I can rest? Asked Jiang Fei. The sun had already set and twilight had fallen. Even though he could still fly, he was not in an airplane where he could still sit down and stretch his legs. Standing for more than 7 hours was tiring. I've detected an uninhabited island 50 kilometers in the western direction. It is a suitable place to spend the night, said 0541. Good call. Once Jiang Fei touched down on the island, he quickly found himself a place to sit and sat down. Ouf! My legs, cried Jiang Fei as he almost could not feel his legs anymore. He noted that the place was indeed uninhabited. There was nothing but palm trees and loose sands. No dirt or rocks. Jiang Fei broke down a few palm trees and made a makeshift hut with the trunks and leaves and lay down to rest. As he was about to sleep, he realized that time had no meaning there. Once the sky darkened, there was nothing else that he could do. He had wanted to take a quick rest and continue exploring the ocean to find the ship fragments. However, 0541 insisted that Jiang Fei should sleep through the night and play dawn break. Why? It's not like him stressed up right now, said Jiang Fei as he did not want to waste precious time. The game was fun, he had to admit that, but it was not a priority at that moment. He had the armor and weapons taken out of the game. There was nothing useful that he could get out of it. Captain, playing the game will only bring you benefits. In fact, there will be a surprise soon enough, said 0541 vaguely without explaining the reason behind his advice. Fine then. As captain, I order you to explain the reason to all of this. roared Jiang Fei as he could not wait for the surprise to come. 0541 went silent for a brief moment before answering monotonously. Command rejected. Insufficient authorization. Top Secret 093 requires captain-level authorization. You are currently a captain representative. Command rejected. Whoa. What is going on? Cried Jiang Fei, surprised. Captain! I'm truly sorry that I cannot reveal any of the information. However, I can tell you this. The more time you spend in the game Dawn Break, the more benefits it would bring you. Ugh. Fine, keep your secrets then, Jiang Fei scoffed. Although he was annoyed at the fact that he was kept in the dark, he knew that 0541 would not do anything to harm him. Jiang Fei heeded 0541's advice and slept. You're late. Again, due to the difference in time zone, by the time Jiang Fei had logged into the game, it was already past the usual login time. Ho ho. Sorry, I had something to do, said Jiang Fei as he continued where he left off with the sea serpents. Only after more than 10 hours of hellish grind, Jiang Fei had successfully collected 1,000 nerve strands. Finally, Jiang Fei let out a long sigh of relief. He quickly got back to the beach and flew toward the Demon Flame Fortress on the Skygliding Dragon. There, he made his way to the commander's hall. Yesterday, when he was back in the hall, only Ivan was there. Today, not only all 3 high officers were there, the Saint of the Light was there as well. Lord Commander, I have collected all the 1,000 nerve strands that you had asked of me, said Jiang Fei as he bowed down. I knew that you could do it easily, ding. Quest completed, ding. You have obtained 11 million experience points, 850 gold coins, ding. You have gained 1,000 reputation points of the Demon Flame Fortress. The amount of experience points Jiang Fei had just received had increased Jiang Fei's experience gauge by only 12%. That only showed Jiang Fei the real amount of experience points required to level up. While Jiang Fei was lamenting about the cruel concept of the never-ending grinding, Ivan came to him. Brother, I understand that you must be tired after finishing this mission. However, the war between the light factions draws near and I need your help to replenish the supplies, said Ivan. Ding! Frontline Commander Ivan has a quest for you, materials for War 2. Will you accept it? I am but to serve the Lord Commander as he wishes, said Jiang Fei as he accepted the quest. He understood that there would be more quests coming after this one since it was a series of quests that would finally lead to something big. Just as he was about to leave the hall, he saw the Saint of the Light giving him a certain look. Huh? What the dash? Jiang Fei was stunned when he saw that look in her eyes. Jiang Fei felt a shiver down his spine and through his body. It was the effect of the title, Romeo in Play. The hostile NPC was now friendly toward him. From the look of her gaze, it seemed that there was a quest that he could partake in. Chapter 512, 2 Birds, 1 Stone. As the 3 commanders were discussing amongst themselves, Jiang Fei sneaked past them and came to the Saint of the Light. Unknown explorer, I know that you are a member of the Nephilim race, but my heart tells me that you are not like the enemies. You are not evil. The war between the light and the shadow is cruel, but the flames of war must never reach the people. Would you help me? Asked the Saint as quietly as she could. Ding! The Saint of the Light has a legendary hidden quest for you, rescue the civilians. Will you accept it? Your Highness, I agree with what you said. War is blind, yet the innocent should never be involved, said Jiang Fei as he accepted the quest. Even though the quest looked tough, if he could complete it, the reward should be just as good. I thank you very much, kind stranger, said the Saint as she handed over a letter and a bracelet. This is neither the time nor the place to talk. Everything you need to know is in that letter. Am counting on you to save the lives of my people, said the Saint as she frequently turned around to check on the 3 commanders. I will give it my all, said Jiang Fei after he had received the quest item. Once he was sure there was no one around, Jiang Fei opened the letter and read it. Ding! Quest updated. The contents of the letter were really short. All it said was to bring the bracelet to a certain place. There, a company of guards would be waiting for him. Using the bracelet as proof, Jiang Fei would be able to take the commander role of the Saint's Guards. After that, all Jiang Fei needed to do was to lead the company and help the Light faction to safely escort all 10,000 civilians to safety. The reward was 50 million experiences points, 2,000 gold coins, and 1 unspecified equipment. Even though Isabella was not happy that Jiang Fei had gone behind her back and accepted the quest to help the saint, she did not adamantly reject the idea to save the civilians, as she was kind under all that facade. Quest name, materials for War 2, quest description: the decisive battle is nigh and the demon fortress requires a large amount of felsteel bar to make weapons. Your mission is to use any means necessary to collect 10,000 felsteel bars. Quest reward: 15 million experience points, 1,000 gold coins, 2,000 honor points. Alas, the second subsequent quest was much harder than the first one. Thankfully, the rewards were also scaled to its difficulty. Felsteel bar was a material used to make weapons and heavy armor of level 60 and higher. It was a material that players would find and refine by themselves. They could also be bought from neutral stance NPC merchants. However, felsteel ores were the products of faction map and could never be found in any of the main city regions. Right now, the general public was unable to access the faction map since they were all underleveled. Buying felsteel bars from players was out of the option. Besides buying, there were 2 other ways. One was to buy from the neutral NPC merchant, and the last option was to go to the Light faction area and rob them. To buy that sort of item from an NPC merchant would require a considerable amount of reputation level. To be precise, Jiang Fei would have to have respect level of reputation or higher of not that merchant but the entire faction's reputation. Being in a film of the Shadow faction, there was no way Jiang Fei could complete that requirement in a short time. As for robbing the Light faction, it was a doable action but a much harder one. Jiang Fei had attacked the Light faction once and helped Heinz to capture and kidnap the Saint of the Light. However, Jiang Fei had only helped break the first defense of the town. The real perpetrators were the soldiers and Heinz of the Shadow faction. To have Jiang Fei to go in and rob them alone would be akin to throwing an egg to a stone. There was no way Jiang Fei and Isabella could destroy any given town's defenses. Jiang Fei scratched his chin and thought of something brilliant. The quest that he had obtained from the Saint of the Light was to rescue the civilians of the Light faction. That must include the blacksmiths. In the midst of the chaos, Jiang Fei could surely be able to take all the felsteel bars he wanted. 2 birds with 1 stone. With that thought in mind, Jiang Fei started to plan. The Saint of the Light had only asked him to save the civilians, not their property nor their belongings. Hence, all he had to do was to ensure the civilians get away safely. He could then claim all their leftover items in the town as compensation for saving their lives. There might be chances that the civilians would take their precious belongings with them as they escape. However, since Jiang Fei was their soon-to-be commander, he could pester the civilians to move as fast as they could with the Saint's Guard's help. They might take their gold and silver but not heavy metals such as the felsteel bars. Not only would Jiang Fei be able to complete the Saint of the Light's hidden quest, he would also be completing Ivan's quest. After his plan was devised, Jiang Fei took off into the air and flew toward the location where the Saint had indicated in her letter. "Something's coming. All hands, get ready for combat," cried one of the guards as she spotted Jiang Fei high in the sky. "Who is it?" "Stay frosty, girls," cried another guard as Jiang Fei landed. "A demon, kill them," cried the leading NPC guard as she charged towards Jiang Fei with her sword in hand. "Whoa there!" Even though Jiang Fei had the Saint's bracelet, the guards still attacked Jiang Fei without giving him a chance to explain his situation. "Die, demon," cried the leading NPC guards as she was about to land a slash on Jiang Fei. As soon as she was close enough to Jiang Fei, her status turned from red to green, indicating that Jiang Fei and she were now in a friendly reputation status. Jiang Fei's Romeo title effect was in play and the female NPC lowered her sword. "Who are you?" asked the female NPC. "I am an envoy sent by the Saint of the Light." "Take this." These are the bracelet and the letter of the saint, said Jiang Fei as he handed over the items that the saint had given to him. I understand the situation now. My apologies, Sir Envoy. I am the commander of the Saint's Guard Company, Hua Mulan, said the NPC as she kneeled down to Jiang Fei. Ugh, Jiang Fei cringed. He had no idea who was the designer of this NPC, but naming her as Hua Mulan was a little derivative and lazy, to be honest. Even so, this female commander had definitely lived up to the name Mulan as she was strong. She was a level 89 higher lord tier NPC. She was only one level away from being a lesser overlord at level 90. Looked like the luminous church had spared no man behind in order to protect the Saint of the Light. However, since the saint was meditating in the Moonlight Church, she was without her personal guards. That was the reason why Jiang Fei and the Shadow faction were able to capture the saint. Mulan then revealed the identity to the entire female guards present and explained the situation to them. At the very least, they would not attack Jiang Fei any longer. They could not do it anyway because of Romeo. Jiang Fei examined the company for a bit and found that 2/3 of the saint's guards was made up of females. Of course, they were immediately charmed by Jiang Fei and became friendly with him. The rest of the male guards were not as easily persuaded by Mulan as their name tags were still pinkish red. Even though they did not attack Jiang Fei, they would not recognize him as an ally. Chapter 513, It's Sweeping Time. Once Jiang Fei assumed the commanding role of the company, Jiang Fei led the 500 men of the Saints' Guards to the Light faction territory. To avoid detection, Jiang Fei hid Isabella before he arrived and merged with the company during the entry into the territory. Since they were all considered as one of their own, the guards would not check each and every one of the company members. They had only just passed the first checkpoint and was the first line of defense from the Shadow faction. They were literally the furthest away from the center of the Light faction. Where is the closest town? Asked Jiang Fei. Sir, it is only several clicks away to the east, said Mulan. Good. Let's get there first and evacuate all the civilians there, said Jiang Fei. Even though he was not smiling, he was practically laughing his ass off mentally. A quest that allowed him to take advantage of the chaos was hard to come by. After traveling several kilometers east, Jiang Fei and the entire company of Saints' Guards arrived at the small town mentioned by Mulan. The town was surrounded by a few defense towers, but they were unarmed as the company was not an enemy. Take over the command. Remember, time is of the essence. Since there are no enemies attacking yet, divide and conquer, said Jiang Fei. Even though he was acting as the commander in the name of the saint, all the other male NPCs were still treating Jiang Fei as the enemy. Hence, Jiang Fei did not bother wasting his time persuading the other NPCs. Instead, he had Hua Mulan to do it as everyone would still listen and obey her command. Currently, the male NPC's reputation with Jiang Fei was still cold. As you command, sir, said Mulan as she saluted and left to the company. After that, she divided the company into smaller squads and left to evacuate the civilians from the town. With the war looming close, the civilians were restless. Once a military officer arrived in town, everyone started to panic. No one wanted to stay back when the threat of war was coming closer. The saint was highly revered by the people of the town, which made the evacuation process smooth and fast. Even so, many of them had returned to their homes to start packing their valuables. I really can't underestimate the greed in humans, said Jiang Fei to himself. He saw the civilians being told to evacuate as soon as they could, but they would not listen to the guards. Instead, they went ahead and started packing as if they were moving houses. Inform Commander Hua Mulan to speed up the evacuation process. We cannot delay the process any longer. Tell her that there is a small squad of demon soldiers coming in. I suspect it's the assault team. If time is on our side, we can still evacuate all the civilians in time, said Jiang Fei to one of the female guards. He could not bother to even talk to the male NPCs since they would not even look at him without spitting in his face. What? A demon assault squad, cried Hua Mulan as soon as the female guard had passed the message to Mulan. Even though the Saints' Guards were strong, there were only 500 men at best. If the demons had attacked the town, the Saints' guards would only be able to defend themselves. They would not be able to spare any manpower to safely escort the civilians. "Sir Envoy, are you sure about the demons?" asked Hua Mulan as soon as she arrived at his side, demanding confirmation. "I cannot say for certain. Even if it's not the demon assault squad, there's no telling that the Saints' guards could fend them off on their own. It all comes to you believing in my report. All I can say now is, the lives of the civilians is at the top of my priority list," said Jiang Fei with a stoic face. Hua Mulan kept quiet. She did not have to say anything. She had wholeheartedly agreed with Jiang Fei. The lives of the civilians mattered most. Most importantly, a demon envoy sent by the saint herself had warned her about the incoming attack. What harm would there be to listen to him? "First Squadron, go now and gather all civilians at the town square immediately. Tell them that the demons are coming. There's no time for them to take their belongings." Hua Mulan bit down on her pride and immediately commanded her company to split up and round all the civilians instead of allowing them to leisurely pack their things. Even though it would end up with a great loss, it was still best to stay alive and worry later. Hua Mulan spared no man behind and mobilized the entire company. As soon as the company spread into town, roars and complaints were heard. The entire town was mad since they were asked to leave all their valuables behind to gather at the center of the town. However, they were not angry at the company, since they were there to save them. Instead, they were angry and mad at the demons. Haha, Jiang Fei snickered to himself when he saw the civilians rushing toward the town square empty-handed. Some of them managed to gather a few items that were all crammed into a gunny sack. By the time they all left to safety, all of the leftover valuables would be his. Half an hour later, every single civilians were gathered at the center of the town. They were not the only ones there. The town's guards and soldiers were also gathered there to help the Saints' Guard Company to maintain order. Sadly, their numbers were very small, only 20 or so. It was like adding salt to the seawater. "Please go without me. I will be in the sky to scout for the demons," said Jiang Fei to Hua Mulan as the entire company started to evacuate the civilians. "There's no way I can thank you enough, Sir Envoy," said Hua Mulan as she bowed down. Ding! Hua Mulan's reputation points has increased by 2,000. Current reputation level is approved. What the hell? That's too much, thought Jiang Fei to himself. Although he knew that he could earn reputation points faster than usual with the Romeo title in hand, he had never thought that with only one touching move, he would earn so much reputation points. In this case, Hua Mulan's reputation points with Jiang Fei had increased so much due to his act of selflessness. He belonged to the Nephilim race, yet he had ignored his faction's commands and came over to the Light faction to save innocent civilians. He had even proactively offered to stay behind to ensure the safety of the evacuation process. "Don't waste any more time, Commander Hua Mulan. Please leave. Please make sure that the civilians and the entire company are safely escorted to somewhere safe. Until then, do not come back for me," said Jiang Fei adamantly. The entire thing about scouting and being on the lookout was a complete lie. There was no demon assault squad. All he wanted to do was to wait until the company and Hua Mulan leave and he would be able to swipe all the treasures in this empty uninhabited town. "Bella, come on out," said Jiang Fei as she summoned Isabella out into the world. Hua Mulan had already gone with the civilians and could not see what Jiang Fei was doing then. Isabella was a pure-blooded royal Nephilim princess. Even with the keepsake of the saint in hand, Hua Mulan and the rest of the company would never believe him to be an envoy from the saint. "Humph. If you dare to put me in that black box again without my consent, I will bite your head off," Isabella snarled at Jiang Fei. "Ha ha. That's my girl. You'll have to forgive me this time. The quest requires me to do so. Look, you had only stayed in the black box for a little while, but thanks to that, we are going to hit the jackpot," cried Jiang Fei as he pointed at the houses. Due to the fear of an incoming demon assault, Hua Mulan and the company of the Saints' Guards had forced the civilians to leave all their belongings behind and escape light-handed. There were many things that they would not take with them, such as heavy metals, gold bars, potions, silks and clothes, and a mountain of herbs, all of which were incredibly expensive and precious. As an NPC, they would need to get several carts and wagons just to move the items. As a player, however, there was this thing called the interdimensional pocket. No matter how heavy an item was, it only counted the quantity. One slot would take up 200 items. As such, Jiang Fei was able to easily sweep the entire town clean of its leftover treasures. If that was not enough to fill Jiang Fei's inventory, he still had the ring's extra inventory slot. Haha. The coast is clear. Put on your mask and hide your face. It's sweeping time, chapter 514. Too much reputation is troublesome. About 20 minutes later, Jiang Fei finished looting all the supplies in the entire town. Damn! You really can't get rich without receiving unexpected wealth. Jiang Fei really wanted to laugh out loud. After he looted all the resources in one small town, he had already gotten enough of felsteel bars to complete his quest. Moreover, Jiang Fei also obtained countless other metal ingots, various types of cloths, and a large number of herbs from the town. No wonder everyone wants to be a bandit. It's pretty good business. Jiang Fei laughed. Stop being so proud of yourself. This time, you're just lucky that you managed to fool these civilians into evacuating. If you really tried to rob them forcefully, you would be dead. The arrow towers around the town can easily get rid of most bandits. Isabella threw a wet blanket over his gloat. Hee, am already content with this one opportunity. Let's tidy things up and go to the next town. Jiang Fei smiled smugly. It was hard for such an opportunity to come by. Of course, he planned to escort the evacuation of the civilians of several more towns. Tidy up what? Isabella asked, confused. After all, Jiang Fei had taken away all the valuable things in the town. Create a fake scene, of course. It's a pretty nice town, what a pity. As he spoke, Jiang Fei started to set fire everywhere in the town. He did this for a very simple reason. That was, to destroy evidence, so that other people would not discover his act of stealing in the future. In just a short time, flames devoured the entire town. Jiang Fei then summoned the juvenile skygliding dragon and left the town. As they knew which direction Hua Mulan and the others who were evacuating went, and Jiang Fei could fly as he had the juvenile skygliding dragon, he quickly found the team. Bella, you'll have to suffer for a little while more. Jiang Fei turned back and smiled at Isabella. Humph. You big bully. Isabella pouted, but still returned into the pet space obediently. Jiang Fei tugged the juvenile skygliding dragon's reins and made the mount descend. Master Inquisitor, how are things? Hua Mulan asked. Fortunately, we evacuated in time. Not long after you all left the town, the Nephilim's assault unit arrived. Jiang Fei said, his face showing great fear. What? The Nephilims really have an assault unit? Hua Mulan was shocked. Yeah. As we had already evacuated, the Nephilims got so angry that they set the whole town on fire. Jiang Fei said with a look of pity. Sure enough, after hearing what Jiang Fei said, the civilians who had been forced to evacuate were dumbstruck. Some of them felt fortunate. After all, they escaped death. Some of them were sad because their homes had been destroyed. They were all far away from home now and they did not know what would happen in the future. Thank you. Hua Mulan sincerely bowed to Jiang Fei. After all, in her eyes, even though this adventurer in front of her was a Nephilim, he was resolutely involved in the action of saving the light believers. If it were not for him, these civilians would have probably been killed. Ding! Your reputation with Hua Mulan has increased by 1,000 points. As Hua Mulan was grateful to Jiang Fei, the reputation between the two of them had increased once again. The F***CK. It's so easy to gain reputation. Jiang Fei secretly thought to himself. Master Inquisitor, what do we do next? Hua Mulan asked. What are you planning to do? Jiang Fei did not answer her immediately. I want to escort these civilians to the rear areas first. Hua Mulan replied. No! If we do that, by the time we get back here, the surrounding towns would have been destroyed by the Nephilim's assault unit. Jiang Fei immediately shook his head and objected. Master Inquisitor, what do you plan to do then? Hua Mulan asked. We leave these civilians and stop by all of the surrounding towns. Gather all the civilians from these towns, then leave together. Jiang Fei said. He only said this because he wanted to save himself some trouble. It was too troublesome if he had to transfer these civilians several times. But, this way, if we encounter the Nephilim's assault unit, we won't be able to protect all the civilians. Hua Mulan hesitated. Don't worry. It'll continue to keep watch in the sky. If the Nephilim's assault unit is close by, it'll warn you guys in advance. Jiang Fei assured them. If so, then I thank you for your hard work from the bottom of my heart, Master Inquisitor. Hua Mulan was very touched when she saw that Jiang Fei was so enthusiastic about taking on the difficult task of escorting them. Ding! Your reputation with Hua Mulan has increased by 2,000 points. The current reputation level is respect, swoosh. A green light flashed above Jiang Fei's head. His reputation with Hua Mulan had leveled up once again. F*CK. If this went on, this chick was going to become infatuated with me soon. Jiang Fei suddenly had a bad feeling. Jiang Fei was feeling fortunate that Isabella was not there when he met Hua Mulan. Otherwise, she would definitely be jealous and annoy him. Okay. Let's go. Jiang Fei shook his head. His plan was to quickly save 10,000 people. Then, he could complete the quest and save himself from seeing this Hua Mulan ever again. Yes. Master. At this time, Hua Mulan already had stars in her eyes when she looked at Jiang Fei. After all, respect was also a powerful positive feeling. This time, although Jiang Fei did not walk with Hua Mulan and the others, he monitored them from above. The so-called Nephilim's assault unit did not exist anyway. Jiang Fei just had to trail behind the team. Sure enough, when Hua Mulan and the others arrived at the second town, they immediately asked the people there to relocate. This time, the process was smoother. This was because there were many civilians around to persuade the others. These civilians brought up how their homes had been destroyed by the Nephilims and what the Nephilims did to their town. Anyway, they described it as if they had seen it with their own eyes. So, there was no way that the residents in this town would dare to continue staying there. As soon as they heard that the Nephilims could catch up and come to their town any time, the residents of this town did not even waste any of Hua Mulan's time. They abandoned everything that was inconvenient to carry with them and immediately requested to evacuate. After Hua Mulan and the others had left, Jiang Fei went down to harvest everything and kept all the valuable materials into his backpack. Bella, what do you think? Great business, right? Jiang Fei smiled smugly. As he did not have to deal with Hua Mulan and the others anymore, he released Isabella. Humph. Isabella snorted. Although she was not particularly happy with Jiang Fei making money through such devious ways, he was the man that she had feelings for. So, she could not really say anything. The next thing to do was way easier. After Jiang Fei harvested all the supplies, he burned the whole town down in big flames, then hit Isabella. He looked for Hua Mulan and the others to scare them once again, then continued to keep watch. After a whole day of going around like this, Jiang Fei earned so much money he almost could not believe it. Damn! Even if I failed the quest, all this money is worth it. Jiang Fei laughed as he rode on the juvenile skygliding dragon in the sky. Chapter 515, Disappointment. When the game time was over and Jiang Fei was forced to go offline, there were already more than 7,000 civilians on Hua Mulan's team. Jiang Fei had also ransacked 4 towns and obtained countless supplies. However, the only thing that troubled Jiang Fei was that his reputation level with Hua Mulan had increased to admire. If he continued with this, by the time they had to save 10,000 civilians tomorrow, this chick would become infatuated with him. Although this caused Jiang Fei a bit of a headache, he was already forced offline at this time. So, everything in relation to the game could only be put aside for now. 0541, let's go. After eating something, Jiang Fei got on the gigantic saber once again. After a night of rest in the game, Jiang Fei was feeling refreshed. One was guaranteed to enter the deepest level of sleep while in the game, which was absolutely the best for rest. After leaving this uninhabited island, Jiang Fei was once again surrounded by the endless ocean. It was the sea and the sky no matter which direction he looked at. It was impossible to tell where he was. 0541, where are we currently at? After flying for about 4 hours, Jiang Fei asked 0541. We're currently in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. The Midway Islands is 50 kilometers southeast. 0541 projected a map in front of Jiang Fei as he spoke. Jiang Fei nodded. He was familiar with the Midway Islands. He had heard about this place repeatedly in history class. They say that more than 200 years ago, when the Japanese still did not get along with the Americans, the two countries had a fight on this island. The Japanese lost miserably, and since then their country's strength had declined. Eventually, the Japanese were tamed into becoming watchdogs for the Americans. Captain, I recommend you avoid going in the direction of the Midway Islands. There are large military radars there, and our civilian invisibility device might be detected by the radar if we're at close range. 0541 warned. Okay. Jiang Fei did not take the risk. After all, even though he had added a weapon system onto the gigantic saber at his feet, it was still a civilian anti-gravity hoverboard. If it gets detected by radar, one supersonic missile could easily kill him. After deviating from the Midway Islands, Jiang Fei continued to fly aimlessly. Looking for Braveheart fragments was like looking for needles in a haystack. Jiang Fei had to constantly fly at a height close to the sea so that 0541 could receive the signals that Braveheart fragments emitted. Although 0541's active scanning range was 3,000 kilometers, Jiang Fei could not bear to activate such a large energy-consuming function. Even though he still had enough energy for now, he had yet to find the engine room. The nuclear energy he had was decreasing by the seconds, and he did not want to ransack a uranium mine again. After all, if he did such a thing a few more times, the European Vatican would definitely get angry. If they hunted him down, Jiang Fei would be no match for them, as he barely had the comprehensive strength of a level 4 metahuman. Therefore, in order to save energy, Jiang Fei could only let 0541 accept the signals passively instead of turning on the search function. Hence, 0541's search range was greatly reduced. After flying for another 5 or 6 hours above the Pacific Ocean, 0541 finally gave some pretty good news. Captain, I've discovered a signal that looks like a Braveheart fragment signal, but it's very weak. I need further confirmation. 0541 sounded surprised. Tell me the approximate location. Jiang Fei did not talk nonsense. After all, the closer they were, the more accurately 0541 could determine the source of the signal. Southwest direction. The specific coordinates cannot be determined. 0541 gave an approximate direction. All right. Jiang Fei immediately drove the gigantic saber in the direction 0541 mentioned. The signal source has been determined, 0541 said, about 10 minutes later. Is it a Braveheart fragment? Jiang Fei asked immediately. Yes. Although 0541 gave a positive answer, 0541 sounded somewhat disappointed. What's going on? Jiang Fei asked. Although this is a Braveheart fragment, it's totally useless. It's just the wreckage of kitchenware from the Braveheart's kitchen, 0541 said. Pfft. We got excited for nothing. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Captain, you don't have to be disappointed. Even though the wreckage of kitchenware from the Braveheart's kitchen has no value, this still shows that this spot is one of the areas where the Braveheart fragments had fallen. So, there might be other fragments nearby, 0541 said. That makes sense. Jiang Fei nodded. If the wreckage of kitchenware here, it means that it has not been discovered by others. After all, the other people on Earth were not as picky as Jiang Fei. In their opinion, as long as it was an extraterrestrial product, it did not matter whether it was plush toys or kitchen pots and pans, as all of them had research value. Hence, once found, these items would definitely be taken away. If the wreckage of kitchenware was still here, it meant that humans have not discovered this place. Continue searching. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he began to use this kitchenware wreckage as the center point and started to enlarge his flight radius bit by bit in an attempt to look for other fragments. Unfortunately, however, the search for fragments was not an easy job. When the sky darkened, Jiang Fei still did not find anything. Let's find a small island and take a break for now. Jiang Fei was also pretty tired at this time. This time, Jiang Fei did not ask 0541 to search for islands that he could land on, because he had already noticed several small islands when he was flying around previously. So, Jiang Fei chose the nearest one and flew there directly. After landing, Jiang Fei ate something then sat down against a coconut tree. It's so difficult because we're always trying to find a needle in a haystack. Jiang Fei sighed. It can't be helped. Currently, there are many things that have not been solved. The stored energy that I have must be used with care, so we can only look for fragments slowly. 0541 explained. I know. Jiang Fei nodded. He obviously knew how valuable 0541's current resources were. The two chatted for a while. When Jiang Fei felt like it was about time, he returned to the game once again. You're quite punctual today. As soon as Jiang Fei got online, Isabella said sweetly. Of course. It's because I miss you. Jiang Fei was more experienced now. Girls like to hear sweet words. Even if they knew that you did not mean it, they still like to hear it. After hiding Isabella back into the pet space, Jiang Fei descended to the ground and met Hua Mulan. Then, he asked Hua Mulan to lead the team and continue to the next town in order to evacuate the people living in that town as soon as possible. Jiang Fei's goal today was to complete these two quests. Moreover, since he now had so many resources in his hands, he was not planning to build his new fortress like a normal fortress anymore. Since he had money, he naturally had to build a tycoon version of it. Although the cost of building a tycoon version fortress was way higher than building a normal fortress, the combat power was also far better. The only drawback was that it was an extreme waste of resources. However, Jiang Fei's resources were free, so he was naturally not too bothered about it. Chapter 516, Quest Obstruction. When it was almost noon in the game, Jiang Fei had already ransacked another two small towns and Hua Mulan was already leading more than 13,000 refugees. Among these refugees, there were less than 700 soldiers and the others were ordinary civilians. Master Inquisitor, all the people in the nearby towns have been evacuated. What do we do next? When Jiang Fei flew down again, Hua Mulan asked. Have all the towns that are a little further away been evacuated too? Jiang Fei was a little addicted to looting by now. After all, these monies came too quickly and too easily. The remaining towns are relatively closer to our fortress. The Nephilim's assault unit probably won't dare to go to those towns. Also, we already have too many people in our hands, we can't take any more. Hua Mulan said. Jiang Fei pondered. What Hua Mulan said was very true. After all, there were less than 700 soldiers even with Hua Mulan's subordinates and the guards of each town combined. These people were already struggling to maintain the order of more than 10,000 refugees. Moreover, because all of them were evacuated in a rush. Many refugees did not bring enough food and water. Therefore, there have been many occurrences of robberies in the refugee group, making things harder for the soldiers under Hua Mulan's command. Okay. Let's move them into the hinterland first. Jiang Fei thought about it and decided. Although Jiang Fei could become richer if he ransacked another few small towns, he had to hurry and resettle these refugees. Otherwise, these refugees who did not have food and water could become a mob in a blink of an eye. If that happened, Jiang Fei's quest would probably fail. Jiang Fei was still pretending to patrol in the sky, looking out for the Nephilim's assault unit that did not exist, while Hua Mulan was trying to organize the refugees in order to advance into the hinterland of the Light faction. More than 10,000 people marched forward. This attracted the attention of the Light faction very quickly. A cavalry rushed to the scene immediately. However, Hua Mulan was a legitimate Light faction general and she was following the orders of the Saint. So, after these cavalrymen briefly understood the situation, they did not dare to stop her. They just rushed back and reported the news to the frontline commander. The frontline commander of the Light faction, Bernard, was also a level 85 high-ranked commander like the frontline commander of the Dark faction, Ivan. When he heard that a huge number of civilians on the front line had been evacuated, he immediately became angry. How can this be? No! We must make them go back. Bernard immediately ordered. Bernard did not want these civilians to retreat to the Light faction's hinterland because these civilians could provide the Light faction's troops with various supplies if they stayed in the bordering areas. If they had to transport all these supplies from the inland, it would be very costly and their supplies could be easily cut off by the Nephilim's assault unit. Moreover, if the war progresses to a worrying state, these civilians would immediately be forced to become soldiers. They would be the first to serve as cannon fodders and play a role in defending the attacks of the Dark faction. So, if these civilians stayed in the areas at the front line of the war, it was very beneficial to the Light faction's line of defense. Commander, we can't stop it. The ones who are handling the evacuation of these people are the Saint's guards, and the one leading them is General Hua Mulan. The officers under Bernard were in a difficult position. Sigh. This Saint is really annoying. After she got caught because she tried to show off her skills, she's still bringing me trouble. Bernard frowned. Although Bernard and the Light Saint were both loyal to the Light faction, the two of them had very different philosophies of war. Bernard believed that the purpose of war was to win. For victory, he would use the people's war strategy and it did not matter even if there were many casualties. However, the Light Saint believed that the purpose of the war was to protect the safety of the people. If a war was at the expense of the lives of civilians, then there was no point fighting in such a war. Therefore, when Heinz threatened to kill everyone in the entire town, the Light Saint could have held on and defended with the help of the Moonlight Church before reinforcements arrived. However, she voluntarily allowed the Nephilims to take her captive. To Bernard, this kind of behavior was unreasonable because the Light Saint was far more important than all of the civilians of a small town combined. If all the civilians of a small town died, it would not really affect anything. However, when the Saint was taken captive, the Light faction immediately had to become passive. In the upcoming battle between the Light and Dark faction, they would only be able to passively defend themselves. They would not dare to take the initiative to attack because they feared for the safety of the Saint. As both of them had differing war philosophies, Bernard was unable to tolerate the withdrawal of these civilians from the battlefield. In his eyes, as long as someone was a member of the Light faction, they were obliged to sacrifice their lives for the Light faction. This was regardless of whether they were civilians or soldiers. Even though Bernard was insistent on not allowing these civilians to withdraw from the battlefield, he furrowed his brows when he heard his soldier report that the general in charge of the evacuation was Hua Mulan. It could not be helped. Although Hua Mulan was a female general, she was known to be invincible in the Light faction as those who were below the rank of overlord was no match for her. Moreover, this strong woman was extremely loyal to the Saint. If she was really carrying out the orders of the Saint, then Bernard would not be able to do much even if he personally went there and tried to stop her. He would just get beaten up and embarrass himself. Bernard suddenly had an idea. He said to the signaler under him, "Go to the field headquarters and request for Sylphie to come down here." Yes. The soldier left to do his job. At this time, as the Holy Chich's assassin Sylphie had been ordered to keep watch of the frontline defense, she happened to be inside the Divine Light Fortress. As Bernard could not beat Hua Mulan, he thought of Sylphie. She was a disciple of the moon god and she was an overlord. If she tried to control the situation, Hua Mulan would probably give in to her. Soon, Sylphie arrived in front of Bernard. You wanted to see me so urgently. What's going on? Is there a problem with our defense? Even though this girl was obsessed with Jiang Fei and would go crazy whenever he was around, she was still quite normal when he was not around. She was very loyal to the Light faction. So, when she heard that Bernard had an urgent matter, she immediately thought that there was a problem with the defense. Your Royal Highness Sylphie, there is indeed a problem. The captain of the guards under Her Royal Highness the Saint has actually made a huge number of civilians withdraw from the battlefield. This has increased the amount of pressure on our defense significantly. Bernard said. How can this be? Hua Mulan must be executing the orders of the Saint again. Sigh. This silly saint is just way too soft-hearted. In her normal state, Sylphie was a cold-blooded assassin. She even dared to assassinate the Nephilim's fourth prince. So, why would she care about the lives of some civilians? Therefore, Sylphie's philosophy of war was the same as Bernard's. Victory was the priority. Civilian casualties and things like that were not within their consideration. Your Royal Highness Sylphie, will you? Bernard did not say it out. However, his purpose of looking for Sylphie was so that she could help him. After all, if Sylphie was not someone who firmly prioritized victory in a war like him, the Luminous Vatican would not have sent her here to keep the defense in check. I'll go with you. Sylphie did not even hesitate. She immediately decided to go with Bernard and try to bring these civilians back. Well, leave now. Bernard rushed out of the fortress with the cavalry, whereas Sylphie flew there directly. Chapter 517, Framed. Bernard brought a team of horse-riding troops to go after Jiang Fei and Hua Mulan's refugees. Although Jiang Fei and the rest had already moved quite far ahead, they were all walking on their feet with loads of baggages. How could they possibly be faster than horse-riding troops? After approximately an hour, Bernard's horse-riding troops managed to catch up and get a view of the refugees before them. Talk to her first. If it doesn't work, I will do it myself, Sylphie said to Bernard. Although Sylphie was stronger than Hua Mulan and was also the moon god's disciple, the two belonged to different organizations. Sylphie was from the religious judicatory which belonged to the Pope, while Hua Mulan was the saint's subordinate. It might appear that the Luminous Vatican's Pope had all the power whereas the saint did not. However, the two were rightfully equals. The Pope was in charge of managing the Luminous Vatican's affairs while the saint was responsible for spreading evangelism. In other words, the Pope had a complete say in military affairs, whereas the saint held the responsibility of garnering support from the people. Although her powers were not as great as the Pope, she fronted the common disaster relief and life-saving initiatives. Therefore, in the eyes of the Luminous Vatican's followers, she held a very prominent place. Due to such relations, Sylphie did not wish to cause trouble with the saint's subordinate. Moreover, they were in the midst of engaging the Dark faction in the battle. If there were to be internal strife within the Light faction, it would be all over for them. All right. I highly suspect that Hua Mulan will not agree with us, Bernard sighed. However, he did not dare to disobey Sylphie's order. With that, Sylphie flew into the sky and hid behind layers of clouds. Bernard, on the other hand, led his horse-riding troops to block the refugees' path. What's going on? Jiang Fei realized that the group had stopped moving forward and turned to Hua Mulan with his question. As there were no more small towns to rob, and Jiang Fei was also too lazy to scout the so-called Nephilim's assault unit, he decided to stay with Hua Mulan and the rest in the group. Reporting to the commander. Bernard has blocked our pathway. Right then, a lowly soldier came forward with news for Hua Mulan. Hua Mulan frowned. Naturally, she knew that Bernard was a frontline commander and also understood why he had come. The saint was in charge of spreading the religion and therefore prioritized peasants' livelihood. The Pope, on the other hand, focused on protecting the structure of governance and therefore was willing to sacrifice any number of peasants to fight against the Dark faction. As such, it was impossible to reconcile the differences between the two. "I'll have a look." Hua Mulan smiled and nodded at Jiang Fei as she followed the lowly soldier to the front of the group. "A loghead from the Divine Light Fortress? I want to have a look too." Jiang Fei's interest was piqued. Hence, he quietly sneaked in front of the group. "Bernard, why have you come?" Hua Mulan showed no signs of friendliness to the frontline commander. "He. That. Lieutenant General Hua Mulan, this, that." Bernard could not form a proper sentence after a long while. Bernard could not help it. Hua Mulan was well known for her bad temper. She might look dainty and elegant with her pretty white teeth and luscious red lips, but she was infamous for her explosive temper. If she did not agree with someone, she might just start attacking the person directly. On top of that, nobody could defeat her but an overlord. Bernard himself had been defeated by her twice before. Therefore, when he saw Hua Mulan, he felt very intimidated. "Be straightforward. If there is nothing you want to say, get lost." Hua Mulan had been very polite to Jiang Fei due to his high reputation. Although she and Bernard belonged to the Light faction, they held different beliefs and naturally did not have good relations with one another. "Sigh. I'll just say it. These are all rural peasants and they have a duty to assist us in defending the borders. They cannot retreat." Bernard finally bit his tongue and blurted out what he had to say. Since he had Sylphie's support today, he did not believe Hua Mulan would kick his ass. Battles are military affairs. Why would it have anything to do with peasants? "I have been ordered by the Saint to bring these people to safety." "Are you going against the Saint's order?" Hua Mulan stared at Bernard. "Lieutenant General Hua Mulan, I am from the High Command. Surely the Saint has no right to govern us." Bernard braced himself for the worst. After all, he had Sylphie's backing and did not have to fear Hua Mulan. "Are you saying you want to stop me?" Hua Mulan said as she pulled out her long spear. "Holy sh*T." Bernard's heart beat wildly as he saw Hua Mulan's weapon. The lady before him was so fierce that she would not even think twice before attacking. "I am counting to 3. If you don't get out of my way, I will embarrass you in front of your troops today." Hua Mulan's long spear was pointed directly at the tip of Bernard's nose. My goodness. This lady cannot be angered at all. Bernard subconsciously raised his head to the sky. He had no choice but to ask for Sylphie's help. There was no way he could defeat Hua Mulan. If he was truly beaten up in front of his subordinates, how could he still hold up as a frontline commander? However, Sylphie clearly did not plan to intervene right away. That was because she did not have any reason to. If she intervened now, she would carry the blame of bullying a lower-ranked subordinate from the Saints group. However, if Hua Mulan attacked Bernard first, Sylphie would be able to intervene under the pretext of being a special agent in the frontline inspection defense. After all, it was only natural for her to intervene when a frontline commander was being attacked. The act of looking toward the sky was done subconsciously by Bernard. He understood that Sylphie would not show herself before Hua Mulan attacked him. However, when his gaze returned to Hua Mulan, he noticed an Nephilim amidst the peasants. "Oh, great! Hua Mulan, you are actually colluding with the Nephilims." Bernard finally caught onto something. "Ah!" Hua Mulan was stunned. She then followed Bernard's gaze and looked in the direction where Jiang Fei stood alone on an empty piece of land. Jiang Fei's red name was very much apparent on the empty field. It would be difficult not to notice it. Therefore, it was unsurprising that Bernard saw him from afar. The main reason Jiang Fei was exposed was that he wanted to catch a glimpse of how the frontline commander of the Divine Light Fortress looked like. Jiang Fei had thought it through initially. He would conceal himself amongst the crowd of several thousand so that the horse-riding troops on the other side would not be able to notice him. However, Jiang Fei made a grave mistake. As he was embarrassed from being surrounded by ladies, he chose to stand among the men. However, he forgot that his attraction only worked on women. Therefore, even after Hua Mulan had explained his status, the men in the light faction, regardless of whether they were soldiers or peasants, all held an indifferent state toward Jiang Fei's reputation. Everyone kept their distance from Jiang Fei. Therefore, Jiang Fei's big red name was immediately exposed to Bernard. Although he is an Nephilim, he is the saint's envoy. I have proof in my hands. Hua Mulan immediately started explaining. After all, the consequences of colluding with the Nephilim were so huge that even she could not bear them. Ha ha. Hua Mulan! Stop trying to explain. You have clearly colluded with the Nephilims and tried to pass it as the saint's orders so that you could get rid of the peasants. You want to weaken our border defenses. Hua Mulan, you traitor. Bernard was completely unwilling to listen to her explanation. He immediately tried to ascertain the fact that Hua Mulan was at fault. If that were the case, Sylphie, the executioner on behalf of the religious judicatory, would be able to intervene before Bernard was even attacked. Chapter 5:18. Mission accomplished. Bernard, I think you need to be taught a lesson. How dare you accuse me? Hua Mulan could see clearly that Bernard was trying to frame her. She raised her brows and without skipping a beat, started stabbing at him with her long spear. Ah! Bernard was taken by surprise by Hua Mulan's sudden attack. Most people would try to explain when they were being accused as traitors. After all, colluding with the Nephilims was not a petty crime. However, Bernard did not expect the lady before him to be completely irrational. Hua Mulan's logic was that she was not in the wrong and would, therefore, attack anyone who tried to accuse her. Although they were both high-tier lords, Bernard did not stand a chance against Hua Mulan. When they started fighting, Hua Mulan immediately overpowered him. Not only did Bernard not have any chance of counterattacking, but he was also severely beaten up by Hua Mulan. Fortunately, Hua Mulan did not have the intention of killing him. If she did, Bernard would not stand a chance of surviving. Stop it! Right then, a beam of golden light descended from the sky. Sylphie actually wanted to show herself when she heard about the collusion between the peasants and the Nephilims. After all, she was a special agent from the religious judicatory. Hunting after Nephilims was her rightful responsibility. However, Hua Mulan was too hot-tempered. She attacked without even trying to reason things out. That took Sylphie by surprise and therefore she could not respond in time before Bernard got beaten up. Based on Sylphie's position as a special agent in the religious judicatory and the fact that she was the moon god's disciple, Hua Mulan and Bernard should immediately stop fighting when she appeared. However, Hua Mulan, who was enraged, did not care about Sylphie's appearance at all as she continued to attack Bernard. Although Hua Mulan did not stop attacking, Bernard knew he was safe now. With Sylphie's presence, how could Hua Mulan continue attacking him? Bernard predicted that Hua Mulan would be suppressed by Sylphie while the Nephilim would be captured as well. As such, not only could he accomplish the task of capturing the peasants, he would even be rewarded for capturing a Nephilim. It sounded like a very good plan in Bernard's mind. However, after Sylphie appeared, she did not even glance at him. Instead, she looked admiringly at Jiang Fei. Have you really come? If not for the crowd around her, Sylphie would have thrown herself into Jiang Fei's arms. Yes. I have been tasked by the saint to bring these peasants to safety and away from the battlefield. This is to prevent them from being affected by the approaching war, Jiang Fei said. I know. Sylphie did not speak loudly. However, the way she spoke sounded as if she trusted Jiang Fei completely. Moreover, even if Jiang Fei wanted to kill someone, Sylphie would not try to stop him due to her infatuation toward Jiang Fei. After becoming infatuated with Jiang Fei, Sylphie was no longer the cold-blooded assassin from the Church of Saints. Right then, she was just a young lady who had met the love of her life. D*MN. What is going on? While Jiang Fei and Sylphie were engaged in a cheerful conversation, Bernard was starting to feel annoyed. He was already a weaker opponent to Hua Mulan. If Sylphie immediately intervened, he might even have been able to withstand a few more attacks. However, Sylphie was now paying full attention to Jiang Fei. Bernard was already long forgotten in Sylphie's mind. Therefore, after the enraged Hua Mulan feigned a single attack followed by a kick, Bernard instantly fell to the ground. Swiftly thereafter, Hua Mulan used her long spear to poke at Bernard's body. With him locked to the ground, Hua Mulan started punching his face with her fist. Bernard's lips were becoming increasingly swollen by the second. After Hua Mulan was done letting off steam, Bernard's face had become as swollen as a pig's head despite not losing a lot of health points. Master Inquisitor, do you know each other? Hua Mulan walked over to Jiang Fei as she spoke. When she was kicking Bernard's ass, she had noticed Jiang Fei flirting around with the assassin from the Church of Saints of the Religious Judicatory. Jiang Fei was flabbergasted and suddenly did not know how to explain himself. In all honesty, he did not think he would bump into Sylphie here. After all, Sylphie was his spy in the Light faction. If he were to be exposed right then, it would be a shame. He saved my life before. He was the one who helped me complete my quest to become a deacon, Sylphie said proactively. Ah. Hua Mulan stared at Jiang Fei in surprise. Outsiders did not know the exact situation. However, anyone with authoritative power knew clearly that Sylphie had been able to become a deacon in the religious judicatory at such a young age because of her accomplishment in killing the Nephilim race's fourth prince. If Jiang Fei was able to help assassinate the Nephilim race's fourth prince, that meant he was even more loyal to the Luminous Vatican than normal Luminous disciples. Ding! Your reputation from Hua Mulan has increased by 1,000 points, a minute. Jiang Fei had earned more reputation points for no apparent reason. He did a quick check and realized that Hua Mulan was 100 reputation points away from entering the worship state toward himself. If that were to happen, Jiang Fei dared not imagine how Isabella would react. Although Jiang Fei felt very troubled by the issue of reputation, he was at least able to explain the relationship between himself and Sylphie. Moreover, after what Sylphie said, even Bernard's status toward Jiang Fei had changed from the hostile state to the indifferent state. According to what Sylphie had originally said, Jiang Fei should have been able to achieve the friendly state with Bernard. However, as a frontline commander, Bernard had experienced too many a loss of his brethren in the hands of Nephilims. Therefore, Jiang Fei's Nephilim status made him feel intrinsically annoyed at Jiang Fei. Master Inquisitor, what should we do next? Since Jiang Fei's status was no longer an issue, Hua Mulan decided to let Jiang Fei call the shots. After all, now that Sylphie had shown up, Hua Mulan would be powerless if they insisted on bringing the peasants back to the front line despite her success in beating Bernard up. We are merely following the saint's orders, hence, before Jiang Fei could finish his sentence, Sylphie cut him off. Don't worry about it. We were just passing through. Carry on. Sylphie smiled sweetly at Jiang Fei. Bernard's jaw dropped. However, he did not dare to speak despite his unease. The way things were unfolding was not what he and Sylphie had agreed on before. Since Sylphie had already decided to let them go, what more could he say? If he insisted on standing in their way, he might take another beating from Hua Mulan. I have something else to sort out and need to leave now. Don't forget about the jade plate. Sylphie looked longingly at Jiang Fei as she spoke. Jiang Fei was the only person who heard her final sentence. Before Jiang Fei could reply, Sylphie turned into a pillar of light and disappeared into the sky. Let's go! Sylphie had already left. There was nothing left for Bernard to say. After half a days of toiling, all Bernard had accomplished was getting beaten up by Hua Mulan. One could only imagine the state of grievance Bernard must have felt in his heart. Let us leave as well, Jiang Fei said to Hua Mulan. He too wished to complete his quest as soon as possible. All right. Hua Mulan nodded as she reorganized her subordinates to bring the refugees toward the inlands. Thereafter, Jiang Fei and the rest did not encounter any obstacle in their journey. They were able to make it through all blockades without any resistance. After all, the Saint's decree was still very effective before the lower-ranked military commanders. All right, this is far enough away from the borders. The refugees should be safe here, Hua Mulan said to Jiang Fei after 7 more hours of traveling. Ding! Quest completed. Right then, Jiang Fei also received a quest notification. All he needed to do now was to return to the saint to complete his quest. Chapter 519, Not escaping after all. If that's the case, I shall excuse myself. Seeing that the quest had been completed, Jiang Fei decided to leave immediately. After all, Hua Mulan was 100 reputation points away from entering the worship state toward Jiang Fei. If he did not leave soon, he would get himself into trouble. After finishing his sentence, Jiang Fei did not wait for Hua Mulan's reply. He instantly hopped onto the juvenile skygliding dragon and fled. He is such a kind man. Despite being in a film, he does not have any personal agenda in rescuing these peasants in the light faction. Seeing how Jiang Fei had left without even expecting any gratitude after escorting the peasants to safety, Hua Mulan felt very touched. Ding! Your reputation from Hua Mulan has increased by 1,000 points. This is a state of infatuated, D*MN. What the hell? When Jiang Fei heard the system notification, he nearly fell off the juvenile skygliding dragon. Despite his efforts, he still could not escape his fate. As he fled away at a faster speed, Jiang Fei turned around to look at her. Indeed, Hua Mulan's eyes were filled with tiny stars as she looked at him longingly as if she was sending her lover off. Damn! Jiang Fei looked very bitter. Although Isabella had no idea what was going on as she was still inside the pet space, she would find out sooner or later. Jiang Fei could already imagine her state of rage once she found out. Ah! Jiang Fei sighed. Things were out of his hands now. There was nothing he could do to reverse the situation. Fortunately, Isabella was still completely unaware. He would try to keep it that way for as long as he could. Even so, Hua Mulan's state of worship toward Jiang Fei was not entirely a bad thing. After she had reached a state of worship, it was as if Hua Mulan and Jiang Fei had signed a love contract. Therefore, Jiang Fei's passive skill infatuated had leveled up again. Jiang Fei, who had already signed 4 love contracts, now obtained an additional 20% attack speed and movement speed. D*RN. If I were to start collecting female admirers, my speed would be even greater than the gods once I have accumulated thousands of them. Jiang Fei sarcastically commented to himself. After leaving the eyeshot of Hua Mulan and the rest, Jiang Fei summoned Isabella to travel with him. Soon, they returned to the Demon Flame Fortress. This time, Jiang Fei was not in a hurry to submit the quest completion. Instead, he went over to the Chief of Logistics. By then, Jiang Fei had already become an extremely wealthy player. Naturally, he would not allow his fortress to be built according to normal fortress designs. After robbing 7 small towns, Jiang Fei had a significant amount of resources in his possession. More importantly, a lot of these resources were things that the main city zones did not even have. Jiang Fei first withdrew 200,000 gold coins from the guild. He then tasked the Chief of Logistics with hiring more workers, on top of using the significant amount of resources he had to upgrade his normal fortress into a stronghold fortress. After making the necessary arrangements, Jiang Fei could finally free himself from worrying. The workers would build his fortress according to the new blueprints. Once they were done, Jiang Fei would obtain a super fortress that was only second to the Demon Flame Fortress or the Divine Light Fortress. Once everything was sorted out, Jiang Fei arrived at the commander's hall. Right then, only the Saint and the frontline commander Ivan were present. There was not a single clue as to where Frizz and Heinz had gone off to. Lord Commander, I have already completed the quest. Jiang Fei first went over to Ivan to submit the quest completion. Ah! My brother, you have completed the quest so quickly. The Shadow Keeper will not forget your contribution. Ivan smiled as he spoke. Ding! You have completed the quest. Obtained 15 million experience points. Obtained 2,000 honor points. Ding! Congratulations, Verger Glider. Your contribution has been recognized by the Dark Faction. Your military ranking has been promoted to Lieutenant Colonel. Hee hee, Thank you, Lord Commander. Jiang Fei smiled. He did not care much about honor points. However, players like Billy Boy fought in the battlefields every day to earn honor points. By then, Billy Boy had already acquired the title of Major General rank and was wearing the Major General medal. My brother, I am a bit occupied at the moment. Can you take a look in the stable at the back? Heinz might need your help, Ivan said as he looked back at the sand table. He seemed to be deep in his thoughts. Yes, Master. Jiang Fei nodded. He knew that this was a quest guide. The later step of allocating battle resources would probably fall under the Knights Commander Heinz's jurisdiction. However, Jiang Fei was in no hurry to go to the stable. Instead, he turned around and walked over to the Saint. Saint, Your Highness. Fortunately, I have been able to bring the peasants to safety. Jiang Fei said to the Saint. I knew I could count on you. Although you are a Nephilim, you have a righteous heart. The battle should not affect peasants at all. I thank you on behalf of the peasants, kind explorer. The Saint from the Light faction smiled at Jiang Fei. Ding! You have completed the quest. Obtained 50 million experience points. Obtained 2,000 gold coins. Obtained a set equipment righteous hand, awesome. It's a set equipment. Jiang Fei was greatly surprised. The 50 million experience points nearly allowed him to level up. Moreover, the mysterious equipment reward was actually a set equipment. It was a pleasant surprise. Ding! The Saint's reputation toward you has increased by 5,000 points. The level of reputation is now respect D*MN. Again? Jiang Fei was initially happy with the new set of equipment. However, the system notification that came right after shocked him. When Jiang Fei noticed that the Saint had the intention to give him another quest, he immediately turned and ran away. He did not want to charm this lady too. After getting out of the commander's hall, Jiang Fei shifted his attention to the newly acquired set of equipment. Righteous Hand, Chainmail Set 7/7, Legendary, Set Equipment, Physical Defense plus 4,175, Set Equipment, Magic Defense plus 3,250, Set Equipment, Strength plus 655, Set Equipment, Vitality plus 355, Set Equipment, Skill 1, increases your attack power by 20%. Set Equipment, Skill 2, your attacks have a 5% chance to stun the opponent for 1 second. Set Equipment, Skill 3, your attacks deal an additional 10% light damage and lower the target's movement speed by 50%. Set Equipment, Skill 4, obtains Skill Judgment. Instantly attacks the target and deals 10x your attack power as damage. If the enemy's health points is lower than 20% of the maximum health points, Judgment will deal a critical hit. Cooldown time is 2 minutes. Set Equipment, Skill 5, obtains Skill Righteous Fury. Instantly deals 20% of your maximum health points as damage to enemies in a 20-meter radius. In the next 10 seconds, you will be immune to all disabling skills. Cooldown time is 5 minutes. Set Equipment, Skill 6, obtains Skill Judgment. Instantly deals 5 extra attack power as damage to an enemy. If the enemy is in a state of decreased speed, it will be a critical hit. If the enemy is not in a state of decreased speed, it will be immobilized for 2 seconds. Cooldown time is 1 minute. Set Equipment, Skill 7, obtain passive skill Triumphant Pursuit. For every enemy you kill, you recover 20% of your health points and mana points. Level requirement, 60, Set Equipment effect, 3/7 suppressive halo enemies in a 30-meter radius will have 10% decreased attack speed and attack power. Set Equipment effect, 5/7 painful suppression lowers the damage you receive by 80% for 10 seconds. Set Equipment effect, 7/7 luminous judgment summons the Saint Light to attack all enemies in a 500-meter radius. Deals 50% of your health points as damage per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown time is 6 hours. Guided Skill. It cannot be used in a state of invincibility. Chapter 520, skill as strong as a forbidden spell, Jiang Fei was extremely pleased when he obtained the righteous hand. The armor he was wearing was a level 40 set equipment. Even though the attribute and stats were strong as hell, it was about time to change his equipment. Dawn Break players' customizability was high, allowing players such as Jiang Fei to put on equipment that was gained from the opposite faction. Besides a few other pieces of equipment with limited requirements, players would be able to put on any kind of equipment that suited them. It would not make sense for a faction war if the victor was not able to wear the loser's drop. As long as players fulfilled the requirement, they would be able to use the armor or weapon. Naturally, there were certain limitations. For example, a thief's dagger could not be used by a magician. However, there were side effects such as Jiang Fei's Crimson Reaper's cape. Once he put it on, all NPCs from the Light faction would be affected immediately. Even though the player could wear it, they would not be able to stop the side effect from affecting them. Hence, it was best not to let any NPC from the Light faction see him wearing it. The Righteous Hand was a set equipment with 7 articles. Its strength and vitality points were far more superior than the Lightbringer armament. The only downside of the Righteous Hand set equipment was that it was a chain armor instead of plate armor. Even though both sets had a 20 level gap, the defense of the two were almost similar. However, being a chain armor, its movement speed reduction was neglected. With the new equipment obtained, Jiang Fei immediately swapped out the Lightbringer armament for the Righteous Hand. He would then give the Lightbringer armament to Billy Boy. That man had spent way too much time on the PvP map leading players into the battlefield. With the Lightbringer armament, he would buff all the players with the Mythical Beast set equipment. It was better to give it to Billy Boy than let it gather dust inside his inventory. After swapping the equipment set, the skill sets that came with the previous equipment were replaced with the new ones. Besides his defense stat, the rest of Jiang Fei's attributes were greatly increased. The first being Jiang Fei's health points. He now had over 82,000 health points. His attack power had also increased since the Righteous Hand was also attack-oriented type equipment. His current attack power had reached 8,400. After stacking Ruthless Barrage, his attack would reach 25,000. With the newly obtained skill, Jiang Fei had the same attack as a Lord tier boss. Blood would be shed with every sword slash, in his case, hammer. Judgment and Retribution were 2 skills with a long cooldown. However, comparing with its long cooldown duration, its firepower was ridiculously strong. Both skills combined would deal over 100,000 damage to 200,000 damage max. Now, any boss with over 1,000,000 health points would not be a problem to Jiang Fei. Lastly, the Righteous Hand's set equipment set effect was the bomb. Dealing 50% health points as damage per second for 10 seconds would mean that Jiang Fei would be able to deal over 40,000 damage per second in an area of 500 meters. The set equipment had granted Jiang Fei a mini forbidden spell. Not even Little Rain's unupgraded forbidden spell was comparable to Jiang Fei in terms of both range and damage. However, Jiang Fei's skill did not have powerful growth potential. Even though the damage scaled directly with Jiang Fei's maximum health pool, it would still have its limits which could not reach as far as a real forbidden spell could. Even so, the Righteous Hand was still strong. The only thing that Jiang Fei felt really doubtful about was the Lightbringer armament's double range effect. With the new set equipment, Jiang Fei's attack range was only 30 meters. He had, at best, a range that was slightly shorter than a magician. However, as a whole, Jiang Fei was willing to sacrifice the double range effect for a powerful overall upgrade of his attribute. To be fair, nothing could defeat Jiang Fei besides Lord tier boss level 80 and higher. Jiang Fei came to the Demon Flame Fortress stable and met with Hines, the Knight's commander. "Commander Hines, have you been calling for me?" said Jiang Fei as he confronted Hines. "Ah, you're here. Good. Have you completed the Lord Commander's request?" "Yes, I have delivered the Felsteel bars as requested of me," said Jiang Fei. "That's great news. The great Demon Lord had good eyes for you," said Hines. Even though Hines and Ivan were good friends, they were still in the council and ranks played an important role in the demon faction. Jiang Fei had repeatedly proved that his loyalty was to the demon lord, Isabella's father, and both Ivan and Heinz were treating him as one of them. "Your praise is but too much for me," said Jiang Fei humbly. "Nonsense. You have been nothing but loyal to the cause. Although you must be tired from the previous request, I have a predicament that requires your assistance once more." "I wouldn't ask if it was not an urgent matter," said Heinz. "Commander, please do not hesitate to utilize me as you see fit," said Jiang Fei. It was time for another quest. "The situation is dire. Our horses have been infected by a viral disease and must be treated as soon as possible. We need a large number of herbs called fade leaf to make the proper medicine to treat the horses. As we are short on hands, I need you to help me," said Heinz. "Ding! Knights Commander Heinz has a quest for you, materials for War 3. Will you accept it? Thank you for entrusting me with this important mission," said Jiang Fei. Once Jiang Fei had received the quest, he opened the quest window to see its content and smiled immediately. Not long ago during the civilians' rescue mission, he had swept 6 to 7 towns of all the valuable materials. Not only did he collect a large amount of felsteel bar, he had also collected many other items, including the aforementioned fade leaf. Based on the quest requirement, Jiang Fei needed to collect 20,000 counts of fade leaf. Any normal player would need to spend loads of money to buy them from other players. As of then, it was impossible since fade leaf was a herb that could only be found in faction map. For Jiang Fei, however, it was a quest that did not require him to move a muscle since he had already collected a crap load of fade leaf to begin with. "Commander, just so happen I have a few fade leaf in my possession. I can give them to you right now," said Jiang Fei as he turned around to talk to Heinz again. "Is that right? Ah, that's great news indeed. Thanks to you, no horses would perish from the disease," cried Heinz happily. He was the Knights Commander after all. Without horses, his army of knights would lose their means of fighting. Ding! Quest completed. You have obtained 20 million experience points, 1,200 gold coins, 4,000 honor points. Ding! Congratulations to player Verger Glider for reaching level 62. All attributes +1. Obtain 5 attribute points. Ding! You have been recognized by a commander for your deeds in the military. You have gained the rank of colonel. When he had completed the quest by the Saint of the Light, Jiang Fei was only a few 100,000 experience points away from leveling up. Now that he had received 12 million experience points at one go, not only had he reached level 62, he had also gained 15% experience points in his experience gauge. 15% was a lot for his level. The 4,000 honor points had enabled Jiang Fei to shoot up in the ranking. On the faction map, completing quests related to the war would earn you more honor points than fighting players or NPCs of the opposite faction. However, once a player had reached the rank of senior colonel, they would have to start killing players and NPCs to gather more honor points since there would not be any more quests given. Chapter 521, Braveheart's Bridge Room. I have not misjudged you, young explorer. To think that you could solve my predicament at such speed. And now ready for war. Off you go then. Pay a visit to the Demolition General Frist. He might need your help, said Heinz as he patted Jiang Fei's shoulder. Yes, Commander, said Jiang Fei as he left. From the looks of it, there would be no more quests from him. The next one should be Frist. As soon as he was heading toward Frist, the entire world flashed in white light and Jiang Fei was logged out of the game. He was too engrossed in his newly obtained equipment that he had completely forgotten to check the time. Luckily, the quest that he had got from Heinz was instantly completed. Jiang Fei woke up in his makeshift hut with palm trees. The sky was still dark as the sun was still under the horizon. He took out some food and water from the ring and ate his breakfast. Although it was not wholesome, it was enough to fill him till he could finish his mission on finding the ship's fragments. He wasted no time and quickly finished his breakfast and continued his search in the vast water. Where are we now? Asked Jiang Fei after 3 hours of surfing on the water. He had completely lost his sense of direction. We are located in the Mariana Archipelago. We are arriving at one of the islands soon, said 0541. I see, the name Mariana Archipelago was not alien to him. He knew about it as it housed one of the deepest sea trenches in the world. Captain, I have picked up a signal. Please hold, cried 0541 loudly 30 minutes later. What is it? Jiang Fei's heart sank as he quickly stopped flying. They were current right on top of the Mariana Trench. It could be the signal of one of the Braveheart's fragment. I could not identify it as the signal is too weak, said 0541. Oh man. I hope it's not a false alarm. Jiang Fei braced himself to not expect much. Captain, request permission to start the high-intensity search, asked 0541. The little ring was just a support system. Starting the high-intensity search would require a large amount of energy, which required Jiang Fei's direct permission to start. Start the search, said Jiang Fei after thinking hard about it. They were there to search the fragments in the first place. Even though they must save as much energy as they could, it would still be wise to spend some energy to search that faint signal. It was a gamble that Jiang Fei was willing to lose. Activating high-intensity search. Relaying the highest signal, whoosh. As expected of the high-intensity search, Jiang Fei could feel powerful waves emitted by the ring. His fingers were vibrating intensely as 0541 directed the signal down into the water. After 10 minutes, Jiang Fei felt the ring suddenly stop emitting waves. Another 5 minutes later, the ring finally reported. Captain, I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Asked 0541. Ugh. Give me the bad one first, said Jiang Fei as he rolled his eyes. You would have to start looking for energy sources as soon as we're done here, said 0541. Huh. Are you telling me that just by using the searching function, you have already depleted your power reserve? Negative. Although the search function had indeed consumed a considerable amount of power, I still have my power reserve running, said 0541. Then why would you ask me to start searching for a power source? That's because what we are about to do would consume at least 80% of my power reserves, said 0541. What the hell? Cried Jiang Fei as he stood on the hoversword and frowned. He then suddenly thought about what 0541 had just said. They were about to do something that would consume 80% of the power reserves. That could only mean that 0541 had found something important. Tell me the good news. Yes, Captain. Located at the absolute bottom of the Mariana Trench, also known as the Challenger's Deep, is the ship's bridge. We are only one step closer to finding the data center of Braveheart, Ho, cried Jiang Fei once more. This time, his heart rushed to his mouth, ready to pop out and dance along. The data center. That was the part of the ship that 0541 had been mentioning every single time Jiang Fei encountered a problem. With the data center, he could have 0541 to make the perfect martial skill for him. He would no longer have to rely on weak martial skills learned from books and teachers. That was not all. After having the data center, Jiang Fei would be able to upgrade the bioexperimental laboratory as well as the R&D laboratory, enabling him to produce more potent drugs. However, upon realizing the location of the bridge, Jiang Fei started to worry. The Challenger's Deep was at least 11,000 kilometers deep. The pressure down there would be too strong for any human to survive. Even a tank would be crushed into a pancake. Captain, there's no need to worry about the water pressure. Remember, I would be using the power reserves to help you dive, said 0541 after reading Jiang Fei's thought. I see, said Jiang Fei as he nodded. However, we must proceed now. Diving would take a long time and I suggest a proper rest before the expedition starts. Moreover, it would be wise to take this chance seriously. There will not be a second dive as my power reserve is predicted to deplete. If anything happens during the dive, we must resurface immediately and replenish the power reserves before attempting to dive again. All right. I understand the risk. In that case, let's get some rest. Please find me a nearby land to rest, said Jiang Fei. He listened to 0541 advice and had a good rest. He ate some food and took a good nap. He was a little fatigued as he had been flying for almost the entire morning. TSK. Just where is the main engine room, wondered Jiang Fei as he woke from his power nap. Without the main engine room, he would have to find more power sources for the ring. Going around the world and stealing uraniums would not be a wise long-term idea since almost all of the uranium mines are owned by big nations or big corporations. Even if he could take the form of Zhuge, he might be caught sooner or later. If Jiang Fei had taken a step too far, someone would eventually find him and defeat him. Arg! Might as well leave the main engine room aside for now. I must first get that data center before anything else, said Jiang Fei to himself. He lay down at the sandy beach and napped for about an hour before waking up, refreshed and energized. I'm ready, let's proceed with the dive, said Jiang Fei after he had stretched out. Very well, I have prepared diving gear. Please put them on and secure all the hatches and opening before diving in, said 0541 as it materialized a futuristic diving suit that looked and felt just like a regular wetsuit. Oh gods, please bless me. Keep me safe, prayed Jiang Fei as he put on the suit. Let's dive, said Jiang Fei. He then got onto the sword and began his descent into the deepest part of the sea. Chapter 522, Alien Mutation, and down we go, said Jiang Fei as he braced himself for what was to come. Jiang Fei had to use the sword to descend instead of just swimming because of the travel distance. It would take a long time if he had swum instead of relying on the speed of the sword. The suit that 0541 had provided had a built-in breathing mechanism. The further Jiang Fei descended, the higher the pressure pressing on him. 0541, how far had we dived? The light of the afternoon sun was bright on the surface, but where Jiang Fei was, he could only see the sun as a tiny dot of light. The pressure around him was getting higher as well. We are only 250 meters below sea level. At this point, any human would have already perished under the immense pressure, said 0541. Damn. I'm feeling it now though, said Jiang Fei to himself. The pressure he felt was so strong that it was like being under a huge bus. There's nothing to worry about, Captain. I am constantly monitoring your health. This pressure might be fatal to ordinary humans, but you are not ordinary. Think of it this way, this condition serves as good training, said 0541. After diving for about 2 minutes, Jiang Fei's vision had started to become a blur. Even though his breathing was unaffected, there was the unpleasantness inside him that he could not explain. That was the differences in atmospheric pressure acting on him. After a few more meters, Jiang Fei started to feel dizzy. He could not breathe for a moment. In an instant, a blue light faintly appeared around Jiang Fei's body and the unpleasant feeling subsided. The blue light was a barrier that 0541 had created only to protect Jiang Fei. Even though the blue faint light was really dim, it was a beacon of light in the shadow that was deep under the sea. At most, Jiang Fei could only see 5 to 6 meters ahead of him. The rest was complete darkness. At this point, the barrier's strength was not set on maximum. Jiang Fei's vision was not fully restored and the pressure acting on him was still there. Now, even Jiang Fei, a metahuman, could not move around freely. Give me a rough estimate time of arrival to the bridge, said Jiang Fei. Half an hour or more, Captain, said 0541. Half an hour, after 15 minutes of diving, Jiang Fei could not even see anything. Even with the light shining faintly in the dark, Jiang Fei could not even see his feet. At this point, the barrier 0541 had erected for Jiang Fei was set to the maximum power. He felt completely fine then as he had gotten used to the immense pressure. He did not know how deep he had dived, but he knew that he had dived really deep as the regular fishes had decreased and more large sea creatures were spotted. Warning! Warning! Critical threat detected approaching at high speed. Suddenly, out of the eerie silence, 0541 blared loudly. What's going on? Cried Jiang Fei as he prepared for the worst. Warning! Warning! Critical threat detected. Target approaching us. Evasive maneuver advised. 0541 exclaimed in its system monotonous tone. Where should I go? Shouted Jiang Fei, louder than 0541 could. Immediate ascension toward the surface is advised. All right. Jiang Fei immediately took the hoverboard from his feet and directed it upward to the surface. Warning! Warning! Critical threat detected. Imminent attack incoming. Immediate ascension is advised. What the F***ck is that, cried Jiang Fei as he controlled the hoverboard to go up faster. The surrounding was pitch black. He could literally see nothing. Critical threat identified as Void Manta. Threat speed supersedes ascension speed. Abort. Abort. Please be ready for combat, said 0541. Jiang Fei had only understood two things from what 0541 had reported back. He was too slow to escape and he would have to fight. What the hell is a Void Manta? Asked Jiang Fei as he stopped going up and got ready to fight. At this point, 0541 returned to its normal self and talked normally. Remember what I had informed you during the retrieval of the bioexperimental laboratory? The lab had lost 2 virus samples and 3 alien being samples. One of the alien being samples is this Void Manta. What? I remembered you said that the ship had crash-landed 7,000 years ago. How could any beast or monster live that long? Asked Jiang Fei as he gathered his energy in his body. Alien species had been known to live far longer than any of the Earth's beings. This is nothing stranger. However, the incoming Void Manta is not one of the alien species, said 0541. What do you mean? Amongst the lost alien samples, the Void Manta is a peak of a level 4 being. The incoming being is only an intermediate level 4. I deduced that the original Void Manta had procreated with Earth beings to produce this mixed breed, hence, reducing its power level. However, I cannot advise you to lower your guard as we are currently fighting in its turf. It could easily be a peak of level 4. Peak of level 4? Are you crazy? How am I supposed to defeat it? Cried Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei knew that he was only at the beginning stage of a level 4. It would be suicidal to fight an enemy at the peak of level 4. Captain, there's no other way. There is no way you can escape from it underwater, just as 0541 had finished its sentence. 0541 immediately reverted to its system default voice tone. Warning! Critical threat detected in close proximity. As soon as 0541 had said that, a shadow zoomed past Jiang Fei. Although he could not see it physically, Jiang Fei could feel the underwater current moved around him at an insane speed. If Jiang Fei did not resist, he would have spun like a spinning top. Shit! It's too fast. I can't see anything, yelled Jiang Fei. If 0541 had not alerted Jiang Fei about it, he might have been caught off guard. Its swimming speed was so fast that Jiang Fei could only feel it swimming past him and could not even catch a glimpse of its shadow. It's too dark. 0541, let there be light, shouted Jiang Fei. It was impossible for him to fight anything in that pitch-black condition. The only light source Jiang Fei had was the barrier that 0541 had erected for him. However, its lighting was too poor and dimmed. Roger that, at that moment, preserving power was not the priority. The main priority was to defeat the incoming threat and survive. Since proper vision was necessary for combat, 0541 had gladly obliged to Jiang Fei's order. Oh my god, cried Jiang Fei in horror as he saw just how large was the Void Manta was. Spanning at 10 meters long, the triangular beast was huge and vicious looking. Unlike regular manta rays that Jiang Fei had seen in an aquarium zoo, this ginormous beast was a behemoth. Its teeth were sharp and long, unlike anything that he had seen. Its green eyes were huge and fierce, glaring at Jiang Fei, making him feel like a poor little rabbit in the eyes of a hawk. F***ck me. How am I supposed to fight this? Panicked overwhelmed Jiang Fei as he could not think of a way to fight something that he had never encountered before. The Void Manta was the first offspring of the original Void Manta from outer space. Even so, it was a predator and hunting was coded in its genes. At that moment, it had undoubtedly seen Jiang Fei as its prey. However, when Jiang Fei had 0541 to shine brightly, the Void Manta was stunned for a brief moment. Since it had never seen anything in the deep sea to shine that brightly, it was confused as to what it was supposed to make of that. If Jiang Fei had not ordered 0541 to make some light for him, the Void Manta would have already swallowed Jiang Fei whole when it had locked onto his position. Captain, I am unable to do anything. However, I need you to remember that we are currently deep in the ocean. As long as my power reserves can hold, I will continue to project the barrier to counteract the immense pressure. Every second you waste would be detrimental to your survival. It is advisable for you to defeat it as soon as you can, said 0541. Not only 0541 could not provide any battle advice, but it had also only given Jiang Fei a piece of awful news. Chapter 523, An Outworldly Battle, F***ck it. Guess there's nothing left to do but fight. Jiang Fei could not run away. If he let this go on, 0541's barrier would break and the result would be utmost unpleasant. Come on then. Want to eat me? Over my dead body, roared Jiang Fei. He armed the hoverboard and started to charge the high-energy laser. Bzzz. A flash of red-purplish laser beam blasted out of the tip of the sword and straight at the manta. That attack was currently Jiang Fei's strongest attack. Its firepower was the same as a peak of level 4 metahuman's full-force attack. Theoretically, it should be able to cause some serious damage. Wham! A direct hit. However, the outcome was not what Jiang Fei had expected. Instead of carving a hole in the manta, the laser blast had only knocked the Void Manta aside. As the bubbles cleared, Jiang Fei could see a faint blue light glowing all around the Void Manta. The hell? A beast that can use barrier, that is an intermediate level 4 alien beast. In underwater terrain, its fighting capability increases to level 4 peak. Using barriers is only but natural to it, said 0541. The laser attack hit continuously as the highly compressed particle was not yet fully released. The laser had landed a direct hit on the barrier, but as it was not fully destroyed, Jiang Fei dragged the sword to hit it again, but the attacks ended. Alas, after chasing after the Void Manta, the laser had broken the barrier's protective layer and landed a direct hit on the Void Manta, creating a meter-wide hole in its chest cavity. As expected of an alien beast, the Void Manta was strong underwater, but it was only at best an intermediate level 4. It was powerful enough to erect a barrier, but it was not able to withstand the direct attack of the laser. A meter-wide hole in the chest of the Void Manta should have been lethal enough to kill 10-meter-tall giant. However, being an alien species, the Void Manta had much stronger vitality. Even with such a lethal wound in its chest, it was still able to continue fighting. Whoa! What is that sound? I can't tell, it's either loud or soft, cried Jiang Fei as he could hear the Void Manta making some sort of noise underwater. It's echolocation. A low-frequency sound wave that bounces off objects and back to it. Ugh. I can literally feel my eardrums vibrating like crazy. The Void Manta was crying in pain as it received the fatal wound. Its green eyes glared at Jiang Fei before it burst into a sudden speed toward Jiang Fei. Its eyes glowed green and shot a light beam that hit Jiang Fei. WZZZ. What was that? Asked Jiang Fei. The Void Manta did not attack physically yet. He could see his barrier pulsating violently as if it had just received an attack. An energy attack has been received. Barrier integrity, 75%. Recovery, 30 seconds. 0541 immediately relayed a damage report to Jiang Fei. *T. I can't even dodge that attack. It's too fast. Doesn't matter. Let's see how kills the other first. Jiang Fei started to panic as his strongest attack was in cooldown. It will need another 5 minutes of charging time before Jiang Fei could use it again. In the meantime, Jiang Fei could still use the armor-piercing cannon to fight. Target locked, cried 0541 as Jiang Fei aimed the sword at the Void Manta. Boom! The sword shot another beam of light and landed a direct hit on the Void Manta. The Void Manta's barrier had sustained 2 heavy damage and was disabled for a moment, allowing the armor-piercing cannon attack to land a direct hit on its body. When the attack hit, the barrier on the Void Manta that was still recovering completely failed at once. F*CKU. Come on, roared Jiang Fei as he charged toward the Void Manta whilst attacking with the energy cannon continuously. Although the weakest attack of the sword was not as strong as Zhang's family's railgun, it had the same firepower as a level 4 beginner's full-force attack. Even though with high vitality and strength, the Void Manta was still vulnerable to such an attack that landed every 5 seconds. Blood and pieces of flesh were continuously stripped from the beast as Jiang Fei attacked. Even though he was making progress, attacks at such magnitude would not be sufficient to kill the Void Manta. Woo! As it felt its life was at stake, the Void Manta chose not to eat Jiang Fei. Instead, it started to want to kill him. Its green eyes started to glow again, and this time, without much delay, beams of attacks landed on Jiang Fei. Warning! High-intensity wave attacks received. Barrier integrity, 75%. Warning! Estimate subsequence attack, 1 minute, no time to lose. Jiang Fei gritted his teeth hard and moved to the space above of the Void Manta. Using the sword to attack from a distance would leave him exposed to attacks from the Void Manta as well. Trading hits with each other would only result in loss from both sides. Hence, Jiang Fei had decided to not let the Void Manta attack him. Instead, he will rely on his own strength to attack. Even though approaching the Void Manta was dangerous, not to mention scary, Jiang Fei had no other choice. The sword's high-energy cannon was lethal to the Void Manta, but he could not wait for 5 minutes. Alert! Imminent attack incoming. Evade! Evade! When Jiang Fei had gotten closer to the Void Manta, 0541S blared its alarm to warn Jiang Fei. Crap! Jiang Fei was already too slow when he had noticed what the Void Manta was doing. Instead of shooting lasers from its eye, the Void Manta swam toward Jiang Fei and opened its mouth. The first thought that came to Jiang Fei was the Void Manta wanting to swallow Jiang Fei whole. However, Jiang Fei had made a grave mistake in thinking that the Void Manta was not swallowing Jiang Fei, it was discharging a power attack in the form of a black ball of light. Jiang Fei immediately disarmed the hoverboard and let the sword drag him away from the attack. The black ball was blasted off by the time the sword could even start moving. However, as luck have it, the black ball grazed Jiang Fei's barrier and missed him by only a hair's width. The black ball shot past Jiang Fei and exploded after a certain distance later, creating an intense underwater explosion that sent a shockwave that pushed both the Void Manta and Jiang Fei. Guess the monster is getting serious now. From his laser attack and now a Mega Ball of Doom, Jiang Fei had a feeling that the Void Manta was desperate to kill Jiang Fei. That's my chance. After the Black Ball of Doom was fired, the Void Manta had stopped moving for a while. It looked like it was greatly weakened, leaving its guards open wide for Jiang Fei to attack. As such, Jiang Fei moved to above the Manta and positioned himself right above its eyes. Taste my fist, roared Jiang Fei from the top of his lungs. Jiang Fei was not the same naive little greenhorn as he was a year ago. After surviving through 3 dangerous battles, Jiang Fei had gotten used to the sight of blood and death. At this point in his life, when he felt tremendous pressure, a feeling of lethal threat to his life, Jiang Fei would not hesitate to fight with all he had. Penetrating Chi Strike. Jiang Fei thrust his fist directly at one of the Manta's eyes. Wham! Splat! The Void Manta's left eye imploded. Green blood burst out of the socket and mixed with the seawater around Jiang Fei, blurring his vision. Woo! The weakened Void Manta roared in pain. Immediately after, the Void Manta went amok. Although it had a sturdy body and powerful attacks, the Void Manta was still a beast in the end. With limited intelligence, the Void Manta would not know what to do when it had just been blinded on one eye. In a fit of anger and rage, the Manta wriggled itself crazily and began to swipe its long tail and fins everywhere to wrestle itself away from Jiang Fei. Before it was blinded, the Manta had failed to fully take advantage of its underwater traveling speed to attack Jiang Fei. Now that it had severely underestimated this little being, it began to turn its tail and swim away at a speed that not even Jiang Fei could chase. However, before it could do so, Jiang Fei moved toward the lower back of the manta and attacked the manta as fast as he could with the sword. Technically, the sword was not built as an actual blade. It was only shaped as such since Jiang Fei had requested 0541 to do so. With blood rushing in his veins, Jiang Fei had completely ignored 0541 constant warnings about the damage on both the sword and him. Jiang Fei had only cared about one thing at that moment, to kill the beast. After many crude slashes, Jiang Fei had managed to create an open wound on the manta's back. He charged the sword with his own energy and pierced the manta with the sword. Whoa! The manta cried in pain as Jiang Fei had delivered the sword into the manta's body. That's what you get for wanting to eat me. Jiang Fei was drunk in his bloodlust. As he gripped the sword with one hand, he punched the manta with his full force with the other. Critical warning. Barrier integrity, 1%. Please leave combat status promptly. 0541 alarm blared deafeningly as Jiang Fei was still in trance. What? As soon as 0541 raised the alarm louder, Jiang Fei finally snapped back to reality and found himself in absolute danger. He did not even notice the barrier around him was about to break. If the barrier broke, even if the manta was killed, Jiang Fei himself would be instantly crushed by the immense water pressure. Chapter 524, A Whalesome Loot. Jiang Fei calmed down and stopped punching the manta as it was already dying. He immediately came to his senses and realized the danger of dying at any second. Instantly, he activated the Wave Force Armor's wave barrier that could help reduce all incoming damage for 30 seconds. However, this puny barrier could only sustain 1 or 2 attacks from the Void Manta before breaking it. Even so, it was still extremely useful in dire situations, such as now. The barrier that 0541 had erected was left with only 1% integrity. One more attack would instantly shatter it. If, however, the barrier was not destroyed, 0541 could restore the barrier's integrity over time. Restarting the barrier would take a long time and Jiang Fei would almost certainly die in less than a second if the barrier was destroyed. Once Wave Barrier was put on, Jiang Fei relaxed even more and paid attention to the dying Void Manta. After countless punches landed on the Void Manta, Jiang Fei had dealt a substantial amount of damage to blind the beast in both eyes. Additionally, the Void Manta was punched into an unconscious state. Its attacks were not intentional but of instinct. Even so, if Jiang Fei continued to deliver punches after punches, Jiang Fei would die before the manta did. When Jiang Fei was in trance, he had attacked the manta continuously for more than a minute. The current condition of the Void Manta was fatal. If it was a human, it would have died so many times over. On the other hand, this unworldly beast would not only recover with time, but it could also regrow its lost eyes. Knowing that, Jiang Fei would naturally not want the beast to recover at all. Time to die. With a conscious mind, Jiang Fei had decided to rely on the sword's attack instead of punching blindly. At most, the armor-piercing cannon could be used again in less than a minute. Armor-piercing cannon ready to be used, sir, said 0541. Hasta la vista, baby. Jiang Fei triggered the sword and a powerful beam blasted off. The sword was still halfway through the manta. The muzzle of the sword was right inside the Void Manta, and if Jiang Fei fired the sword, it would be more than a point-blank range, a literal implosion. Just after Jiang Fei had fired the armor-piercing cannon, the Void Manta expanded like a balloon that was about to explode. Contrary to what Jiang Fei had expected, the Void Manta did not collapse inward but expanded. At this point, the only thing that was keeping the Void Manta from exploding was its tough external carapace-like skin. Even though Jiang Fei could not see anything from the outside, the insides of the manta was completely mushed. As strong as a being was, once the insides of the Void Manta was destroyed, it immediately perished without too much of a squeak. Congratulations, Captain. You have defeated the enemy, 0541 reported after scanning the manta to make sure that it was dead and stayed that way. Phew! That was an unworldly battle. Being inside the wetsuit, Jiang Fei could tell that he was literally swimming in his own sweat. 0541 detected that and immediately expelled it from his suit. Only after the battle was over did Jiang Fei finally realize that he was too reckless. If he had not snapped back to reality earlier, Jiang Fei would have been killed by the Void Manta. The wave barrier that was erected remained undamaged for 30 seconds, and in that time, 0541 had managed to restore the barrier integrity to 15%. Although it was still fragile as it was, Jiang Fei was safe to dive as long as he did not take any attacks. "How much is your power reserves?" asked Jiang Fei as he continued to dive. "It's less than 30%, Captain. Restoring the barrier would still require me to use 5% more power," said 0541. "All right," Jiang Fei replied and nodded. Restoring the barrier was important to him as it was the only thing that separated him and certain crushing death. "Captain, it is recommended to store the corpse of the Void Manta. It is a good material for me to make you a potion to further increase your strength," said 0541 before Jiang Fei leaving the corpse. Oh, Jiang Fei was delighted. Like what he did back then with the 4 level 4 bodies of Yi Zhangfa's hired muscle, 0541 could use them to craft a power-up serum to strengthen Jiang Fei's power level. However, Jiang Fei was a young man. Using human blood to increase his own strength was too gruesome. On the other hand, a beast as a replacement was something else entirely. He would gladly use as many of them to increase his own strength. "Captain, the beast is not a replacement but a more powerful material entirely. The beast's muscle and power are much stronger than of humans. Hence, using them to make the potions would be much more effective." "How much more effective are we talking about?" asked Jiang Fei. "It is estimated that the potion made from the Void Manta could increase your energy level from intermediate level 3 to beginner level 4. Get out. Are you saying that one Void Manta is better than 4 level 4 metahumans?" cried Jiang Fei, surprised. It's 0541 was certain about the Void Manta. Jiang Fei was picking up the whalesome loot after the battle. "Just like in the game." "It is correct, Captain," said 0541, confirming Jiang Fei's question. "All right, please start the process as soon as you can." "Let's continue with the dive then," said Jiang Fei after he had stored the Void Manta's dead corpse into the ring. If there was no appearance of random monsters on his way down to the deepest part of the world, the journey would be smooth sailing from there on out. To be honest, Jiang Fei hoped that there would not be any more incidents. After 20 minutes of diving, Jiang Fei had finally set foot on the Challenger's deep. Besides the dirt that he was standing on, Jiang Fei could not see anything else. He was hoping to see something like an underwater world. 0541, "Where is the bridge?" said Jiang Fei after he had searched the surrounding and found nothing. "Captain, you must realize that the bridge had been here for several centuries. Humans had made much progress since and made their way down here. If you could search for it, others would have already picked it up," said 0541 as it attempted to make a joke. "That's very funny." "Ha ha ha," said Jiang Fei as he pretended to laugh sarcastically. After a few seconds, 0541 reported, "Captain, I have successfully established connection with the bridge. Removing the optical camouflage system, BZZZ." Particles lit up and faded almost instantly, revealing a huge broken vessel that was only several meters away from where Jiang Fei was. The entire structure was leaning against the trench wall. Even without the optical camouflage, the bridge did not stand out as centuries of dust and sand had completely covered it. "Opening the doors," said 0541 again. Several meters above Jiang Fei, a sliding door popped out and opened. It was easy to find the door since the inner lights of the vessel were bright like a beacon. After Jiang Fei entered the door, 0541 sealed the entrance. Jiang Fei had to walk through 2 safety chambers. The first one was only a smaller room which expelled all the water from outside. The second chamber was the only space that acted as a buffer to separate the inside of the bridge and outside. As soon as Jiang Fei walked through the second chamber, he was greeted with a spacious room. Everything was familiar as Jiang Fei had already been inside of other parts of the ship. In the ship, Jiang Fei removed the wetsuit and could finally breathe normally. "I finally made it back," said 0541 as it was emotional. The artificial intelligence originated from this ship. As he had been away for at least 7,000 years, the feeling of coming back to the bridge was similar to Jiang Fei going back to his house. Chapter 525, Harder, Better, Faster, Stronger, Is This the Bridge? Asked Jiang Fei as he walked around the inside of the ship. To be honest, this piece of the ship was not as large as others, but it was still large. To put it in perspective, it was similar to a 3-story building. It was approximately 15 meters tall and 30 meters long. It was like a small room when compared to the laboratory at the size of over 100 meters. Yes, Captain. This is the Bridge of Braveheart. You must not judge its importance solely based on its size. This is but the most important part of the ship, as it is also the core of the ship. Jiang Fei had thought that the core of the ship was the main engine, since everything relied on the power from the main engine room. Ho ho! Your thoughts are not wrong. However, the importance lies in the data center, said 0541. The data center, or its full designation, Information and Data Collection and Storage Center, was the main body of 0541, as it was the support artificial intelligence system of the ship. Even though 0541 had been a helpful hand to Jiang Fei and did many wondrous feats, the ring on Jiang Fei's finger was just a portable terminal of the main data center. As it was small and portable, many of 0541's function was limited to a certain extent. Once 0541 was linked back to its main body, many functions would be unlocked and other features of the ring would be greatly upgraded. Please. The most important part of the ship is you, said Jiang Fei as it pretended to praise 0541. Captain Sir, the knowledge of Earth is considered as primitive when it comes to technology. Every machinery relies heavily on each part. In planet Namek, hardware technology had advanced to the point of singularity. The ship's main body, engine room, weaponry, and many other parts were so advanced that there was hardly anywhere that could be improved. However, ships with similar advanced technology were only limited to a few hundred, said 0541. Didn't you mention before that only Braveheart had the latest most advanced engine that could escape the gravitational pull of a black hole? Asked Jiang Fei. The engine is of the latest technology. However, the main reason the ship had escaped successfully was because of my precise calculations. Without a proper route, no one could escape the gravitational pull of a black hole. Not even photons, said 0541. I understand. So, I was right after all. The most powerful thing in this ship isn't the engine room or the weapons. It was you all along, that's right. Captain's intelligence had seemed to increase, said 0541. Its speech had become more human-like as it linked with the data center. Right. Well, let's not waste any more time here. Let's get this ship rolling, said Jiang Fei. Hold on, sir. It has been too long since the data center and I had synced our data. The synchronization process will take a long time. Might I suggest that you stay overnight in the bridge? I will be able to perform better after the synchronization is complete. All right then, said Jiang Fei. To be honest, Jiang Fei had wanted to see any immediate changes when he obtained the data center. Since he needed to synchronize first, it was better to wait patiently since there was nothing else he could do. Now that he had obtained the bridge, Jiang Fei stopped his plans on searching for other parts of the ship. After taking the bridge, 0541 would still need to assist Jiang Fei to return to the surface of the sea. This would inevitably use up the power reserves. It was best to retreat and recuperate after this. If 0541 was out of power, he would be the one that would be facing troubles and dangers. Anything else should come after Jiang Fei had found a source of energy for 0541. Even if he could not, he wanted 0541 to craft out the perfect martial skills for Jiang Fei as soon as possible. The bio potion was also almost completed, and after he had increased his own strength, Jiang Fei could safely search for more power and other ship parts. As soon as 0541 was synced to the ship's data center, it remained dormant. Jiang Fei had immediately found himself alone in the empty bridge. He then sat down on the captain's chair and stared at the huge empty screen. It was supposed to be the screen where all information about the ship as well as the headings. Since the bridge was separated from all of its other parts, the screen was black. Wow! A real spaceship, said Jiang Fei as it suddenly hit him. There were many buttons and switches on the control panel. Even though there was no power, Jiang Fei did not dare to press any of them. It was alien technology after all. Unlike human technology, his understanding of common logic would not apply here. If he accidentally broke one of the switches, or worse, activated the self-destruct sequence, Jiang Fei could be in trouble. Even though 0541 was dormant, a few functions of the ring was still usable. Jiang Fei withdrew some food and beverages and enjoyed his dinner in the captain's seat. With nothing else to do but examining the bridge, he immediately felt bored. There were 1,001 things around that Jiang Fei dared not touch, hence, he got bored after he was done looking around. He thought of practicing his martial skills, but everything in the ship looked very delicate. He feared that if his movement was too rough, he might accidentally break something. For better or worse, Jiang Fei sat down and tried to sleep. Alas, after a few hours of waiting, it was time to log into the game. That's odd. How are you so punctual today? Asked Isabella as she assumed that Jiang Fei would be late again. Haha. I just couldn't wait to see you again, said Jiang Fei as he laughed. Humph. Poppycock. Isabella roared, but her face failed to hide her true feelings. She could not help but hide her face as she was blushing madly. To point it out, it was the first time Jiang Fei said something so straightforward. Hee hee, Jiang Fei laughed along. He had no idea why he said something like that. The truth was Jiang Fei had just experienced a life-or-death situation. Although he had gotten away scot-free, the impact of it was severe. In Jiang Fei's case, he felt more open to his feelings. He felt that he no longer needed to hide what he thought. Moreover, he felt no need to think too much about things, mainly about the fact that Isabella was just an artificial intelligence program. To be fair, Jiang Fei's thoughts had changed. Subconsciously, Jiang Fei had changed, but naturally, he did not realize it. Let's go talk to Frizzed, said Jiang Fei. Okay, said Isabella, still avoiding his eyes since she was still blushing. It was not hard to locate Frizzed since he was the demolition general. He would be inside the fortress where all the bombs, explosives, and cannons would be. Jiang Fei walked along the walls of the fortress and quickly found Frizzed. General Frizzed, I hear that you are looking for me, said Jiang Fei after he had saluted him. That's right. I heard that you had helped Heinz and solved many crucial problems. I have high hopes for you. I have something for you to do, said Frizzed as he was also very friendly to Jiang Fei. Heinz and Frizzed were not pure-blooded Nephilims. Even though they were strong, they were considered to be lower than any pure-blood Nephilims such as Jiang Fei and Ivan. Hence, even though he outranked Jiang Fei by many tiers, he had still talked to Jiang Fei with the highest of respect. Chapter 526, High Explosive Gunpowder, What Can I Do You For? Asked Jiang Fei. As you know, the war between the Light faction is drawing close. To reduce the burden and casualties of our men and women, we need more powerful fire support. Magic cannons alone are not enough. However, it is difficult to build more at the given time. Hence, it is best to resort to the most traditional cannons. Those are easier to build. The main materials required that are currently lacking is arcane depurate gold, said Demolition General Frizzed. Ding! Demolition General Frizzed has a quest for you, materials for War 4. Will you accept it? I will do my best, said Jiang Fei. As he turned around, ready to leave, he checked the quest requirement and smiled. He had the necessary amount of arcane depurate gold required to complete the quest right then and there. It was amongst the haul that he obtained from sweeping the towns in the Light faction. General, I have a few arcane depurate gold here. Are they sufficient for your needs? Asked Jiang Fei as he quickly turned around and talked to Frizzed. Ah! Verdure Glider. You are a blessing to the Nephilim's cause. This is wonderful. Thank you, cried Friz happily as he had just fulfilled his request on the spot. Ding! You have obtained 25 million experience points, 1,300 gold coins, 6,000 honor points. Jiang Fei was naturally delighted to see his experience point gauge was bumped up a little further. Is there anything else that I could be of service? Asked Jiang Fei to trigger subsequent quests. Friz was too excited that he had forgotten that Jiang Fei was still there, ready to offer additional help. He nodded happily and said, I must thank you. With all the necessary materials, we could make more cannons at this moment. Thanks to your speedy help, we can produce more cannons than we can mount. Victory shall be of the Shadow faction. After praising Jiang Fei, Friz issued another quest. Verger Glider, as you understand, cannons alone would not work without highly explosive gunpowder. Jiang Fei was stunned. He knew what he had taken from the Light faction, and highly explosive gunpowder was not amongst them. To make gunpowder, one would require moonstone. Even though he had a decent number of them in his inventory, he could not make them himself. Ding! Demolition General Friz has a quest for you, materials for War 5. Will you accept it? All right. Although it pains me that I am unable to fulfill your request right this instant, I will try my best, said Jiang Fei to accept the quest. Ding! Quest updated. Quest name, materials for War 5, quest description, Demolition General Friz requires you to collect 20,000 high explosive gunpowder. Quest reward, 80 million experience points, 3,000 gold coins, 15,000 honor points, Shadow faction reputation points 500. Jiang Fei was surprised to see the number of experience points and the other rewards of the quest. As expected, this quest was harder to complete. That was the reason why the reward was that high. Gold coins and honor points was not something that Jiang Fei had cared for. However, the reputation points was a decent amount that Jiang Fei felt happy about. Reputation points were extremely hard to obtain, as a normal player would take too much time only to gather a few tens or 100 points. NPCs were extremely stingy when it came to reputation points, as depicted by this very quest itself. Jiang Fei had already reached the 5th quest line, and yet the reward was only 500 reputation points. Although it was considered to be a large number, Jiang Fei had already been spoiled by how easy it was to gain reputation points from the ladies. Since the 3 big shots of the Demon Flame Fortress were dudes, Jiang Fei was able to farm his reputation points just as fast as regular players. If they had any women in their ranks, Jiang Fei's Romeo titles effect would kick in and Isabella would start to be jealous and might do something that made Jiang Fei regret. More fetching or collecting quests were so boring that players would regularly skip them entirely. Only rich players would do them, since it was free experience points at the cost of buying the materials needed. Jiang Fei had the luck for it, since he had collected a large amount of stuff from the Light faction. If he had not, Jiang Fei would have skipped the quest as well. Using his own money to buy his way through quests was something only Han Tianyu would do. Although he was rich, he did not want to end up like Han Tianyu. It was a good thing that Jiang Fei had a large quantity of moonstones in his possession. All he needed to do right then was to find someone to do the meticulous work of refining it into gunpowder. Even the entire refining process had its failing and success rate. Jiang Fei was sure that he had enough moonstones to compensate for the low success rate to produce 20,000 counts of gunpowder. As such, Jiang Fei had decided to have the Imperial Dragon complete his request. He might even help the players with the engineer profession to level up. He then made his way back to the Dawnlight City, as almost all of the profession players were living and working there. Jiang Fei went to his territory and found Rosa Rosette to discuss about the request he had. She was the best person to talk to, since she had single-handedly managed all of the matters regarding profession. Having her arrange the players to refine the moonstones into gunpowder was the fastest. You know, when you're gone, you're like a ghost. No one knows where you are. Total radio silence. And when you make your appearance again, you would do something so drastic that no one could not notice you, said Rosa Rosette as soon as Jiang Fei pitched his request to her. To be fair, Jiang Fei had the utmost trust in Rosa Rosette. That was one of the reasons why Jiang Fei had entrusted her with the guild's treasury. Additional, she was talented in management. With Imperial Dragon under her care, the entire guild had not only become much grander, it had also made her famous. It was nothing but expected. The girl or the lady was good in human relations. She could fish you off of your own guild, and before you realized what you had done, you had already signed the binding contract to Imperial Dragon. Besides giving face to the allied guilds such as the aristocrats, she would not hesitate on fishing other players from other guilds, no matter what the guild was. To be fair, Imperial Dragon was a rising star in Dawnlight City as well as other cities. With the great and talented manager like Rosa Rosette, as well as the spirited leader Jiang Fei, stronger players or even regular ones would naturally be attracted to the guild. The worst that Rosa Rosette did to other guild was to offer something to both the guilds as well as the player that she was aiming for that neither of them could deny. Even though Jiang Fei had not seen much growth of the guild lately, he was still satisfied since the guild had grown much stronger than before. Imperial Dragon had basically surpassed the aristocrats and became the strongest guild in the city in all aspects. They had the strongest fighting force as well as the best of profession players. There might be other better profession players out there, swimming in an unknown guild, waiting to bite into Rosa Rosette's tempting bait. Don't say that. I really needed the help of the entire guild for this. It's an important request, cried Jiang Fei as he pleaded Rosa Rosette. Please take these, I need them to be refined into highly explosive gunpowder. 20,000 of them, said Jiang Fei as he dumped all the moonstones he had in his inventory. Sigh. Fine. Just so happened that most of the profession players in the guild have nothing important to do. I'll get them to work right away, said Rosa Rosette. Once the order was made, Rosa Rosette contacted all the engineers of the guild and had them produce the gunpowder. Jiang Fei returned to the Demon Flame Fortress later. Before heading there, Jiang Fei stopped at the fortress that he had claimed from before and checked on its construction. The NPC builders were working as hard as they could, but it looked like they would need more time to finish building up the fortress. From the looks of it, the basic construct of the fortress was completed, but there were still many of the crucial parts of the fortress that was still incomplete. By the time the new patch arrived, the fortress would have some form of defense. Chapter 527, The Mermaid Calls for Aid. Jiang Fei examined the progress of the construction for a bit and left crates of materials for the NPC builders to use. After he was done, he left for the Demon Flame Fortress. Even though he wanted to do something, he dared not enter the Hall of Commanders. The Saint of the Light was sitting there waiting for Jiang Fei to come. She might have a quest for him, and if Jiang Fei said the wrong thing, she might accidentally reach infatuated. Isabella would be furious if that happened. Just as he was standing outside of the hall, thinking of other things to do, a blue light pillar flashed. Who dares invade the Demon Flame Fortress? Cried the voice of Knights Commander Hines before Jiang Fei could even react to it. After the blue light pillar faded away, Jiang Fei was hugged by a familiar face. Ariel? What are you doing here? Asked Jiang Fei as he was surprised to see the merfolk Princess Ariel appearing in the middle of the Demon Fortress. Oh, Verger Glider. HM? Do you know her? Asked Hines as he lowered his sword. He was the man in charge of the defense of the fortress. Naturally, when someone not affiliated to the Shadow faction entered the territory, he would be the first on the scene to fend them off. Yes, Commander. This is the daughter of the Master of the Seven Seas. Princess Ariel, said Jiang Fei as he introduced the princess to Hines. Oh! Welcome to the Demon Flame Fortress, merfolk friend. However, even though I may welcome you here, intruding the fortress without permission is not short of a crime, said Hines as he turned a blind eye. The merfolk race was one of the neutral race that did not take any stance in the war between the Light and the Shadow faction. Even so, intruding the Demon Flame Fortress and even appearing right in front of the Hall of Commanders was something unheard of. I have great news, cried Ariel, tears rolling down her soft pale cheeks. Incidentally, she had completely ignored Hines. First and foremost, Ariel was a level 88 higher Lord tier NPC, which was very much stronger than Heinz. Secondly, she was completely love-struck and would not look at any other men besides Jiang Fei. "What happened?" said Jiang Fei, worried. "My father has been kidnapped and imprisoned by the Naga." "I need your help," said Ariel, crying at the same time. Ding! The Merfolk Princess Ariel has a legendary hidden quest for you, Blitz Rescue. Will you accept it? Ding! The quest has been automatically accepted due to the love contract between you and Princess Ariel. As soon as Jiang Fei was about to ask for more details, another system notification popped out. "What the hell?" cried Jiang Fei. He finally understood the side effects of infatuated. All quests issued by a girl in the infatuated status would automatically be accepted. Jiang Fei had no power to reject any quest she issued. Quest name, Blitz Rescue. Quest objective, together with the Master of the Seven Seas, King Elric, break the barricade that was imprisoning King Elric and rescue him. Quest reward, 200 million experience points, 5,000 gold coins, 1,000 Merfolk race reputation points, mysterious equipment reward. Quest progression, save King Elric and defeat the army of the Naga. Quest reward, 500 million experience points, 10,000 gold coins, 3,000 Merfolk race reputation points, mysterious equipment reward. Mission Impossible Challenge, save King Elric, destroy at least 70% of the Naga army, kill the Tyrant of the Ocean, Morgan. Quest reward, 1 billion experience points, 50,000 gold coins, 5,000 Merfolk race reputation points, mysterious equipment reward. Quest fail condition, King Elric perishes in battle. Penalty, 200 million experience points deduction. What in the... Jiang Fei was speechless as he read the entire quest description wall of text. It was the first time he had received a quest with many different tiers of completion. The easiest one would be just saving King Elric, and as the difficulty rose, the hardest would be to kill the Overlord tier Morgan. Naturally, the reward was far more grander as the difficulty rose. Experience points and gold coins aside, the reputation points reward was luxurious. However, the cherry on the top was the mysterious equipment reward. As the name itself spoke of its own difficulty, the Mission Impossible Challenge was not something that could be easily accomplished. "Please! I beg of you! Please save my father! My beloved!" cried Ariel as she held Jiang Fei's hands to her face. Ariel was desperate. Her palace was surrounded by the enemy and a barrier was erected to prevent anyone to escape. Ariel was only able to escape due to the skill of the love contract that ignored all restriction to teleport to the other partner. Desperate, she had no one else to turn to for help except the one that she was infatuated with, Jiang Fei. The one thing that Ariel had forgotten to take into account was the fact that Jiang Fei was only over level 60. If she, being a level 88 High Lord, could not save her own father, what could Jiang Fei do? The thing was, Ariel had no one else in mind besides Jiang Fei. Naturally, she had placed her trust and hope in his hands. *TF*CK. "Even if I wanted to ignore you, I can't," yelled Jiang Fei in his mind. The bloody quest had a penalty for failing. 2 billion experience points was so much experience points that if it was deducted from Jiang Fei, he would drop down to level 59. Sniff sniff *, I knew you wouldn't leave me alone. "Thank you so much, my love," cried Ariel as she hugged Jiang Fei tightly. Poor Jiang Fei, as he could not even say anything besides hugging the mermaid princess. The girl had nothing in her mind but to rescue her father. Jiang Fei had no say in it. "Commander Heinz, I could really use a hand here," said Jiang Fei after Ariel had calmed down and released Jiang Fei. Knowing that he could not face Morgan alone, he had resort to ask for help from the commanders of the Demon Fortress. "My brother. It pains me so to say, but no one in the Shadow faction could lend a hand," said Heinz as he sighed heavily. "Why, you must understand the situation. The Merfolk race has never interfered nor participated in the war between the light and shadow. We, on the other hand, have good relations with both the Merfolks and the Nagas. No races will side with us nor go against us. Say we lent you a hand with this unfortunate predicament, the Naga will bear grudges against us and side with the light faction. It would tip the power balance greatly, and sooner or later, the merfolk race would inevitably be forced to join the war, whether they like it or not, said Hines, regretfully. I understand, Commander Hines. I thank you for telling me this, said Jiang Fei as he understood the explanation. He could see that even though Hines wanted to help, he was bound to his duty to the Shadow faction and could never do anything that would jeopardize the well-being of the faction. My love, what should we do? Asked Ariel as she panicked. It's fine. I need to assess the situation before I do anything, said Jiang Fei. By hook or by crook, he had to do something to complete the quest. 2 freaking billion experience point was to die for. Hence, even though it would kill him, he would never allow the system to just rob him of his hard-earned 2 billion experience points. Chapter 528, again, 2 birds 1 stone. With Hines unable to send out help, Jiang Fei was alone with Ariel and Isabella to save the master of the 7 seas, King Elric. All 3 of them were sitting on the sky-gliding dragon as they made their way toward the eastern seas where King Elric was supposedly imprisoned. The sky-gliding dragon was large enough to fit 1 more passenger without a problem. Thank you very much for supporting me, Big Sis Bella, said Ariel as she hugged Isabella. Don't worry about it. All of your problems are mine as well, said Isabella. The 2 girls were exceptionally close to each other. To this day, Jiang Fei had no idea what sort of magic move Isabella had done to Ariel. The Isabella that Jiang Fei knew would not get along with a love rival, much less treating her like her own sister. Along the route, Jiang Fei had asked for details of the situation, and as Ariel explained, Jiang Fei could not help but sigh heavily. King Elric was not in a good situation. The Naga had planned for the kidnapping for a long time. They had first dealt with the merfolk army, leaving King Elric and a few personal guards alive. They then brought in their own army to surround King Elric and erected the barrier to prevent him from escaping. Ariel was only able to escape due to the love contract skill. You best live up to your title as the master of the 7 seas. Don't die before I save you, or you will be answering to me in the afterlife, muttered Jiang Fei to himself. He could not fathom the thought of losing 2 billion experience points. Thank God that the quest requires me to attack directly. I only need to break the barrier and the king could teleport away, said Jiang Fei as he strategized the rescue mission. At his current strength, Jiang Fei would likely be unable to complete the harder tier of the hidden quest. The only thing that Jiang Fei had in mind was to safely extract King Elric from his shackles and finish the quest at the bare minimum requirement. As long as the barrier was broken, the Overlord tier King Elric should be able to instantly teleport himself away to safety. After that, he should be safe. Jiang Fei could do nothing to save the other personal guards. After he had finalized his plans, Jiang Fei proceeded calmly toward the island where King Elric was held captive. What sort of F*** is this? Shouted Jiang Fei as he saw the true situation with his own eyes. Ariel had failed to mention that his father was held captive and was surrounded by more than a few hundreds of thousands of Naga brutes and sirens. That was not all, as the deeper the army was into the island, the stronger they were. Most of the soldiers that were on the front were level 70 elite tier. After that, advanced elite level 75, and so on. There were only 2 things that the soldiers were guarding tightly. 1. King Elric that was being held captive at the center of the island, and 2. The barrier magic circle. Alas, even if Jiang Fei dared to dive from the sky, he predicted that he would be dead before he could even destroy the barrier's magic. Bella, what say you? Asked Jiang Fei. Perhaps Isabella could use her forbidden spell to do something about the soldiers. Jiang Fei was out of options. Even though he had a skill that was similar to a forbidden spell, he had to be constantly channeling the magic spell. Moreover, it was a skill that activated with him being at the center of it. That meant, if the skill failed to kill the soldiers within its active period, more would come pouring in after the other and kill Jiang Fei before he could do anything. I'm sorry. There are too many of them. I can't possibly eliminate them all, said Isabella as she shook her head. Her dragon form was strong, but channeling the forbidden spell required time. Before the spell could be unleashed, the soldiers and the other higher-tier bosses on the island would definitely do something to prevent Isabella from casting the spell. F***ck me. What am I supposed to do then? Said Jiang Fei to himself. Jiang Fei was high in the sky. The Nandas were all concentrating their attention at the seas in case the merfolk sent their army to stop them. Hence, no one was paying any attention to the sky above. How about I have my brother come here? Keep in mind that would make the Naga hate the Nephilim and the Shadow faction. My father would not be happy about this. Isabella suggested an idea as well as gave a warning. If the intermediate overlord Tyr Otis lent a helping hand, the Naga soldiers would not be a problem. However, Isabella was right about one thing. The Demon King would definitely be upset about Otis attacking the Naga, as it would upset the balance of the neutral stance merfolk and Naga. Isabella was prepared to accept the wrath of her father for the sake of Ariel. "Ah! I have an idea," cried Jiang Fei as he thought of something. If Jiang Fei sent an army, the Naga soldiers would retaliate. However, if he sent an overlord tier boss to fight, he or she alone would be able to wipe out the entire army with ease. An overlord tier boss would be like a titan fighting against NPC monsters. If Otis were to attack, the Nagas would bear a grudge against the Nephilim race as well as the Shadow faction. But what if he could direct that grudge to someone from the Light faction instead? It would be a two birds one stone chance again. Just so happened that Jiang Fei had someone in mind to help him out. "Bella, I have an idea, but you are not going to like it," said Jiang Fei as he confronted Isabella about his plan. If he got Sylphie to help him, Isabella might not like it, as she definitely hated that assassin. It was better to ask for permission like a good husband. "What is your idea?" "Do tell," said Isabella. The little cute Nephilim princess cared for Ariel like she was her own little sister. If Jiang Fei had an idea, she would definitely want to hear about it. I can ask Sylphie to attack the Nagas. That way, not only could we save Ariel's father, the Naga would also withdraw their neutrality toward the Shadow faction," said Jiang Fei, hoping that Isabella would not bite him again. "Oh! Please do so. Sister Sylphie sounds really strong," cried the little mermaid. She had never met Sylphie before, but she was more than capable of saving Ariel's father. Ariel would gladly accept anyone's help. "TSK. Very well," said Isabella after hesitating. She never liked Sylphie. One of the reasons was jealousy, and the other being faction affiliations. On the other hand, she was the princess of the Nephilim. How could she approve someone who was the beloved disciple of the moon god? Know this. If she helps us, Sylphie would not be able to return to the Light faction. From then on, she would always be on our side, said Jiang Fei as he reminded Isabella of the consequences. The reason was simple. If Sylphie attacked the Naga would declare war on the Light faction. With a little research, the Light faction or the Luminous Church would be able to trace Sylphie and her affiliation with Jiang Fei and the Shadow faction. Not only would she be kicked out of the Light faction, she would also be hunted by the Light faction. That was why he could not ignore Sylphie after she helped Ariel save her father. Fine, cried Isabella again. She was the Nephilim princess. Even though she did not like the idea of Sylphie becoming the hero of the day, she understood just how much of an impact Sylphie's action of betraying the Light faction was. Hence, after considering about it, Isabella agreed to let Jiang Fei summon Sylphie. Chapter 529, The Powerful Holy Church Assassin. After obtaining Isabella's approval, Jiang Fei took out the piece of jade that Sylphie had given to him. When did you own such a thing? Cried Isabella when she spotted the communicator. Annoyed and jealous, Isabella started pounding Jiang Fei's back like a little kid. Come on! This is not important now. Jiang Fei said bitterly as the situation with King Elric was getting desperate. There was no time to play with Isabella. You're right. This is not important now. But don't think that I'll let you go once this is all over. Isabella snorted and went to Ariel to calm her down. Sylphie, Jiang Fei whispered the name into the jade plate. You finally called for me, Sylphie's voice came out of the jade plate. Her voice sounded both happy, melancholic, as well as bittersweet. Leave the light faction, I want you to stay by my side, said Jiang Fei, picking his words carefully. Are you sure? Cried Sylphie. She sounded extremely delighted as her pitch went up several octaves higher than normal. Yes. Meet me at XXX. I'll be waiting, said Jiang Fei. I'll be there right away, Sylphie announced. The love-struck Sylphie was waiting for an eternity for Jiang Fei to accept her. Hence, right after she had ended the call, she instantly morphed into a pillar of golden light and teleported to Jiang Fei's location. In less than 10 minutes, Sylphie appeared next to Jiang Fei. As expected of an Overlord tier NPC, having such speed was nothing to be surprised of. To be honest, it was the bottled-up feeling of longing that Sylphie had kept to herself. Since Jiang Fei had asked Sylphie to be by his side, there was no need to hold back anymore. Husband, said Sylphie instead of calling Jiang Fei by his in-game name. What did you say? Roared Isabella when Sylphie addressed Jiang Fei as her husband. Naturally, Isabella would not stand by it. How could she let someone else take the position of the wife before her? She should have just waited for her turn. Like anyone else. Did she think that just because she had betrayed the light faction to be with Jiang Fei gave her the highest priority to become Jiang Fei's official spouse? Over her dead body. Calm down! Calm down, said Jiang Fei at the verge of crying. He knew that the two would not stop bickering with each other, or rather, Isabella would not stop hammering Sylphie, but he had never thought that Isabella would actually charge at her, ready to fight. Calm down! There are more important things at hand. Anything else can be settled later, said Jiang Fei as he stood in front of Sylphie, protecting her. Sister Bella, my father is not going to last any longer, said Ariel as tears started to roll down her cheeks. Sylphie, I need your help, said Jiang Fei to the legendary Holy Church assassin. Anything for you. Your wish is my command, said Sylphie. To her, even if Jiang Fei asked her to die, if it made him happy, she would gladly obey his command. I need your help to rescue that merfolk over there, said Jiang Fei as he pointed directly at King Elric. The merfolk that is being surrounded by the Nagas, said Sylphie as she affirmed Jiang Fei's request. That's correct. If it's possible, kill that strongest-looking Naga and the rest of the Naga soldiers as well. However, your first priority is to save King Elric before the others, said Jiang Fei. He did not want to be greedy. As long as Sylphie could save King Elric, the rest of the objective was secondary. My beloved husband, I will do as you asked of me, said Sylphie before vanishing from his very eyes. Jiang Fei drew in a deep breath and said, Please work. At the instant Sylphie turned invisible, she made her way toward the barrier's magic circle. As expected of the Holy Church assassin, Sylphie's stealth skill was superb. Even after crossing the barrier, she had not left a single detectable trace that would alert the Naga of an intruder. Even though Jiang Fei had said saving King Elric was a priority, she treated everything that Jiang Fei said as a priority. She would do whatever it took to complete all of Jiang Fei's request. Even though all three main characters were lesser Overlord tier, King Elric was a magician, Morgan was a warrior, and Sylphie was a thief. That gave her the highest advantage to take out Morgan. On the other hand, the weapon in Sylphie's hand was the real game changer. It was the luminous needle that was not returned to the Cardinal but was given back to Sylphie. That weapon was the perfect armament for the perfect assassin. An instant kill, 100% defense ignore effect would literally end Morgan's life with a single stab. At this point, Morgan and her other High Lord NPCs had surrounded King Elric and attacked him. All of the personal guards of King Elric had already long perished. Ha ha ha. Elric, how was my surprise ambush? Did you really think that you could continue to rule the Seven Seas when I am still here? Morgan roared delightedly as she thought her plan was perfect. She had tricked the most elite soldiers of the merfolk to fight in a battle that was faked, putting Elric's kingdom in a weakened state. That only thing that I was surprised was your complete lack of empathy. Nevertheless, I am but disappointed about not killing you earlier. I should be been merciless against you lot, said King Elric as he understood that his life was coming to an end. Suddenly, my husband sends his regards, said Sylphie as she leaned forward and whispered into Morgan's ears. Morgan looked down at her chest and saw a sharp blade piercing through. Panicked, Morgan tried to pull herself from the blade, but it was already too late. Even though she tried to erect a magic barrier, the luminous needles ignored all magic barrier and defense. In the next second, the blade glowed with a faint blue light. "Argh!" cried Morgan as the instant kill effect of the blade was activated. There was no resistance. Only death. An Overlord tier boss had instantly been killed by another. There was no surviving if you were on Sylphie's hit list. Technically, you could if you had the shadow armor to negate death itself. Lady Morgan, cried the rest of the Naga bosses. What's going on? King Elric was thrown. Just as he thought that he was about to die, a beautiful female appeared out of thin air and killed Morgan, his all-time nemesis. I'll explain the situation later. For now, we need to kill every single one of the Nagas here, said Sylphie. All right, said King Elric decisively. Even though he did not understand why would someone from the Light faction help him, it mattered most that he lived to tell the tale. The two cooperated with each other and started to turn the tables around. Sylphie was only doing what she was requested of. She did not care about the little things about King Elric and his squabbles with the Naga. The love-struck woman had only one thing in her mind, to complete the request and gain the approval of Jiang Fei. King Elric, on the other hand, was genuinely angry at the Naga. Although he had hated the Naga as they were constantly at war with the merfolk. King Elric was royally pissed off for being held captive. When two overlord bosses were agitated for bloodshed, no one besides those with similar power could stop them. The Nagas had just lost their strongest fighter. There was no hope for them anymore. Sylphie, being the Holy Chich's assassin, flashed around, killing almost every single soldiers with a single stab. Not even the higher lord tier bosses were able to fight back. Be it an ant of an angel, all that was stabbed by the luminous needle shall perish. King Elric was a killing machine once he was free. Powerful devastating spells were unleashed one after the other, killing more than Sylphie could since he had AoE attacks. In less than 3 minutes, King Elric had unleashed 2 forbidden spells. The death count on his name was so high that Sylphie could only stand out for killing Morgan. Ding! Legendary hidden quest completed. Difficulty mission impossible. 15 minutes later, Jiang Fei received the quest pop-up. After looking at the reward, Jiang Fei was stunned. Chapter 530, Diverting the Hatred. As they realized their own strength, Sylphie proceeded only to kill the higher tier officers while King Elric used his AoE magic spells to kill the rest of the weaker soldiers. In less than a few minutes, the entire army of Naga was slaughtered. Dismembered heads, arms, and tails were drifting in the waters. By the time King Elric had done venting his anger, the surrounding waters were dyed red. Dismembered limbs of the Nagas were seen floating on the waters. At this point, when there was no threat left to dispose of, King Elric made his way to Sylphie and relayed his thanks. You have my utmost appreciation for saving me. May I have the name of my savior? King Elric might not know the identity of Sylphie, but he could at least tell that she was one of the Light faction members. My name is Sylphie. You do not need to thank me. I'm just following my master's order, said Sylphie. Saving King Elric was nothing but a request by Jiang Fei. To be honest, she had no interest in the merfolk leader. If Jiang Fei had wanted his head, Sylphie would have immediately complied. Ha! Sylphie, the disciple of the moon god. Your strength is as powerful as ever. Can you tell me who had ordered you to save me? Asked King Elric politely, even though Sylphie was extremely cold toward him. The lady was holding the famous luminous needle in her hand. Even Morgan had been killed with a single stab. King Elric had little to no confidence to escape if she had wanted to kill him. Father! Are you all right? Cried Ariel as Jiang Fei and the merry little party descended to the island. I am now seeing that my precious daughter is safe and sound. Are these people your reinforcements? Asked King Elric. No! Verger Glider had heard of your capture and decided to come and rescue you on his own accord, said Ariel to give credit to Jiang Fei. Even though she had made Jiang Fei accept the quest through the love contract effect, she had to lie since her father had not yet approved of Jiang Fei. So it seems, said King Elric as he paid attention to Jiang Fei. He had met Jiang Fei once before, but it was from a good distance away. Now that Jiang Fei was there, King Elric thought that he should have a good look at the man who stole his daughter's heart. When Ariel revealed about the contract of devotion and Jiang Fei to her father, King Elric was naturally displeased. He thought that Ariel was being too hasty about the matter. How could she simply choose a lifetime partner without even asking him about it? It is an honor, King Elric, said Jiang Fei as he and Isabella bowed only slightly to King Elric. Even though King Elric had named himself the Master of the Seven Sea, he was still the leader of the merfolk race. Isabella was the princess of the royal Nephilim. Naturally, she had a higher position and rank. Isabella was only being polite since he was much stronger than her current state. However, politeness was where she would stop since the merfolk leader had not yet done anything to deserve her respect. Jiang Fei and Isabella were a package deal. If one went, so did the other. This one does not deserve your honor, your highness, said King Elric as he bowed down lower than Isabella did. Even though both Ariel and Isabella were princesses, Isabella was of a much higher status. And who, said King Elric as he wanted to address Jiang Fei casually. However, to his surprise, the person who had saved him earlier was cowering behind him. Hence, King Elric had thought that the man was something else differently. An explorer was a title a player could obtain to garner the respect of most NPCs. An overlord tier boss, on the other hand, not so much. However, the man was being embraced by the royal Nephilim princess and the disciple of the moon god. Just how much power did he have? Was he the son of the moon god himself? May I know the name of this respected man? Asked King Elric as he lowered his pride. This man is my fiancé. His name is Verger Glider, the disciple of Oyezi. Isabella explained his identity before Jiang Fei could respond. Huh? Jiang Fei was thrown. Since when did he become Isabella's fiancé? When did they get engaged? When did he give her a ring? Isabella eyed Jiang Fei and slid her tiny little fingers between his armor to poke his waist. She was clear about her words. If he dared to do anything against her will, she would not hesitate to hurt him. Ah. Ha. Yes. I am Verger Glider, said Jiang Fei awkwardly. Jiang Fei was not as dumb as he looked. He understood that she was merely trying to assert her dominance on Jiang Fei to show Sylphie who's the real boss of the house. When Sylphie had blatantly addressed Jiang Fei as her husband, Isabella was triggered. Naturally, she would not back down from the fight and would gladly take a bold step forward. Ah ha ha. Ha ha ha. I understand, cried King Elric as he somewhat misunderstood the situation. His look was saying must be nice to be young. He had completely forgotten the fact his daughter's lifelong partner had another girl by the side. The reason was because King Elric was entranced by the name Oyezi. The name Oyezi might escape the ears of lower-level NPCs. Perhaps even Ivan, Heinz, and Friz might not know who Oyezi was. However, amongst the higher-level NPCs such as King Elric himself, the name Oyezi was like a thunder ringing in his ears. Oyezi was only one of the 4 sages of the heavens. The position that was higher than any kings and queens around. Arg! I was too careless. I knew that my daughter was famous as she was beautiful, but I did not know that she has gotten herself someone who was much powerful than I am. Looks like I can take this chance to climb higher than I was before. I might even become the real king of the sea and not suffer in the far corner of this little eastern sea. Thought King Elric. The dissatisfaction he had when he heard about his daughter offering the contract of devotion to someone else was immediately purged. Jiang Fei could sense King Elric's sudden change of attitude when the name Oyezi was dropped. Looked like the mystery about the divine blacksmith had only gotten vaguer. After Jiang Fei and King Elric exchanged greetings, he pulled King Elric aside and talked to him in private. He warned him not to spread the news about Sylphie's betrayal to the Shadow faction or being an ally to Jiang Fei. This sort of information was only told to the leader of the merfolk. It was important since he needed the blame to be directed at the Light faction. He allowed King Elric to inform his fellow merfolk to know who his savior was, but that was it. Jiang Fei wanted the news be about Sylphie coming to help the Master of the Seven Seas on her own accord. That way, he could divert the hatred of the Nagas toward the Light faction. King Elric listened and understood what Jiang Fei wanted. He was, after all, the savior of King Elric and the lifelong partner of his daughter. Naturally, he would not betray Jiang Fei's trust. From the perspective of outsiders, it was Sylphie who had killed the Tyrant of the Ocean, Morgan, and saved the Master of the Seven Seas. Only the merfolk race knew that it was all thanks to Jiang Fei that their leader was saved. In the end, Jiang Fei was the one who gained the most benefits while the Light faction had incidentally garnered the hatred and grudge of the Naga. Chapter 531, Holy Item Merfolk's Vengeance. After King Elric went off, Jiang Fei took his time to check on the legendary hidden quest reward. When the quest was completed and Jiang Fei had received 1 billion experience points, Jiang Fei had only paid attention to Sylphie as she was busy killing a lot of Nagas. In summary, Jiang Fei had leveled up from level 62 to level 68 with 40% experience points in his experience gauge. 5,000 reputation points had increased the reputation level of all merfolk race to respect. Ariel was already in infatuated state, hence, the reward had not affected her. He had also obtained a ring. Merfolk's Vengeance, ring, holy item, physical attack plus 10,000, strength, plus 200, vitality, plus 200, equip, permanently increases 1 point of attack for every Naga race killed. Equip, permanently increases 2 points of strength for every Naga race leader tier boss killed. Equip, permanently increases 3 points of vitality for every Mage race lord tier boss killed. Equip, obtain the skill, Angel of Revenge. Morph into the Angel of Revenge, increasing 100% attack and attack speed and gains immunity to all crowd control status effect. Cannot be used in conjunction with other morphing skill. Equip, permanently increases the active duration of Angel of Revenge with every Overlord tier Naga race boss. Equip requirement, admire reputation level of merfolk race. Note, vengeance is the child of the original Sin Wrath, which is also the main driving force. Whoa! A holy item, cried Jiang Fei. Merfolk's Vengeance was not the first holy item that Jiang Fei had seen. Jiang Fei had already collected 3 in total. Sylphie had one with her. Hence, Jiang Fei was not really surprised to see a holy item. However, the Merfolk's Vengeance was the first holy item that was true to its tier. The holy items that Jiang Fei had in possession was the Nephilim's two-handed sword, the shadow armor from the 4th Princess Curtis, and a map that led to the tomb of the Pope that he had extorted. Even though he had it in his possession, he had dared not use them in public as he feared the Shadow faction and the Light faction would hunt him down. That left Jiang Fei with only one holy item that he could use publicly. The best thing about the ring was that it was an evolving item. As long as Jiang Fei continued to wreak havoc to the Naga race, he would only get stronger with each kill. Someday, it might even become stronger than other holy items. Currently, the only problem that Jiang Fei had was that the reputation level of the merfolk race was only at respect. He needed to farm more reputation points, which was not something too hard to do. Ariel was completely smitten by Jiang Fei. Isabella was too, but in Isabella's case, she was Jiang Fei's pet. As a result, she had lost the ability to issue quests to Jiang Fei. Ariel was still an NPC and could continuously issue quests to Jiang Fei. With the title Romeo in effect, Jiang Fei could farm reputation points quickly. In the end, besides having Isabella mad at Sylphie, he had gained the approval of the merfolk race, a mega-sized bowl of experience points, and a super powerful ring. Now that King Elric was gone, Ariel bade Jiang Fei farewell to sort the mess out with her father. Now that almost all of the Nada soldiers that were dispatched to surround King Elric were killed, it was high time to start a war with them as their military strength was severely weakened. Ariel had to do what she had to do as a princess and assist him. With one less female in the group, it was supposed to be less stressful for Jiang Fei. The problem was that the two girls were starting to compete with each other to win Jiang Fei's attention. Husband, darling, while Jiang Fei was sorting out his inventory, the two girls moved to beside him and each of them held one of his arms closer to their chests. Both sides were not surrendering to the other. Even Isabella, the little spicy chili, had changed the way she addressed Jiang Fei. *CK my life. What had I done to deserve this? Cursed Jiang Fei silently. He was so stressed out from the situation that he was tempted to log out of the game at that very second. Dealing with girls was not one of Jiang Fei's fortes. Back then, when he was younger, he had read many young adult comics and novels. That time, he was just a shut-in young boy who liked to play games that featured sexy girls. He had always thought that being embraced by girls from both sides would be the best feeling in the world. However, as of now, Jiang Fei was hit hard by reality and could not fathom the thought of Ariel coming to join the fray. In terms of dealing with emotion, Jiang Fei would be the noobiest noob in the entire world. Jiang Fei was completely out of ideas on how to deal with the two jealous girls who were desperate to gain his affection. Thank God Isabella and Sylphie were not as cunning as they were cute like the Yang sisters. If they were, Jiang Fei would not hesitate to sell the two chicks away for some cold hard cash. While Jiang Fei was completely worn out while dealing with the girls, something else was happening in the real world. Somewhere in the northwest of China, in an underground facility, a researcher was running across a long corridor whilst shouting at someone in the front. Leader! Leader! Number 15 and number 19 experimental program have shown new progress, The man that was the leader came to him. Look! These reports that have came in show yet another drastic improvement of the human personality. There's one more. Number 35 had also shown a drastic improvement in terms of the emotional program, said the researcher as he showed the leader a clipboard with stacks of papers. These three and one more program. Number 23 has all showed improvement in their programming because they had made contact with the player named Verger Glider. Something is not right. Why is it that the name Verger Glider keeps showing up on these reports? Wondered the leader. Should we do something to intervene? Asked the researcher. No. Not yet. We need to continue the observation first. If my theory is right. In the meantime, send a few other programs to Verger Glider to interact with. Report to me if those programs show anything similar to the previous programs. Yes, sir. Right away, sir, said the researcher. Darling! Do you see what she's doing, husband? Jiang Fei was frowning harder and harder. Isabella was clinging onto Jiang Fei's arm like a baby monkey. Sylphie, on the other hand, was behaving normally. She did not force herself onto Jiang Fei but stood there, looking at Jiang Fei, with her puppy eyes. The entire scene lasted for as long as 30 minutes before Jiang Fei had enough. Both of you. Sit down and be quiet. I'll get a negotiator, said Jiang Fei angrily as he summoned Ariel with the contract of devotion. Ariel was surprised at first, but once she realized it was Jiang Fei who had summoned her, she calmed down and smiled at him. It's been a while since the battle ended. Why are you still here? Asked Ariel. It's because of those two. I need your help, Ariel. Could you do something about them? Get them to stop fighting, said Jiang Fei. The reason Jiang Fei had asked for Ariel's help was simple. When Ariel had suddenly used the contract of devotion on Jiang Fei, Isabella was fuming with rage, but after 30 minutes of them being alone with each other, Isabella had completely treated Ariel as her younger sister. Hence, she must have some sort of skill, like power of friendship, to calm the raging little princess. Chapter 532, Destroy the Nada's Nest. Jiang Fei had made the right call. Ariel had a natural talent to solve conflicts. When she had made a contract with Jiang Fei, she was left alone with Isabella for only half an hour, and yet she had managed to solve Isabella's impasses and they both emerged as sisters. Jiang Fei left the three girls on their own, and after some time, the three returned. Even though the atmosphere was not as intimate as Isabella and Ariel, Sylphie and Isabella were no longer going at each other's throats. "Darling! I've handled it," cried the little mermaid. Even Ariel had changed the way she addressed Jiang Fei. Ugh, to be honest, Jiang Fei was not comfortable with being called darling, husband, or any terms that were too intimate. "If there's nothing else for me to do, I shall take my leave now. I need to help my father," said Ariel as she turned around and left. "Wait," cried Jiang Fei as he chased after Ariel. He did not want the little mermaid to leave just yet. If Isabella and Sylphie started to fight again, he would need her to mediate them again. "Is there anything else I can do for you, darling?" asked Ariel. Actually, I don't feel right having you to help your father alone. Please let me share that burden," said Jiang Fei. What he failed to tell her was that he wanted Ariel to be around when the princess and the assassin started to make noise. Secondly, he wanted Ariel to issue some quests to him, allowing Jiang Fei to farm some merfolk reputation points. "You're so considerate, darling," cried Ariel as she leaped forward to hug Jiang Fei. She even kissed him on his cheek. "Let's go. My father would be pleased to see you again." "That's good to hear," said Jiang Fei. When his father was captured, Jiang Fei could not interfere, for he was too weak and he did not want the Naga to hate the wrong faction. However, now that things had changed, Jiang Fei needed to wear the ring as soon as possible. On the plus side, Jiang Fei could even further strengthen the ring by killing the Nagas. Jiang Fei summoned the sky-gliding dragon and everyone got on it. With three girls and Jiang Fei riding, the gigantic dragon could no longer fly as fast as it could. Sylphie, who could fly on her own, did not want to leave Jiang Fei's side. She could ease the load on the dragon, but she had chosen to stay with Jiang Fei. "Oh man, there's four of us now. What would happen if Hua Mulan suddenly decided to jump on the bandwagon?" wondered Jiang Fei to himself. He had also forgotten about the Saint of the Light. Jiang Fei had seriously underestimated the power of Romeo. As he completed more and more quests, there would surely be more and more women that would be infatuated with him. The numbers would no longer be a single digit. Even if Jiang Fei had chosen the hermit way and avoid all communications with females, there would be forces in play that would send him a bunch of female NPCs for him to court. Jiang Fei did not realize that he was being used as an experimental guinea pig. Before he had realized about the side effects of having too many girls, someone else had already begun the unstoppable train of event. When the female NPCs had improved their programming, it would be the researchers who would be reaping the benefits. There would be someone who might even laugh at Jiang Fei in the end. Although it took some time, the dragon had finally landed on a small island with King Elric commanding his troops personally. There were two forces on the same island. On one side, King Elric was arranging his troops, consolidating every available troop while sending off injured soldiers. On the other side of the island were the Nagas. They were not as lucky as the merfolk. They had sustained a heavy blow from the merfolk and were trying their best to survive. "Father, I bring you good news. Verger Glider wants to help you kill the Eastern Sea Nagas," cried Ariel as she jumped off the dragon and rushed to her father's side. "Is that right? Ah, good lad. In that case, take charge of the giant whale and attack the main camp of the Naga," said King Elric proudly. From his perspective, Jiang Fei was the disciple of the four heaven sages. To reel in Jiang Fei to his side, King Elric had decided to offer him a high-ranking position in his military rank. The Eastern Sea Naga army had already lost their will to fight. The merfolk could easily win the war with their eyes closed. To be fair, it did not matter who led the soldiers, as the enemies had practically dropped their swords. Attacking Morgan's Nest would be such an accomplishment that King Elric had decided to let Jiang Fei take the honor instead of his son. It was a huge price to bear, but Jiang Fei was worth the honor. Ding! The master of the seven seas, King Elric has a quest for you, destroy the remains of the Naga. Will you accept it? I shall do my best to live up to your expectations, King Elric, said Jiang Fei. Knowing that King Elric had already done so much to gain his favor, Jiang Fei decided to play along. To him, quests and rewards were more important to him than honor or accomplishment. As the quests got harder, the reward got higher too. He saw it as an absolute win. The sooner he gained more reputation points, the sooner he could put on the ring. When he was still in the sky, he had noticed that there were still a good number of Naga soldiers about, though they were all beaten up. For now, Jiang Fei had only seen them as upgrade materials for the merfolk's vengeance. The more he killed, the better the ring got. Once Jiang Fei accepted the quest from King Elric, he noticed that he had gained the commander role. It was only limited to the giant whale troop, which granted him the authority where whenever any one of the giant whale troop made a kill, it would be counted in Jiang Fei's name. However, the experience points gained would be reduced. However, what mattered most was the kill count because of the ring. All hands, follow my lead, cried Jiang Fei as he commanded the giant whale troop to the Naga's nest. The master of the seven seas had placed the strongest troop he had under Jiang Fei's command. Since he did not know how strong Jiang Fei was, it was best to give him his strongest troop to ensure Jiang Fei's victory. The giant whale troop were whale warriors that were at least 7 meters tall. All of them wielded a 5 meters long iron spear that had a spiral end. Anyone who was pierced by would have their bones and muscles shredded to pieces. Jiang Fei had a quick look at the warrior and noted that they were all level 75 advanced elite NPCs. Their combat capabilities were only about the same as the Naga brutes. If that was the strongest troop that King Elric could spare for Jiang Fei, it only showed that Jiang Fei was someone capable of winning the war. After leading tens of thousands of giant whale warriors to kill the remaining Naga soldiers, he moved on to the final objective, the Naga's nest. Naturally, Sylphie and Isabella were beside Jiang Fei all the time, attacking alongside the giant whale warriors. Ariel was not with Jiang Fei as she was still with the king, consolidating the remaining soldiers to their respected troops. Let's show them hell, cried Jiang Fei as he issued the attack order to attack the Naga's nest. The war was not as brutal nor as exciting as Jiang Fei had expected. The Naga soldiers did not put up a good fight as they were already tattered and beaten down. With the loss of their main powerhouse, Morgan, they were left with only a few thousands of advanced elite Naga soldiers. The rest of the militia were only old Naga that were enlisted at the very last minute. Naturally, with such a huge difference in military power, the Naga was defeated by a crushing defeat of 10-1. They did not even have a shred of chance of winning. Jiang Fei made his way toward the Naga's nest and started the slaughtering of the Nagas. In less than half an hour, there were no more Nagas in sight. The giant whale troops left the Naga's nest without a single casualty. Since Jiang Fei was the commander, he had gained nearly 1 million experience points in total and had also increased the stat of the holy item, Merfolk's Vengeance. Chapter 533, Origin Force. After the war was over, Jiang Fei headed back to King Elric to submit the quest and get his reward. However, before he could even exit the nest, the system logged him out of the game. He was too engrossed in killing the Nagas that he had forgotten to check the system time. Jiang Fei woke up and found himself asleep on the captain's chair. Besides his slow breathing, there was silence in the air. Except for the almost inaudible sound of electronic buzzing, Jiang Fei could not hear anything else. Although it had been a long night, 0541 was still syncing with the data center of the ship. Although 0541 was not done with its task at hand, it was still able to finish concocting the biopotion that Jiang Fei had requested. Let the pain come. At least, I'm prepared for it, cried Jiang Fei. He took the potion and gulped down the entire bottle, preparing for the worst to come. As soon as he had swallowed the entire content of the bottle, he quickly lay down on the cold hard floor of the ship and braced himself for an intense session of excruciating pain. The pain only kicked in hard a few seconds later. Bring it! Erg, wuh! Show me what you got, ow wow. Oop! Erg! It's too much. The entire floor was filled with pools of Jiang Fei's sweat. Even though becoming stronger with a sip of a potion was nice, the pain he had to bear had always made him question his life decisions. There was no light at the bottom of the sea, and Jiang Fei could not tell just how long had he been tortured. By the time he could muster enough strength to resist the pain, he realized that the hellish moment was over. He struggled to get himself up, but eventually made his way to the captain's seat. The pain he felt for this session was far greater than from all the previous potions combined. Although he was mentally prepared for this, he had greatly underestimated what pain could do to him. After half an hour of panting and resting, Jiang Fei was finally able to regulate his breathing. When he tried to stand up, he felt a powerful pang in his legs, stomach, arms, and head. He fell back to the seat immediately. "Congratulations, Captain. You have become so much stronger," said 0541. It seemed that 0541 was finally done with the sinking. "Sometimes I really do wonder if you are trying to kill me," said Jiang Fei as he fumbled with his words. He was too weak then. "Congratulations, Captain. It seems that the energy level in you have reached the standard beginner level for metahuman level," said 0541. "HM. So it seems," said Jiang Fei. Although he was too weak to move, he could at least feel the flow of energy inside him. Previously, the energy inside him felt like it was flowing without a specific form. Now, he could feel the energy was condensed to liquid form. If he further condensed the energy inside him, he could manifest it into strength at least 10 times stronger than before. "How did the sinking go?" asked Jiang Fei. As he was too weak to do anything, Jiang Fei checked on 0541 instead. "Besides a few data that was lost with other parts of the ship, I am basically restored to the factory default settings. As long as I have enough power, I am 9 times stronger than I was before," said 0541. "HM. So, could you craft me the perfect martial skill?" asked Jiang Fei. He did not forget that since it was his main goal. "Yes," said 0541, and it quickly got to work. Right before it started to work on the martial skill, 0541 chimed in and asked. "Calculations would not consume too much energy, but it will take at least 4 hours to complete. However, to ensure calculation efficiency with power consumption, I am unable to provide any other functions during the operation. Do you still wish to continue?" "Yes, please," said Jiang Fei. With that, 0541 went silent and the electronics started to buzz. Jiang Fei had allowed 0541 to go uninterrupted as Jiang Fei was unable to do anything at the moment. He could use the time to recuperate while 0541 did its thing. Jiang Fei took out some food and water and rested on the captain's seat. 4 hours was not too long as Jiang Fei even napped for a little while after he had his meal. By the time 0541 had completed the calculations, it woke Jiang Fei from his nap. Even though he was still slightly sleepy, his body had fully recovered. "Captain, I am now projecting the martial skill. Please observe," said 0541 as it projected a hologram in front of Jiang Fei. "Huh? How am I supposed to learn this?" 0541's martial skill was not a book but a holographic stick figure that moved around. Using words or written form is not an inefficient method to learn. There are times that the slightest misinterpretation would cause one to learn the wrong move. Misunderstanding of the context might even cause one to lose his mind during practice. I am now only demonstrating the moves. I will also imprint the knowledge directly onto your mind. What did you just say? Imprinting knowledge? Jiang Fei was shocked. Correct. Knowledge imprinting is a technology that is used during the absence of a teacher during class. Students on planet Namek gain knowledge of the basics through this method. However, imprinting knowledge would be useless without actual usage of the knowledge through physical use. One must recall the information that they learn and practice it. It is similar to what humans called homework, said 0541. When 0541 said it had gained more function after syncing with the data center, Jiang Fei had not expected 0541 to have a function like this. This is convenient. Could you also give me the knowledge of language? I would like to learn a few of the most commonly used language, said Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei had a good memory, but learning language was something that took too much time. If 0541 could directly imprint that knowledge onto his brain, he would the ability to understand and speak several languages easily. Unlike martial skills, language was just information that he could immediately use since it did not require Jiang Fei to practice. All he needed to do was to match the correct context with the foreign word, and Jiang Fei would be able to converse with other people even if it was only a simple conversation. All right, said 0541. As soon as it said that, a blue light beamed on Jiang Fei's forehead. After a while, Jiang Fei could feel a large amount of information being poured into his mind. After the beam was turned off, Jiang Fei was assaulted by a tremendous pain in his head. Ugh, Captain, adjusting to the information requires some time. Your brain is not accustomed to this method of imprinting. It will take several hours for your mind to recover, said 0541. All right. You could have warned me beforehand. Jiang Fei could not think straight. He tried to clear his mind, but new information kept on pouring in one after another. Jiang Fei struggled again and sat down on the captain's seat. He closed his eyes and slowly digested all the new information that was swirling around chaotically in his mind. After some time, Jiang Fei had sorted out the information. He had learned 8 new languages as well as the martial skill that was included during the imprinting. Even though he knew the martial skills, it was hard for him to actually fetch them out of his mind to use it physically. He quickly understood what 0541 had explained earlier about homework. Alas, Jiang Fei's head was still throbbing, and he decided to close his eyes and sort all of the new information before moving around again. As the outside light could not reach the bottom of the sea, Jiang Fei could not tell how long he had taken to adjust himself. By the time he opened his eyes and the throbbing pain in his head had subsided a little, he had fully mastered the 8 languages and even the martial skill. 0541, what is the name of the martial skill? I may have the ability to calculate martial moves, but I lack the creativity to give it a name. You should try and give it a name, said 0541. Jiang Fei subtly felt that 0541's personality had improved when he first entered the bridge, but after 0541 had synced with the data center, Jiang Fei could tell that 0541's personality had really improved. A name, Jiang Fei went quiet for a bit. What about Origin Force, said Jiang Fei as he had named the most powerful martial skill, possibly in the entire universe. Chapter 534, Resurfacing. Jiang Fei had named the martial skill as Origin Force because of the nature of the energy that he drew from. From his understanding, there were 2 different kinds of energy used by martial artists and metahumans. Martial artists used inner chi, whereas metahumans, or more commonly known as mutants, used natural energies such as fire, water, wind, psychic, telekinesis, and other types of energy that had certain attributes. Jiang Fei's source of energy originated from his own. A type of energy that was pure. He understood that his power did not have any type of attribute and may be imbued with attributes with certain methods. 0541's martial skill had many different styles. Each of the styles drew a different kind of energy circulation to invoke different types of outputs. With different activations and movements, Jiang Fei's energy could be morphed into an attack or defense. To put it mildly, other metahumans, which including martial artists, were magicians with one type of attribute. Jiang Fei, on the other hand, was the master of all elements. Naturally, he was current only at the initial stage of level 4. With training, Jiang Fei would be able to perform much better. He could face different kinds of enemy or even enemies. He could freely adjust his own attributes to counter a specific type of foe, bringing his combat prowess to another level. Now that he had the moves and styles imprinted inside his mind, Jiang Fei was excited to practice and experiment on his moves. He was still inside the bridge at the moment. As it was filled with many delicate pieces of machinery, he would have to wait until he was back on land. Is it time to leave? Asked Jiang Fei. At your beck and call, replied 0541. All right then, time to put away the bridge and head back to the motherland, said Jiang Fei as he prepared himself to leave. Understood, Captain, Jiang Fei made his way to the sealed door and put on the wetsuit that 0541 had redesigned and materialized. Before he entered the air compression chamber, 0541 put up the barrier once more and off they went into the waters. Once he was out, Jiang Fei placed his hands on the wall of the ship. 0541 had gained authority of the ship and there would not be any problem in keeping it inside the ring. With a flash of white silvery light, the ship was gone and Jiang Fei got on the sword to resurface to the top. When he first dove down to the bottom of the sea, he felt an uncertain fear of the deep. Now, even though he was going upward, he was still scared. Although he had killed a giant monster with his fists, it was merely a downgraded version of the real monster. God knows where the real monster was. Based on what 0541 had informed him yesterday, a large alien beast would not have any problem living past a few thousand years. At his current strength, even though he could defeat the Void Manta, he was not sure if he could defeat the real alien monster as its power level was at the peak of level 4. Half an hour later, Jiang Fei got back to the surface and was welcomed by the warmth of the sun. Jiang Fei scoffed for worrying about nothing. There was no way the alien beast would know that Jiang Fei had killed its offspring. All in all, Jiang Fei was incredibly relieved for reaching to the surface of the ocean in one piece. Jiang Fei had invested a lot of 0541's power reserves and managed to gain a good haul for it. Not only had he acquired the Bridge of Braveheart, but he had also gained the power of a level 4 initial stage. According to 0541 thorough scans, Jiang Fei's true combat power was that of an intermediate level 4. His current level was only temporary since he had not perfected Origin Force. Once he had perfected the art, he might even be able to fight with a level 4 peak stage. He might not be able to, but at the very least, he would not be troubled by anyone lower than an intermediate level 4 fighter. 0541, what's the current level of the power reserve? Asked Jiang Fei as he rode the sword, gliding through the air. Power reserve is current at 14%. If I do not activate any defensive system, the power reserve should be able to keep me functioning for a long time, said 0541. Alright, do warn me if something is up, said Jiang Fei. He could roughly estimate that 0541 current power level might help him to block one single attack from a level 4 peak stage. I'm a little tired. 0541, please find me an island to rest. We need to start planning about gaining power, said Jiang Fei. Alright, setting coordinates on the hoverboard, 0541 replied and took control of the sword. Soon, Jiang Fei arrived on an uninhabited island. It was almost 5 p.m. by the time Jiang Fei had settled down on the island. According to 0541, it was only around 3 p.m. in China. Currently, Jiang Fei had two things that he needed to prioritize. The first being mastering the Origin Force and second, to find an immediate power source for 0541. He was out now and did not want to end his journey so soon. There's no way I can fully master Origin Force overnight. Correct me if I'm wrong, but are we really close to Australia? Asked Jiang Fei. That is correct, Captain. Australia had an abundance of uranium deposit and most of them were claimed by large corporations. Even though he had stolen from them before, he would not want to do it again. The reason was fairly simple. The people that he had stolen from did not take any action against him. If he dared steal from them again, they might take action against him. Jiang Fei did not want to wrong the Australians since they had not wronged him. Feeling guilty, Jiang Fei decided to find another place. 0541, as I recalled. The Japanese that we met back in the uranium mines still had plenty of enriched uranium stock, said Jiang Fei. Allow me to check. According to World Trade Records, the Japanese has indeed significantly large quantities of fuel that surpasses the amount required to supply the nation's power usage, said 0541 after it was silenced for a brief moment. Oh no! That could only mean the Japanese are using the enriched uranium for something else, cried Jiang Fei. He had made up his mind. If the Japanese were up to no good, he would take away their toys instead. However, he needed to know where they were. Jiang Fei's connections with people around the world were close to zero. The only people he knew that had connections to the Japanese were Han Tianyu and Phoenix. Han Tianyu had connections to them due to his tradings with weapons. Phoenix, on the other hand, was going her way to destroy the Japanese that had tortured her. Since she was almost all-powerful, she might know something about what the Japanese were hiding from the world. Might as well ask Han Tianyu first, it was only a phone call away. If Jiang Fei wanted to talk to Phoenix, he would need to summon her with the scar in his shoulder. It would be a great waste of a deus ex machina. "Hey, brother you. I need you to help me dig up some dirty stuff for me," said Jiang Fei. "Wait, what sort of dirty stuff are you talking about? The kind that involves the Japanese and nuclear power," said Jiang Fei. Chapter 535, Great Increase in Strength. There's no news about this for now. Is something up? Han Tianyu asked curiously. I have received some news. It seems like the Japanese have made new progress in their research and development of nuclear weapons. Jiang Fei's words were half true. Really? I'll ask someone to check it out immediately. The Japanese have been hiding their actions very well this time. My spies have not been able to send back any useful news. Han Tianyu was obviously shocked by Jiang Fei's news. Okay, you guys be more careful. Jiang Fei shook his head and hung up. As Han Tianyu did not provide any useful news, Jiang Fei was slightly disappointed. Forget it, Captain. Don't bite off more than you can chew. It would be better for you if you hurry up and master Origin Force now. 0541 advised. I'll just have to settle with that. Jiang Fei nodded. Han Tianyu had no news and he did not know where Phoenix was. So, he could only stop thinking about looting nuclear fuels for now. Although energy was very important to Jiang Fei, 0541 still had enough for now. So, it was not as urgent as the last time. There was no need to take risks and anger the Europe Vatican. Since this energy thing could be put aside for the time being, Jiang Fei focused his attention on the set of exercises tailored for him. Different ways of energy movement represented different attributes. Even though each way of movement was already engraved on Jiang Fei's mind, Jiang Fei still had to practice more if he wanted to use them skillfully. The small island where Jiang Fei was, at this time, an uninhabited islet. Although it was not large, there was a relatively flat area which was a perfect place for Jiang Fei to practice. Since he had decided to practice, Jiang Fei did not even think of being lazy. After all, the metahuman community was so dangerous. Strength meant not only identity and status, but also life. Moreover, it was not only Jiang Fei's own life, but also the life of his parents. Thus, Jiang Fei could not slack while practicing. As Jiang Fei continued to punch or kick, the energy within his body was stimulated again and again. Sometimes as a roaring flame, sometimes as a wave of icy coldness. The energy of different attributes flew out from Jiang Fei's hands or feet, smashing the rocks into pieces. This Origin Force set was different from the 4 sets of low-level martial arts techniques that Jiang Fei learned previously. Although that 4 sets of techniques were handed down by notable martial arts sects, they were only basic skills for lower-level martial artists. Even after Jiang Fei mastered them, he could not emit his energy outward. However, this time, even though Jiang Fei had barely grasped the Origin Force, he could already hurt others from afar. Jiang Fei was no longer a beginner. Previously, he chose 4 martial arts techniques that did not allow him to emit energy because his own energy level was only at lower level 2. With that little energy, he would not be able to learn difficult martial arts techniques even if he wanted to. However, in less than a month, Jiang Fei's energy had reached lower level 4. It was a world apart from before. The 4 sets of martial arts techniques that he learned previously were not totally useless. With the 4 sets of techniques as a foundation, it became easier for Jiang Fei to master this Origin Force set. The knowledge and skill that he acquired from practicing the previous sets of techniques made it easier for him to absorb the Origin Force sets. As Jiang Fei continued to practice, he became more and more motivated. As he punched and kicked, growls accompanied his attacks. He looked cool and impressively powerful. Bam! Following a punch out from Jiang Fei, a wave of ice-cold energy froze a piece of rock 7 or 8 meters away, turning it into a huge chunk of ice. Ha! Jiang Fei swiped his foot and a wave of fiery energy flew out, blowing the frozen rock into pieces. Hey! Jiang Fei slammed the ground with both fists and a shock wave visible to the naked eye radiated outward. A huge boulder just 7 or 8 meters away suddenly flew up into the sky from the impact. It shattered in the sky like fireworks, but the other rocks and trees surrounding it were not damaged. The new abilities made Jiang Fei very surprised. With this origin force set, Jiang Fei's combat power had at least doubled. Once he thoroughly familiarized himself with this set of techniques and developed accompanying tactics, he would be able to defeat intermediate or even advanced level 4 opponents with great ease. The sky had suddenly turned dark. Jiang Fei had forgotten the time. Growl, in the end, the sound of his stomach protesting snapped Jiang Fei out of his tough practice. Sigh! No wonder the high-leveled metahumans look down on those low-leveled ones. One is really nothing but a cannon fodder before reaching level 4. Jiang Fei sighed. Although he currently only had the energy of a lower level 4, Jiang Fei was confident that he could easily defeat hundreds of peak level 3 martial artists without the powers from his equipment. He could defeat them just with his own energy and this origin force set. It could not be helped. Even though it was a small difference of one level, the power gap between level 3 and level 4 was too big. Level 3 metahumans still engaged in close combat. Although they had begun to use energy to enhance their attacks, this was nothing against the terrifying power of a level 4 metahuman. Wiping off the sweat on his forehead, Jiang Fei found a random rock and sat down on it. Then, he took some food and water out to fill his stomach up. When Jiang Fei was done eating, the sky was already completely dark. The entire place was dark, so Jiang Fei could not practice anymore. He continued to sit on the rock and chatted with 0541. When he felt like it was almost time, Jiang Fei entered the game. After all, while he played the game, Jiang Fei could release some stress and let his body enter a deep sleep state. His body could rest better this way. Moreover, Jiang Fei always remembered that 0541 once told him that he would receive an unexpected benefit if he played this game until the end. Upon entering the game, Jiang Fei realized that he was still among the huge army. This was because everything in the game would freeze as soon as players left. So, Isabella and Sylphie did not even notice that Jiang Fei had left. Come on! Let's go back, Jiang Fei said to the two girls. After all, he had completed his quest. The base camp of the Nagasirens had been completely destroyed. All the Nagasirens inside would not be able to escape from the poisonous hands of the whale warriors. It could not be helped. Race wars were just that cruel. Everyone else other than the senior officials that needed to be interrogated had no chance to live. Even though the dark faction led by the Nephilims and the light faction led by the Celestials had been fighting each other for thousands of years, they were fighting a war of religion. If the losers surrendered, they would be allowed to live if they joined the winner. This was why both sides had not been deliberately killing civilians during the war. The sea races were different. The merfolks and the Nagasirens were fighting a race war. The two sides would temporarily keep high-ranked enemy officials alive to exchange hostages when their own important figures had been captured. Other than that, ordinary soldiers and civilians would not be held captive at all and would be killed instantly. The extent of cruelty was not something that the races on land could imagine. Chapter 536, The Great Power That Holy Items Bring. After Jiang Fei led the huge army to victory, the Master of the Seven Seas, Elric, praised him, as expected, a young talent. You managed to destroy the base of the Nagasirens so quickly, ding. Quest complete. Obtain 22 million experience points. Obtain 5,000 gold coins. Obtain 3,000 reputation with the merfolk. Jiang Fei received the quest rewards. It was not a lot, but the quest was simple anyway. This so-called war quest was just an armed march. Jiang Fei was more than happy that he received this much rewards. However, he needed a little more reputation to reach the level of worship. So, Jiang Fei obviously had to continue earning more. Master Elric, is there anything else I can do for you? Jiang Fei asked. Error. Elric did not know what to say because there was really nothing else for Jiang Fei to do. The non-Desirans were now completely vulnerable. All the military work was basically the general's jobs. He had already allowed Jiang Fei to complete the military work that belonged to his son. It would be inappropriate if he stopped another general from working, right? He could transfer his son's military work to Jiang Fei without his son objecting because they were family. However, if he took away the military work of the generals under him, they would definitely complain about it. Even if they did not say anything, it would still cause some discord, so Elric was in a difficult position. How about, you go and help Ariel? After thinking about it for a moment, Elric had an idea. He could not give Jiang Fei any more of his son's military work, but he still had his precious daughter. Moreover, in this way, the both of them would have a chance to interact with each other. Ding! The master of the seven seas, Elric, has given you a quest, reinforce Ariel. Will you accept? Okay. I'll go there immediately. Jiang Fei did not hesitate at all. His goal now was to gain more reputation, then equip the merfolk's vengeance. After accepting the quest, Jiang Fei said goodbye to Elric. Then, he led his tens of thousands of whale warriors to the battlefield where Ariel was at. When Jiang Fei and his army arrived at the battlefield, Ariel was already almost done. The hardest part of the battle was already over. Kill! Attack however you want to. With a command from Jiang Fei, a group of giant whale warriors rushed toward the remaining enemies. These giant whale warriors were not comparable to the level 60 fiddler crabs led by Ariel. Moreover, Ariel's enemies were not the Naga-Sirens, but the Makuras. The combat power of the two sides was on a totally different level. One hit from the giant whale warriors was enough to make these Makuras dizzy. Then, the giant whale warriors would kill them. Hee hee, why are you here, darling? Ariel flew to Jiang Fei's side and naturally clung onto Jiang Fei's arm. Your father was worried about you, so he asked me to come here and reinforce you. Jiang Fei laughed. You're so nice. Ariel smiled sweetly at Jiang Fei. If Ariel was a normal general, she would probably hate Jiang Fei to death at this time. She had already finished the difficult part of the battle. The only thing left to do was reap the harvest of the victorious battle. Jiang Fei brought the main army in at the last minute to kill everything and take all the credit. This was way too immoral of him. However, Ariel was different. This little girl was crazy about Jiang Fei. When it came to Jiang Fei, she did not care about military work and such. As long as her lover was willing to help her, she was already really happy. Ding! Reinforcement quest complete. Obtained 11 million experience points. Obtained 2,000 gold coins. Obtained 2,000 reputation with the merfolk. Ding! Your reputation with the merfolk has reached worship. A green light flashed and Jiang Fei's reputation with the merfolk had finally reached the maximum. Ha! I can finally wear it. Jiang Fei rejoiced. Then, he equipped the merfolk's vengeance, replacing the treasure hunting ring. Although this treasure hunting ring had a unique function, the chance of it working was way too small. Jiang Fei's attributes soared instantly. As he had killed many Naga-Sirens previously, the attributes of the holy item ring had grown a little. The attack power had increased by more than 4,000, and his strength had increased to more than 3,200. His vitality had also increased to more than 280. Jiang Fei instantly became invincible. His health points had exceeded 100,000 and he had more than 12,000 defense. Jiang Fei was equivalent to a small boss. His attack power was even better. The merfolk's vengeance was already a piece of attack-type equipment. After Jiang Fei equipped it, his attack power exceeded 30,000. Even without Ruthless Barrage, he was already invincible. If he stacked Ruthless Barrage 10 times, his damage of nearly 100,000 was absolutely godly. As expected from a holy item ranked equipment, Jiang Fei said with some excitement. The attributes of this one ring were already better than the attributes of a whole level 60 legendary quality equipment set combined. Moreover, this was a ring with growth. It's a pity that I can't equip that demon race's two-handed sword, Jiang Fei complained. He had just equipped a holy item, but he had already started to want more. While Jiang Fei was still looking at his own attributes, the battle was already over. After all, as the giant whale warriors were against the Makuras, it was basically bullying. After a horrible round of abuse, the battle was over. Come on! Let's go see my father. Ariel tugged at Jiang Fei's arm and said happily. It seemed like she did not mind if she did not get any rewards. It was as if she was happier if Jiang Fei took all the credit. In actuality, Jiang Fei did not care about the rewards anymore. After all, the greatness of the holy item ring had already overshadowed all the other rewards. As expected, after they returned, Elric gave Jiang Fei more than 10 million experience points and 100 gold coins, which was of little significance to Jiang Fei. After leaving Ariel to help her dad take over the Naga Siren territory, Jiang Fei took Isabella and Sylphie back to the Demon Flame Fortress. After a whole day of observation, Jiang Fei realized that Ariel was actually quite capable. He did not know what she did, but she actually managed to make Isabella and Sylphie accept each other. Even though he did not know why, Jiang Fei was glad that these two girls were not quarreling with each other anymore. They were so annoying when they fought all the time. However, while these two girls tortured him, Jiang Fei had also gained a lot of experience in picking girls up. If he continued to interact with these two girls, his girl pickup level would increase for sure. Sister Rose, is my stuff ready? After returning to the Demon Flame Fortress, Jiang Fei sent Rosette Rose a message. After all, one day had passed. Since there were so many engineer players in the guild, they should have been able to finish with the highly explosive potions by now, right? It's already done. I didn't expect that the trouble you created to actually turn into a big help. Almost all the engineer players in the guild have leveled up, and one rare profession engineer player had actually increased his profession level by 2 levels. If there are similar opportunities in the future, think more about the guild. Rosette Rose laughed. That's good, I still need them in the future. Jiang Fei nodded. After the release of the expansion pack, the fortress war would become the norm. However, as the defense towers had godly attributes, it was not something that players could destroy easily at all. Therefore, it was necessary to use the siege weapons designed and made by engineer players. After returning to Dawnlight City, Jiang Fei took the 20,000 highly explosive potions that were required by his quest. As for the rest, he left them with the guild. It could be used to make siege weapons later on. Chapter 537, Meeting the Human Torch again. After returning to the Demon Flame Fortress, Jiang Fei looked for the Demolition General Fritz. Master, I brought you the highly explosive potions, Jiang Fei said to Fritz. As expected, you did not let me down. Only an elite Nephilim like you can accomplish such a daunting task so quickly, Fritz said happily. Ding! Quest complete. Obtained 80 million experience points. Obtained 3,000 gold coins. Obtained 15,000 honor points. Obtained 500 reputation in the Dark Faction. Ding! Congratulations player Verger Glider for reaching level 69. All attributes +1. Gained 5 undistributed attribute points. As a golden light flashed, Jiang Fei's level increased once again. This was because he had gained a lot of experience when he was earning reputation with the merfolk. So, combined with this 80 million experience points, Jiang Fei's level increased to 69. However, after he had completed this quest, the War Supplies series of quests was completely over. Jiang Fei walked all around the fortress, but there were no more suitable quests for him. At this time, the 3 commanders were busy discussing war tactics and did not look like they were going to continue giving quests. Jiang Fei was too lazy to do the quests of those junior officers. After all, those simple quests just required players to kill designated level 60 monsters or to hand over certain quest items. These quests were designed for ordinary players. They were simple but also gave little experience. Quests like these that gave only a few million experience points were not eye-catching to Jiang Fei at all. As Jiang Fei had no more quests to do, he had time to relax. However, as he was followed by two beautiful girls, Isabella and Sylphie, he was not bored. Since there was nothing to do, Jiang Fei brought them for a walk around the vast land of the faction area. The sightseeing was accompanied by beautiful girls. This was also in line with Jiang Fei's purpose of playing games to relax. In the next few days, Jiang Fei basically spent his time the same way. During the day, he practiced martial arts on the island. In the evening, he hung out with the two girls in the game. Occasionally, when Ariel was free, she would directly come over and spend time with Jiang Fei for a while. After a few days of interacting with the girls, Jiang Fei gained a huge amount of experience in picking up girls. Although these two girls were also on a rookie level, Jiang Fei still learned a lot about how to interact with girls. In a blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. During this time, Jiang Fei had completely mastered the application of Origin Force. Although Jiang Fei was unable to come up with a relatively advanced routine because of a lack of practical experience, his combat power had still increased more than 3 times compared to before. 0541, let's go home. After coming out of the game today, Jiang Fei did not continue to practice. Yes, Captain. You lack actual combat experience now. It's really difficult to improve anymore just by practicing on your own. 0541 also agreed with Jiang Fei. Let's go home, then. Jiang Fei took out the gigantic saber out once again and then started on the way home. 0541, how long have we been away? Jiang Fei asked as he flew. It has been 2 weeks since the day of departure. 0541 replied. Time flies. Jiang Fei muttered. Warning! High energy detected ahead. I suggest you change routes. Just as Jiang Fei was feeling eager to go home and see his parents, 0541's warning rang. Energy intensity, coordinates. Jiang Fei was already very familiar with 0541. Of course, he knew how to conveniently obtain more detailed and accurate information in a battle state. At 7 o'clock, on a small island 45 kilometers away, 5 level 4 metahumans are fighting. 0541 quickly reported the results of his scan. Oh! Jiang Fei was slightly shocked. Captain, my current energy reserve is low. I suggest you avoid the battle zone. 0541 urged Jiang Fei to change routes. Activate the invisibility system. Let's go and have a look. It was rare for Jiang Fei to not listen to 0541's advice. As the gigantic saber was very fast, while Jiang Fei and 0541 were still talking, he was already less than 10 kilometers away from the battle site. At this time, Jiang Fei, who also had level 4 strength, could already feel a familiar atmosphere from the aftermath of the battle between the 4 metahumans. Schroeder! Human Torch Schroeder! He was the deacon of the Mutants Brotherhood. His position in the Mutants Brotherhood was similar to Old Man Hai's position in the China Martial Arts Alliance. The most important thing was that this guy was Jenny's brother, and Jenny was Phoenix's predecessor. Previously, Phoenix had helped Jiang Fei big time. So, no matter what, Jiang Fei had to go and have a look. Okay. I will follow your orders. Although 0541 did not recommend that Jiang Fei approach the battlefield, he was just a support system. Jiang Fei had the decision-making powers in his hands. Buzz, following a subtle energy fluctuation, 0541 activated the invisibility system that used mirror refraction technology to cover Jiang Fei's figure. Captain, although the invisibility system has been turned on, you should not get too close to the battlefield. Even if you do not use any energy, it can easily be sensed if you are too close, 0541 reminded him. It was not just martial artists. Even other metahumans could sense energy. However, other than some special types of mutants, most Western metahumans did not have strong senses like China martial artists. Moreover, because the internal strength of China martial artists was more hidden, it was also less likely to be sensed. Got it! Jiang Fei nodded, then drove the gigantic saber toward the battlefield. From far away, Jiang Fei could already see the situation on the battlefield. It was also a small island, but it was much bigger than the small island that Jiang Fei practiced on. The radius was a couple of kilometers. At this time, on the beach on the leeward side of the island, there were 5 metahumans fighting. As it was a deserted island, the 5 metahumans fought with full powers. They did not restrain themselves at all. Flames and bolts of lightning complemented each other and violent explosions erupted one after another. With just a glance, Jiang Fei already understood what was happening. The Human Torch Schroeder and another female mutant who used lightning powers were trying their best to resist the attacks of the 3 level 4 masters. However, the situation on the battlefield was not looking good at this time. The Human Torch Schroeder and that lightning woman were only lower level 4 metahumans, whereas one of the 3 guys on the opposite side had reached intermediate level 4. If it was not because of the fact that the 3 opponents had to bring Schroeder and the lightning woman back alive, the battle would have been over long ago. Damn! These Japanese people are stepping more and more over the line. Jiang Fei immediately became angry after watching the battle. The reason was very simple. Schroeder's opponents were actually 3 biohumans. Perfectly controllable level 4 biohumans. Judging from the performance of the 3 biohumans, Jiang Fei suspected that the Japanese had started to mass-produce high-level biohumans. Moreover, they had managed to grasp the technology so well that they were now able to create at least level 4 intermediate biohumans. This isn't good news. Jiang Fei's brows furrowed. Just as Jiang Fei frowned, Schroeder's left arm was hit with corrosive mucus that one of the biohumans spat. It immediately became swollen and he could no longer feel his whole arm. Chapter 538, Actual Battle Test. Originally, Schroeder was already struggling to keep up with his opponent with both of his hands. Now that he had lost one of his hands, he was in an even more dire situation. Apart from him, the Electress next to him did not seem to fare well either and may not be able to last much longer in the battle. No! I have to help, Jiang Fei said through gritted teeth. Captain, it is theoretically possible for you to defeat these 3 biohumans. However, on the basis that you do not have sufficient battle experience, I would like to advise you to think twice. 0541 warned Jiang Fei. No way! If I allowed these biohumans to capture Schroeder, how would I face Phoenix ever again? Jiang Fei was a hot-blooded youth. He could not possibly consider everything from a cost and benefit perspective the way people like Han Tianyu did. Very well. I shall oblige to your wishes. After all, Jiang Fei was still the captain. Since Jiang had already made up his mind, 0541 would have no authority to change his decision. Jiang Fei steered the gigantic saber toward a dense patch of forest as he landed somewhere within. He then used 0541's invincibility effect to get close to the battle. Luckily, everyone in the area was focused on each of their opponents and none of them had noticed Jiang Fei's arrival. After all, this was a no-man's land. Nobody would have guessed that their opponent would have backup. Jumping slash. Jiang Fei got closer to one of the lower-tier level 4 biohumans and instantly activated his equipment skill. With a single leap, Jiang Fei suddenly traveled a few 10 meters and appeared behind the biohuman. Ah! The biohuman shouted out loudly. However, it was too late for him to react. Penetrating Chi Strike. In order to land a killing blow, Jiang Fei activated the Origin Force along with his equipment skill. This was something that Jiang Fei discovered during his 10 days of practice and strategizing in battles. Although the equipment skills limited his movements, they did not prevent Jiang Fei from using the energy within his body. Therefore, when he activated the equipment skills, he was able to boost his attack with his bonus energy. Boom! the completely defenseless biohuman was ambushed by Jiang Fei from behind him. Jiang Fei's fist landed on the back of the biohuman. The energy from the penetrating chi strike instantly caused the biohuman's body to explode from within. A huge gap the size of a ruler appeared on the biohuman's back. Amidst the pulpy flesh, Jiang Fei could even see his beating heart. Simultaneously, the energy which Jiang Fei channeled into the biohuman's body exploded and burned his internal organs into ashes. In a single attack, Jiang Fei's sneaky assault ended the life of a lower-tier level 4 biohuman. Gah! The middle-tier level 4 biohuman immediately stopped attacking Schroeder and turned toward Jiang Fei cautiously. "Brother Jiang Fei, is that you?" Schroeder asked with a tone of disbelief. He thought his life would have ended here. Somehow, Jiang Fei had shown up to save his life. "We can reminisce on life later. Here, eat this," Jiang Fei said as he tossed 2 medicinal pills to Schroeder. These are, Schroeder's pupils expanded. Grand Restore Pill and Evil Purging Pill were famed items in the China martial arts circle. Other metahumans had also known about their existence since a long time ago. However, these items were heavily guarded by the China Martial Art Alliance. After all, they were only able to get very limited amount from Jiang Fei. Since these were such scarce items, it was almost impossible for outsiders to get their hands on them. Therefore, not only had Schroeder never seen these pills, but even higher-ranked mutants had probably never seen them and merely heard about their existence. "Eat it now. Ask questions later." Jiang Fei looked warily at the 2 biohumans before him. The Electress made her way to Jiang Fei as if she would fight alongside him. However, the Electress did not seem to be in good shape. Her entire body was drenched in sweat. The energy in her body appeared to be very unstable. She must have overexerted herself and would probably have very little battle powers left. "All right." Schroeder trusted Jiang Fei enough not to hurt himself. Otherwise, Jiang Fei would not have shown up to save him. Schroeder tilted his head backward as he swallowed the 2 medicinal pills. In all honesty, Planet Namex potions worked like a charm. As soon as the evil purging pill entered his stomach, Schroeder immediately felt the toxins being quickly removed from his arm. He could feel his arm again. After he swallowed the Grand Restore pill, not only did the speed of recovery in his eroded arm increased, the wounds from his past had also disappeared. Apart from the large amount of energy he had expended, Schroeder basically recovered to his prime state. "Thank you, Brother Jiang Fei," Schroeder said to Jiang Fei. "You can thank me later. Now, both of you, focus on that lower tier level 4 metahuman. I will deal with this middle tier level 4 metahuman," Jiang Fei said as he charged at his target. "All right." Schroeder nodded as he and the Electress both cornered the lower tier level 4 biohuman. Although they were previously overpowered, it was due to the fact that they were outnumbered. Moreover, one of their opponents was a middle tier level 4 being. Therefore, Schroeder and Electress were both terribly oppressed in their earlier battle. However, it was now a case of 2 against 1. This was their chance to exact revenge. The combination of lightning and flame created magnificent sparks. Soon enough, the lower tier level 4 biohuman was subdued by the 2 mutants. It was only a matter of time before the fellow was utterly annihilated. At the same time, Jiang Fei was occupied with fighting against the middle tier level 4 mutant on the other side of the battlefield. Although Jiang Fei had previously fought against Void Manta, who was also a middle tier level 4 metahuman, Jiang Fei was partially protected by 0541. Now that 0541 had very little energy left, Jiang Fei had to rely on his own powers to defeat this middle tier level 4 biohuman. "Come on, Japanese guy, let me show you how strong I am," Jiang Fei struck with his fist as he shouted. A wave of cold energy shot toward the biohuman. "Gah! You Chinese men again. You are always ruining our plot," the middle tier level 4 biohuman shouted angrily in retaliation. Bang! Although he was upset, the biohuman was not slow in his response. He too emitted a green energy beam which collided with Jiang Fei's attack. The explosion from the collision caused Jiang Fei to stumble backwards slightly, and the energy vortex in his body even vibrated several times from the collision. Holy crap! My energy level is only that of the lower tier level 4. If we fight with energy blasts, I will lose for sure. Jiang Fei frowned. Since fighting with energy blasts would put Jiang Fei at a disadvantage, he decided that it was better to fight against his opponent up close. Although these biohumans were not people from Tokyo, they spoke perfect Japanese. Moreover, although these biohumans had very strong capabilities, they had rather rusty movements. This was not apparent when they used their energy blasts. However, in close combat, such minor delays posed a great threat to their lives. According to 0541's analysis, these biohumans were probably mutants who were captured by the Japanese. These mutants had lost their free will and rationale when they had been turned into biohumans. Thereafter, the Japanese controlled them through the implanted chips in their bodies. Therefore, all of these high-level biohumans were more like biomachine humans being controlled by remote controls. Since it was pointless to fight fire with fire, Jiang Fei would have to bet on his tricks. After all, he had learned a nameless fist fighting technique from Old Man Hai. Therefore, he would not be at a disadvantage against non-Chinese martial art opponents. Force Punch. With the use of the added speed from Force Punch, Jiang Fei suddenly got very close to the middle tier level 4 biohuman. Bang! Although the biohuman frantically blocked Jiang Fei's attack, he was still pushed several steps backward by Jiang Fei's Force Punch. At the same time, Jiang Fei activated his frosty energy to freeze up the biohuman's body. The biohuman's body was now covered in ice and his movement speed drastically reduced. Chapter 539, Behead. Jiang Fei was able to get his way with his single attack. However, the middle tier level 4 biohuman did not make it easy. After a loud shout, he emitted a green beam of light. The frost effect from Jiang Fei was instantly removed from his body. He is indeed difficult to deal with. Jiang Fei frowned slightly. However, he was prepared for this. If a middle tier level 4 biohuman were easy to deal with, Jiang Fei would not gain any actual battle training. Shuffle. After removing Jiang Fei's attack effect, the biohuman started retaliating. 2 beams of green lights shot from his eyes and at Jiang Fei's face. As the biohuman was being controlled remotely, he was not as agile in close combat. Therefore, he would try to force Jiang Fei to fight with him using energy blasts. Holy sh*t! Jiang Fei shouted surprisingly. As the distance was too close and the 2 beams of green light moved incredibly fast, there was no time for Jiang Fei to dodge the attack. Wave Barrier. Jiang Fei immediately activated his equipment skill. He did not want to use his bonus energy to fight against this fellow. If he were to do so, he would definitely be fighting a losing battle if it dragged on. Jiang Fei might be able to take a few hits, but not for long. After all, Jiang Fei only had energy of a lower tier level 4 metahuman. He would eventually lose to his opponent without a doubt. After activating the wave barrier, Jiang Fei forcefully withstood the impact of the 2 beams of green light. The wave barrier vibrated greatly after absorbing the damage from the 2 beams of lights. It seemed as if a lot of energy had been expended. During this lapse of time, Jiang Fei immediately closed the distance between himself and the biohuman. Jiang Fei waved his left hand in front of the biohuman's face, while the biohuman lifted his hand to block Jiang Fei, which limited his own visibility. Jiang Fei lifted his leg and kicked at the biohuman's chest. Bang! The flame energy exploded as the biohuman was kicked 8 meters away. At the same time, the biohuman's chest seemed very badly burned. Jiang Fei did not slow down. He instantly activated his origin force coupled with gliding Saint Step to increase his movement speed drastically. In an instant, Jiang Fei caught up with the biohuman who was in the midst of being flung across the battlefield. Die now! Jiang Fei leapt into the air with a loud shout. He made a flip in the air before landing a kick on the biohuman's chest with his knee. It was the same spot where the biohuman had taken the last hit. Crack! He could hear the sound of bones breaking. Although the biohuman's body was as strong as steel, Jiang Fei still managed to break his bones with the enhancement of metallic energy. Splurt! A fresh stream of green blood gushed from the biohuman's mouth as he was pushed to the ground by Jiang Fei. A huge crater with a 5-meter diameter appeared on the ground. Darn it! Jiang Fei was preparing to use his triumphant pursuit after the successful attack. However, Jiang Fei was taken by surprise with a sneak attack from the biohuman due to his lack of battle experience. The fresh green blood that came out of the biohuman's mouth directly broke through Jiang Fei's remaining wave barrier and came into contact with Jiang Fei's entire face and body. Instantly, Jiang Fei felt half of his body go numb. He quickly used his remaining energy to create distance between himself and the biohuman with a single leap. He. Chinaman, you are indeed strong. However, you will also die today. Despite being severely injured, the biohuman obviously had a stronger life force than most metahumans. Biohumans were more like beasts than humans. Although they were a little stiff in battles, they still had very strong battle powers with their resilient life force and ability to withstand attacks. I was too careless. Jiang Fei suddenly realized what had happened. However, Jiang Fei's carelessness did not result in him losing the ability to fight back. Jiang Fei immediately swallowed an evil purging pill and a grand restore pill. Right then, the middle tier level 4 biohuman did not instantly fight back. As he had been severely injured, standing up was already a far stretch. He would need at least a few seconds to recover his ability to move. During this time, the virus from the biohuman in Jiang Fei's body was completely removed by the evil purging pill, whereas his wounds too recovered swiftly. Jiang Fei's battle power returned to its prime state. Gah! That's not possible. Our biovirus cannot possibly be removed. When he saw that Jiang Fei had fully recovered his battle powers, the middle tier level 4 biohuman could not believe his eyes. As a middle tier level 4 biohuman, he was much stronger than the lower tier fellows. Therefore, the G-virus he used was much stronger as well. Even the Japanese did not have any special medicine to counter the virus. They would need to rely on biomodification to neutralize this type of virus. However, the virus they deemed invincible was instantly removed by Jiang Fei. This made the Japanese fellow controlling the middle tier level 4 biohuman panic instantly. Kill! Jiang Fei, who had recovered his movement ability, did not show any sign of hesitation. Logically, he should take his opponent down during the opponent's weakest moment. Now that the biohuman had yet to recover from the severe injuries, Jiang Fei took the opportunity to use his triumphant pursuit. With a single punch, Jiang Fei's hot fist struck the immobilized biohuman yet again. This worsened the wound on the biohuman's chest. The biohuman's body froze completely after receiving another deadly blow. Previously, he was slowly regaining his movement ability. However, it was a lost cause as he could now only watch as Jiang Fei approached him again. Jiang Fei used his palm like a sword, activating the origin force. A metallic energy layer formed around the outer layer of his palm, which was nearly 1 foot wide. Crack! As Jiang Fei's hand came down, the sharp metallic energies sliced through the biohuman's neck. The middle tier level 4 biohuman had his head chopped off by Jiang Fei on the spot. Rumbles, as his head fell off, the biohuman's corpse was kicked away by Jiang Fei. After killing the middle tier level 4 biohuman, Jiang Fei turned to look at the other side of the battlefield. By then, the lower tier level 4 biohuman was already very close to being annihilated. His entire body had been badly burned by fire and shocked by lightning. Even so, the fellow was still stubbornly fighting. This was one of the major advantages of the biohumans. Their own consciousness had already been wiped clean. It was the Japanese people who controlled them in battles. As such, these biohumans could not feel any pain and also did not fear death. Unwilling to waste any more time, Jiang Fei leaped over and struck the lower tier level 4 biohuman with his sword-like palm. Shuffle! With the boost from the metallic energy, Jiang Fei's sword-like palm was even sharper than a real sword. As not even a middle-tier level 4 biohuman could withstand it, the severely injured lower-tier biohuman did not stand a chance. Thus, all 3 biohumans were killed by Jiang Fei. "Thank you so much, brother Jiang Fei." Schroeder cupped his fists to show respect toward Jiang Fei in accordance with the Huaxia culture. "Follow me." Jiang Fei did not slow down as he directly ran toward the other side of the small island. "What's the matter?" Schroeder and Electress asked as they followed after Jiang Fei. These biohumans were not fighting at their own will. They are like robots being controlled by other humans. "We have to find the people controlling them," Jiang Fei said. 0541 had already detected the signals which controlled these biohumans. Although the biohumans were being remotely controlled, the Japanese people controlling them could not be too far away from the battlefield. If the Japanese people were too far away, the signals would weaken and there would be a delay in their commands, which lowered the biohumans' battle powers. As 0541 lacked the specific radar needed for virtual warfare, it could not directly interfere or change the command signals controlling these biohumans. Otherwise, the biohumans that the Japanese worked so hard to create would all belong to Jiang Fei. Chapter 540, Exposing the Plot, Endless Fantasy, Translation. Although Jiang Fei and Schroeder were not metahumans with high movement speed, they were still level 4 metahumans. Therefore, a few 10 kilometers meant nothing to them. In slightly over 10 minutes, they had arrived at an empty field. Right then, a helicopter was parked on the otherwise empty land. A group of Japanese people were moving things into the helicopter. On top of that, the helicopter's rotor blades were already spinning at an increasingly high speed. It looked as if it was prepared to take off. Thinking of leaving? Is that even possible? Soon enough, Jiang Fei and the other 2 arrived at the center of the field. D*MN. They have caught up. Forget about the devices. Take off immediately. The Japanese pilot shouted out loudly. The helicopter's rotor blades started spinning even faster as the entire plane lifted off from the ground. "Hold it right there!" Schroeder shouted loudly as he tossed a giant fireball toward the helicopter's rotor blades. Boom! The rotor blades were instantly blasted into pieces. The helicopter, which had only ascended less than 3 meters into the air, instantly fell to the ground. Boom! Although it was only a drop of 3 meters, the destruction of the heavy-duty helicopter, which weighed tons, dealt significant damage to the Japanese fellows stuck inside. "Ah, my God!" The sound of Japanese men crying out loud could be heard. They had all suffered different degrees of injuries from the crash. A few of the bodyguards who were lower-tier biohumans did not fare too badly. They managed to jump out of the helicopter before it crashed to the ground. However, the technicians were all badly injured from the crash. The less fortunate ones were pierced by sharp metallic objects in the helicopter. Based on the current situation, which lacked medical support, it was probable that none of these people would survive. Jiang Fei, who are these people? Although Schroeder was the one who attacked the helicopter and made it crash, he was in a state of confusion. Schroeder had actually come to find his sister, Jenny. The lady next to him, Electress, was his girlfriend Barry. The 2 of them did not come because of the Mutants' Brotherhood. Instead, they had come for personal agendas. Jenny had been missing for quite a while now. Schroeder had been looking for her all the while. This time, he received intel that someone had seen Jenny on this small island. That was the reason why he and Barry had come over to investigate. However, neither of them had expected to be attacked by biohumans the moment they arrived on the small island. Up until now, they still did not know who these biohumans were. "Let's capture them first. I will explain to you later," Jiang Fei said as he started attacking the lower-tier biohumans. These level 2 biohumans were not modified by the Japanese people after they were captured. Instead, they were special armed forces who had voluntarily participated in the project to be modified. Therefore, they were loyal to the Japanese people without having their consciousness erased. Despite being loyal, these people were only normal humans. Therefore, after being modified, they still had limited battle powers. The most powerful among them was only at the lower tier level 3 state. Most of them only had level 2 capabilities. They were suitable to be used as bodyguards, but expecting them to participate in high-level battles was hardly possible. However, these were the people Jiang Fei was most afraid of. Be it Chinese martial artists or Western mutants, none of the metahuman organizations had more than 10,000 members. Even with several thousand members, 80% of their members were level 1 metahumans. Their capabilities would only be slightly stronger than special armed forces and did not pose any real threat. On the other hand, the Japanese could easily create several thousands and even several hundred thousands of level 3 biohumans through biotechnology. That would be a highly destructive army to all the past and present governments. Most armed troops could not possibly defeat these fellows. The Japanese were not investing heavily in the development of nuclear weapons to overcome the nuclear threat from other big countries. After all, even if their biohuman army was strong, they could not bear being attacked by nuclear bombs. However, if the Japanese managed to develop nuclear weapons as well, they would not worry about nuclear threats from other nations. By then, with their several hundred thousands of biohuman armies on the battlefield, who could possibly stop them? Very soon, the level 2 biohumans tasked to protect the technicians were all killed by Jiang Fei and his 2 comrades. The technicians were all rounded up, which included the 2 Japanese who controlled the 2 high-tier biohumans. The other Japanese who controlled the remaining biohuman was less fortunate and had been killed instantly by a steel pipe, which pierced through his brain when the helicopter crashed. Jiang Fei, can you tell me what's the meaning of all this? I feel like my mind is about to explode. Schroeder said to Jiang Fei. All right. Jiang Fei nodded. The rate at which the Japanese's biotechnology was advancing far exceeded Jiang Fei's imagination. Although Jiang Fei did not need to be concerned about the Japanese's nuclear weapons or biohuman army once he collected all of Braveheart's fragments, there were too many unknown territories in regards to the location of the fragments and when he would find them. Based on Jiang Fei's current capabilities, he could not possibly stop the Japanese's plot on his own. Therefore, he decided to tell Schroeder and Han Tianyu the Japanese's plot. Schroeder was backed by the major rice exporting country. With sufficient proof, the major rice exporting country in the Mutants Brotherhood would surely not turn a blind eye and allow the Japanese to develop freely. Although Jiang Fei was not counting on them to stop the Japanese, he hoped that they could at least slow down the Japanese's development. That would buy him time to find Braveheart's fragments, which was more than he could hope for. It was the same case with Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu was backed by the Chinese government. If they knew the truth behind all of this, they would not possibly ignore it without taking any action. By then, the Chinese government would probably try to slow the Japanese's progress or up their game in defensive measures, which were both decent options. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei told Schroeder what he needed to know. The only things he left out were his encounter with Phoenix and the underwater bioexperimental laboratory. Although Jiang Fei left out a few pieces of crucial information, which made his story less believable, there was sufficient proof before them, which included the Japanese devices and the hostages. The solid proof before them meant Schroeder was bound to believe what Jiang Fei said. Moreover, Jiang Fei had saved Schroeder's life. Subconsciously, both Schroeder and Barry willingly believed Jiang Fei word for word. Darn it! Darn it! These darn people of Tokyo! They are playing with fire! Schroeder exclaimed after hearing Jiang Fei out. He immediately realized that he and Barry had been fooled. The person who told them he had seen Jenny on this small island was a ninja from Tokyo. As Tokyo was basically the major rice exporting country's watchdog, Schroeder had never suspected them for being malicious. He had never thought they would be betrayed. Now that he thought about it, there were indeed a few cases of missing level 2 and level 3 mutants recently. When he put 2 and 2 together, Schroeder felt cold sweat dripping down his forehead. I am sorry, Brother Jiang Fei. All this is too shocking. We have to return to North America to report this information. I can't chat with you any longer, Schroeder said to Jiang Fei. All right. Have a safe trip. Jiang Fei's objective had been achieved. It was his plan all along to expose the Japanese's plot. Chapter 541, not much time left. Schroeder and Barry left on the small boat that they used on the journey to get there. As Jiang Fei's news was too shocking, Schroeder did not even think about asking why Jiang Fei had shown up there and why he had asked about Jenny's whereabouts. Since Schroeder did not ask, Jiang Fei excused himself from explaining. Once they had both left, Jiang Fei turned to look at the Japanese technicians. Jiang Fei looked very troubled. By right, these people were all living proofs of the Japanese's plot. However, Schroeder had mistaken them as Jiang Fei's hostages and therefore did not even mention them during their conversation. However, now that Schroeder was gone, Jiang Fei could not take them away. I have no choice but to get in touch with him now. Jiang Fei reluctantly contacted Han Tianyu. Brother Yu, I am now on a small island in the West Pacific Ocean. Send a vessel over to pick me up. After finishing his sentence, Jiang Fei added, get one of Old Man High's guys over here too. It would be best if the person is good at interrogations. D*MN. Brother, what have you done? Who messed with you? Han Tianyu was greatly surprised. He thought someone had gotten into trouble with Jiang Fei again. This time, it's an even bigger deal. Try to come over as well if you are able to. It's difficult to explain over the phone, Jiang Fei said after some contemplation. All right. Send me your current location. I'll come over as soon as possible, Han Tianyu said. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded and hung up. He then turned around to look at the Japanese fellows. Jiang Fei had made these people squat down in random places. He was not worried that any of them would try to run away as the only helicopter capable of leaving the island had been destroyed. If any of them attempted to run away, they would only drown in the ocean. Not only was Jiang Fei unconcerned with these people running away, he also did not fear that any of them would retaliate. The only bio-human guards with battle capabilities had already been killed. The remaining two pilots only had capabilities of special armed forces and could not even be compared to level 1 metahumans. Therefore, they did not pose any real threat to Jiang Fei. Moreover, these fellows were already greatly intimidated by Jiang Fei after they had witnessed how Jiang Fei had killed the level 4 biohumans. If they were to fight against Jiang Fei, they would surely die. Jiang Fei spent almost an entire day keeping an eye on these fellows. When the night came, Jiang Fei did not log into the game for fear that these Japanese fellows would take advantage of him when he entered a state of deep sleep by logging into the game. At approximately 2 o'clock in the morning, Han Tianyu's call finally came. Ah Fei, please confirm your location. We have already arrived somewhere nearby. A small vessel has been sent over. In order to come pick up Jiang Fei, Han Tianyu clearly mobilized the aircraft carrier in the West Pacific Ocean. Since Han Tianyu had to arrange for an interrogator from the Martial Art Alliance to come over and also a transport for himself, a fighter jet was the fastest option. Naturally, the only thing that allowed fighter jets to land on the open ocean was an aircraft carrier. After Jiang Fei confirmed his location again, a small vessel finally landed on the shores nearby. Ah Fei, where are you? Han Tianyu had personally come on the small vessel to pick Jiang Fei up. I'm over here. Hold on 1 second. Jiang Fei greeted Han Tianyu. He then turned around and spoke in Japanese to order the hostages to load their devices onto the vessel. After all, these devices were all items of proof. Through 0541's memory infusion, Jiang Fei could already speak most of the popular languages in the world. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not face any difficulty in commanding the Japanese fellows to get onto the vessel. D*MN. Ah Fei, are you robbing or kidnapping? Han Tianyu asked jokingly as he looked at the 8 people carrying boxes of things under Jiang Fei's surveillance. Geez! Laugh on if you wish. Well, see if you can still laugh in a little while. Jiang Fei pouted. As he did so, he noticed a stranger standing next to Han Tianyu. Oh! I forgot to introduce you to each other. Han Tianyu laughed when he saw Jiang Fei's expression. This is my good brother, Jiang Fei. I won't go into details. This is Bai Wanjian from Snow Mountain Sect. He is Bai Zhongwei's uncle, all right. Jiang Fei and Bai Wanjian greeted each other with a nod. They both had level 4 capabilities. According to the Martial Art Alliance's rules, as long as two people were not related and did not come from the same sect, their ranking would be measured based on their prowess instead of their age. Since the two were at the same level of capability, they both had equal rankings. Very soon, Jiang Fei ensured the hostages were all brought onto the aircraft carrier from the small vessel. After getting on board the aircraft carrier, a few military men arrested these hostages. All right, Brother Jiang Fei, can you tell us what happened now? Bai Wanjian asked. He was an elder of the Snow Mountain Sect's criminal court. Not too long ago, he had received a mission from the Martial Art Alliance to accompany Han Tianyu to a small island to meet Jiang Fei. The only request made of him was to assist Jiang Fei to the best of his ability without any further information. Therefore, up until now, he was still very confused. This is what happened. Jiang Fei repeated the entire story of the Japanese's plan. However, this time, Jiang Fei spoke in even greater detail than when he had explained things to Schroeder. He included details of how advanced the Japanese biotechnology had become. On top of the scale of the bioarmy they were capable of creating. D*MN. These Japanese people are crazy. Han Tianyu exclaimed after hearing Jiang Fei out. To a certain extent, he was the representative of the government and was therefore more concerned about the benefits and drawbacks of anything that would affect the government. Therefore, he regarded the Japanese's ambitions with more seriousness. I know why you have asked me to come. Do you want me to interrogate those Japanese fellows? Bai Wanjian asked while looking at Jiang Fei. Yes. It would be great if you can get them to spill everything they know. Jiang Fei nodded. He felt Bai Wanjian's eyes light up whenever he heard the word interrogate. Brother Jiang Fei, don't worry about it. I will make sure they spill everything. Bai Wanjian said as he stood up. There was nothing wrong with Bai Wanjian except for the fact that he enjoyed torturing others. However, the Snow Mountain sect was a righteous sect, which meant that he could not torture people as he pleased. That meant his favorite hobby always had to be suppressed. Today, he would have the opportunity to torture the 8 Japanese people and have all the fun he could hope for. Little you, find me a translator. I do not understand their language. Bai Wanjian said to Han Tianyu in an authoritative tone. Uncle Bai, that's not an issue. However, those Japanese fellows are living proofs. Please don't kill all of them. Han Tianyu reminded him. Everyone in the Martial Art Alliance knew about this man's hobby of torturing others except for Jiang Fei. Don't worry. I know what to do. Bai Wanjian laughed. All right then. Someone will accompany you there. Han Tianyu waved as 2 soldiers came over to bring Bai Wanjian to the interrogation room. A translator was already waiting in the room. Ah Fei, is your news accurate? Although Jiang Fei had described everything in detail, the Japanese's plan sounded too terrifying and crazy. Therefore, Han Tianyu was still having issues with accepting it. You will know once the interrogation results are out. Jiang Fei shook his head. He too felt it was a difficult situation to overcome. The Japanese's behavior was getting out of hand with their biomodification of mutants. They even dared to target level 4 mutants now. This showed how developed their plan had become since they no longer feared any resistance. It would appear that there was not much time left. If Jiang Fei wanted to stop the Japanese from declaring war against the entire world, he would need to speed up his rate of searching for Braveheart's fragments. Chapter 542, Ambush. The next step was to wait for the interrogation results. During this time, Jiang Fei could do nothing. As Han Tianyu was right next to him, he did not log into the game as he did not want to expose the mysterious ring. Instead, he allowed Han Tianyu to arrange a room for him to sleep in. As it was already 5 o'clock in the morning when Jiang Fei went to bed, he only woke up at around 11 o'clock. When Jiang Fei saw Han Tianyu again, he noticed Han Tianyu's bloodshot eyes. Clearly, he had not slept at all. Han Tianyu was not able to sleep because the news he received from Jiang Fei was too shocking. If the news was proven to be true, he would have to immediately report it to his superiors. That included not only the Martial Art Alliance but the government as well. He would have to get his superiors to take the matter seriously and act upon it immediately. If things were as bad as Jiang Fei had described, the Japanese's plan would already have reached an uncontrollable stage. The only way to deal with it was to go against the Japanese head-on. If China did not prepare accordingly, they would definitely become the Japanese's primary target. At approximately 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Bai Wanjian finally appeared before Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu. "Uncle Bai, how did it go?" Although Han Tianyu knew that Jiang Fei would not lie, he still hoped that the news was a mistake. "Humph. The fellows were quite resistant at first, but they have given in now." What Brother Jiang Fei said was true. In fact, things are even more severe than we have thought. Bai Wanjian told Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu everything he had learned from the interrogation. He found out a great deal of information from the technicians, especially the person who controlled the level 4 biohuman. By then, the Japanese had apparently already created 500,000 biohumans for their army. 2 million soldiers from the military defense had participated in the experiments. Although the success rate of the experiments was only 25%, the army of 500,000 biohumans with level 2 capabilities was even greater than 2 million normal military troops. The Japanese had created nearly 50 level 4 and above biohumans in the high-tier range. Such a large number could already rival normal metahuman groups and would only be second to the Mutants Brotherhood and the China Martial Art Alliance. Moreover, at the high-tier level, the strongest biohumans the Japanese have created were not only of the middle-tier level 4, but instead of the pinnacle level 4. They even had more high-tier level 4 biohumans than China Martial Art Alliance's high-tier martial artists. F***CK. Han Tianyu crushed a teapot with a single punch. "Hey!" Jiang Fei sighed. He was not surprised by the Japanese's ability to create pinnacle level 4 biohumans. They had already managed to create a level 5 biohuman like Phoenix. The only problem they encountered was that a level 4 metahuman was too powerful. When they were trying to rid Jenny of her consciousness, they only managed to remove her memory and willpower. However, Phoenix's willpower miraculously appeared. Due to the uncontrollable state of a level 5 metahuman, the Japanese had no choice but to stop the experiments on creating level 5 biohumans. They would at the very least have to solve the issue with Phoenix first. After all, Phoenix was now on a rampage to destroy the Japanese's bases. Phoenix was the bane of the Japanese's life. She was destroying whatever they had created all over the place, and yet they could not do anything about it. Most people would not be able to stop Phoenix's destructive behavior. However, if they tried to mobilize a level 5 metahuman to get rid of Phoenix, the consequences might be even more severe. As it was impossible to kill a level 5 metahuman, the only thing a stronger level 5 metahuman could achieve was to scare her off. However, if the two got into a fight, the Japanese's bases would not be the only thing destroyed. The entire city might even be razed to the ground. That would definitely make things worse. Even Tokyo has a level 5 backup. This was the only useful information Jiang Fei acquired from the results of the interrogation. "Yeah, I have heard of this. However, that fellow is not a human. It is some kind of godly beast," Bai Wanjian said. "Screw me! Godly beast?" Jiang Fei was surprised. He quickly recollected his thoughts. It seemed like this godly beast might actually be one of the biosamples Braveheart had lost. Of course, it could also be the offspring of the level 5 alien beast. I must immediately report this to my superiors. "Ah Fei, do you need a lift?" Han Tianyu asked as he stood up. "Take me with you." Jiang Fei wanted to return home as well. "Uncle Bai, I will need to trouble you to sort things out here. I will arrange for transport to return to the aircraft carrier." Please continue interrogating those hostages and see if you can find any other useful information," Han Tianyu said as he turned to Bai Wanjian. "All right." Bai Wanjian finally understood the severity of the situation and nodded in agreement. By the time the arrangements were made for Jiang Fei to return to the aircraft carrier, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Han Tianyu steered the aircraft into the air with Jiang Fei on board as they headed back to China. After arriving in China, Han Tianyu dropped Jiang Fei off at the military airport. "Ah Fei, I do not have time to send you back to Manda Square. It isn't too far away from the city. Go home on your own," Han Tianyu said as he rushed off. Jiang Fei shrugged. He was only 30 kilometers away from the city. Even without summoning his gigantic sword, Jiang Fei would be able to get home on foot within half an hour. After activating his origin force, coupled with his gliding saint step, Jiang Fei's reached his maximum movement speed. It was as if he was gliding on land. He managed to reach the city in only 20 minutes. As there were more people in the city, Jiang Fei naturally stopped using his special abilities. He took a bus back to somewhere near the Manda Square and swiftly walked toward Manda Square. By then, the sky had already turned completely dark. Jiang Fei was rather familiar with the roads here. After all, he used to take the same route to school. When he thought of his school, Jiang Fei realized he had not visited the school for a very long time. Jiang Fei used to go to school to prevent his parents from finding out about his true identity. It was no longer necessary now that his parents already knew that he was a metahuman. Therefore, Jiang Fei naturally stopped going to school. Jiang Fei could not help but feel melancholic as he continued walking swiftly. A few months ago, he was still a high school student without any worries or concerns. All of a sudden, he got himself warped into a world of danger. However, Jiang Fei had never regretted discovering the mysterious ring. Without the encounter, he would be killed by an army of freaks once the Japanese's plan came into fruition. With the mysterious ring, Jiang Fei had a fighting chance and the power to retaliate against the Japanese. As long as he could locate the key components of Braveheart, the Japanese's plan would certainly fail. Jiang Fei suddenly froze when he was still walking back to Manda Square. The corners of his mouth lifted. This young girl is so stubborn. Jiang Fei glanced at the shadowy figure behind the fountain. There was a girl hiding in the dark. It seemed as if she was planning to ambush someone. Chapter 543, Addicted? Jiang Fei pretended as if he had not noticed anything and started walking forward. He was curious as to what Si Tang had in mind and what kind of tricks she wanted to play this time. "I will kill you." Indeed, the moment Jiang Fei approached the fountain, Si Tang jumped out and tried to kick Jiang Fei with her leg. Hee. Jiang Fei smiled. Si Tang had improved quite a lot since they last met. However, the young lady was still a normal human. Her current capabilities could not compare to elite-grade special armed forces. She was a complete joke to Jiang Fei. Bang! Jiang Fei did not even turn his head around as he grabbed Si Tang's leg with his hand. In a swift motion, Jiang Fei tugged her toward himself. The young lady lost her balance immediately and fell into his arms. Thereafter, Jiang Fei turned around to sit next to the fountain as he pulled Si Tang onto his lap. Smack! Jiang Fei started smacking the young lattice butt. The sound of his palm against her butt could be heard very clearly in the quiet alley. The young lattice's face had turned red. However, from the sound of her moaning, she seemed to be enjoying it somewhat and might even be excited about being slapped. Holy sh*t. Has this girl become addicted to being slapped on her butt? Although Jiang Fei contemplated it, he did not stop slapping her. He had not felt the sensation of slapping her but for a very long time and was therefore enjoying the moment. After a while, the young lady stopped making any sound. Jiang Fei finally stopped. He then helped her to get up. As the young lady was extremely embarrassed, her face was red all over. She looked extraordinarily cute with her blushed cheeks. B****, where have you been? After being pulled up by Jiang Fei this time, Si Tying did not run away as she did in the past. Instead, she rested one hand on her waist while pointing at Jiang Fei's nose with the other. Eh? Jiang Fei was stunned. He was now worried that the young lady had fallen in love with him. Although Jiang Fei was inexperienced, he still knew a few things about romance. Although he was not bothered the first few times, he eventually got the hang of it after being trained by Isabella and Sylphie. Despite not being as great at flirting as Han Tianyu, he still knew how to read the lady's mind to a certain degree. I am asking you something. Are you mute? Si Tying shouted at Jiang Fei with one hand on her waist and her nose perked. However, the redness in her face had not gone away. Therefore, she still looked adorable to Jiang Fei. What's the matter? Did you miss me? Jiang Fei laughed. Who would miss you? B*****. Although she tried to deny it, her face turned even redder. Even Si Tying herself did not know when she had fallen in love with Jiang Fei. In the beginning, she had only wanted to prove herself before her father. That was why she wanted to teach Jiang Fei a lesson by defeating him before her brother could. However, she did not expect Jiang Fei to be so tough. In the end, she was the one who became defeated and even had her butt slapped by Jiang Fei. There was no way a spoiled child like her could accept being bullied that way. It just so happened that she got to know a good female friend who was an expert in martial arts. Therefore, Si Tying worked really hard to learn from her so that she could get her revenge against Jiang Fei. However, something unexpected happened. When she first tried to ambush Jiang Fei, Si Tying thought that she would be able to defeat him once she got a bit stronger. However, after the second attempt, she realized that the gap of the prowess between herself and Jiang Fei was increasingly bigger. In fact, she got her butt slapped by Jiang Fei every single time. The slaps were what got Jiang Fei into trouble. Every young lady would eventually fall in love, after all. Jiang Fei was a young man of a similar age to Si Tying. Moreover, he looked rather handsome and was always able to defeat her. In the end, she did not even stand a chance against him. Each time she tried, Jiang Fei would end up slapping her butt. Eventually, the young lady's feelings toward Jiang Fei changed from frustration to admiration. Si Tying did not realize that in the beginning. However, whenever she prepared to ambush Jiang Fei and when Jiang Fei was not around, she would always miss him greatly. She would miss Jiang Fei's strength and the masculinity he displayed when he overpowered her. Of course, she also missed the odd feeling of embarrassment when he punished her. All in all, the young lady was not even sure when she started falling for Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei disappeared for a very long period this time around. She had been lying in wait on the small road the whole time just to see him again. Instead of trying to ambush him, one could say she wanted to be captured by him so that she could be punished by the person she admired. You don't need to go through so much trouble just because you miss me. You can always come directly to my house. Jiang Fei laughed and told her the address to his home. After being trained by Isabella and Sylphie, Jiang Fei knew that women tended to not say what they meant. Moreover, in the depths of his heart, Jiang Fei felt that he did actually like Si Tying despite the fact that she was an annoying brat. Although the young lady was slightly annoying, Jiang Fei still liked her more for her naivety as compared to the young sisters. Although Jiang Fei was caught up with a few girls in the game, they were all merely system codes in the virtual world. Therefore, in Jiang Fei's heart, if he truly wanted to get into a relationship, he would choose Si Tying. Who would want to visit you? Si Tying rolled her eyes at Jiang Fei. Although she had said those words out loud, she tried to memorize Jiang Fei's home address by repeating it several times under her breath so that she would not forget it. If you don't come, I will slap your butt if I catch you next time. Jiang Fei teased her. After many days of training, Jiang Fei finally learned how to flirt with girls. Slap me if you want. I'm not afraid of you. Si Tying subconsciously responded to Jiang Fei's threat. However, she regretted it as soon as she finished her sentence. Her words meant that she was asking for Jiang Fei to slap her butt. You are horrible." The young lady's face turned red all over again. After shouting at Jiang Fei, she finally could not handle the embarrassment as she turned around and ran away. Hee hee, Jiang Fei giggled as he looked at Si Tying running away. He quite liked this annoying girl. Moreover, Si Tying was a normal human. That was why Jiang Fei did not mind her coming over to his house. Jiang Fei shook his head forcefully as he started walking toward his house. Although he liked Si Tying, he was not in the right frame of mind to think about romance. The Japanese's threat were looming over him. There was a tremendous pressure on Jiang Fei to resolve the issue at hand. How could he even think about a romantic relationship with a girl? "Mom, I'm home," Jiang Fei called out after he opened the door to his house. "Little Fei? Are you back?" His mother was still tidying up the kitchen when Jiang Fei returned. Right then, Jiang Fei's parents had only just finished eating. When Jiang Fei's mother heard her dear son's voice, she ran out of the kitchen. Bam! At the same time, the door to the study opened as Jiang Fei's dad walked out from it. Although Jiang Fei said he was not facing any danger, his parents were still worried after having witnessed the shocking powers of metahumans themselves. How could they feel safe with Jiang Fei going out alone? However, since Jiang Fei had chosen his own path and they did not want to hold him back, they kept their worries to themselves. Now that their son had returned safely, they felt an indescribable feeling of joy and relief in their hearts. Chapter 544, Flirting by Decree. After greeting his parents, Jiang Fei entered the kitchen and started eating as soon as he sat down. His parents had already finished eating and his mother was cleaning up when he got home. However, Jiang Fei had not eaten a proper meal for several days. All this while, he had been surviving on biscuits and bread, which were not exactly the most delicious food in the world. Therefore, when he saw that the table was full of sumptuous dishes, he nearly started drooling. "Mother, your cooking has gotten better." Jiang Fei praised his mother while still chewing his food. "Listen to this, our son is such a clever boy. He is nothing like you. You never help out and yet you complain about my cooking all the time." Jiang Fei's mother said happily as she rolled her eyes at Jiang Fei's father. "I only complain so that you can improve," Jiang Fei's father said as he laughed. Hee hee, when Jiang Fei saw his parents in such a good mood, he felt much more relaxed. It seemed like they were no longer affected by the previous kidnapping incident. "Little Fei, can you tell me about the things that happened outside?" Jiang Fei's mother asked curiously. "If it's not convenient for you to do so, it's fine." Jiang Fei's father, who was the more thoughtful one, had his own reservations. "I have been learning martial arts from my master. If I don't do well, he won't give me food. It's pretty tough, but there isn't much danger to speak of." Jiang Fei made a story up so that his parents would not know how dangerous it was for him out there. "Oh! Although I do not understand what you people are up to, I have read about the difficulties of learning the martial arts. Don't worry. I may not be able to look after you when you are with your master, but when you are home, I will always cook for you no matter how lazy you are." Jiang Fei's mother became less worried when she found out that Jiang Fei was not in any danger. However, when she heard about Jiang Fei's difficult life in learning the martial arts, she felt somewhat pained. "Yeah. You must overcome obstacles to become a better person. Although we are not like you, we completely understand that. Please express our gratitude to your master." Jiang Fei's father nodded and said, "Oh, okay." Jiang Fei played along. However, in his heart, he truly wished he had a master like that. After dinner, Jiang Fei chatted with his parents for a while before returning to his room later in the night. As he lay down on his bed, he felt extremely relaxed. He could finally feel a bit of peace in his heart. When he checked the time, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Although he had missed the game's starting time, he still logged into the game. "Fei, did you get into trouble again?" Isabella asked as soon as Jiang Fei logged into the game. "Yeah. But it has already been resolved." Jiang Fei nodded. Jiang Fei looked around and noticed that Sylphie was missing. You did not show up yesterday. She must have gone to find the saint, Isabella said. If Jiang Fei did not log into the game, Isabella would be trapped in the little black house in the pet space. However, Sylphie was not restricted in that way. When Jiang Fei did not show up the day before, the game still proceeded as usual. Without Jiang Fei, Isabella would be stuck in the pet space. However, Sylphie was all alone in the Demon Flame Fortress without any ally. Although she had run away to the Dark Faction for Jiang Fei, her reputation among members of the Dark Faction was still indifferent. Therefore, nobody bothered to even talk to her. The only person she could chat with was the saint who was captured in battle. Shuffle! As soon as Jiang Fei mentioned Sylphie, a golden light flashed as the lady herself appeared next to Jiang Fei. Husband, you have finally come. I sensed your aura all of a sudden earlier. I thought it was only a hallucination, Sylphie said as she tugged at Jiang Fei's hand. Husband, where shall we go today? Isabella naturally tugged at Jiang Fei's other hand. Although the two women had stopped fighting with each other, they did not stop trying to get Jiang Fei's attention. Here we go again, Jiang Fei looked bitter. He had survived the past few days with the ongoing pleasure and agony from these two women. If not for these two and their determination, Jiang Fei would not have gained so much romantic experience. Husband, the saint would like to see you, Sylphie suddenly said as Jiang Fei was mumbling to himself. In all honesty, Jiang Fei did not want to see the saint because he knew the saint would want to give him another quest. Although the rewards from the saint's quest were not bad and gave him a lot of experience points. Her reputation toward Jiang Fei was already at the respect level. If Jiang Fei continued to complete quests for her, she might end up in the infatuation state toward Jiang Fei. After all, the women seemed to reward Jiang Fei with reputation points as if they were free. Let's go and have a look. I think the saint is a pretty kind person. Oddly enough, Isabella did not disagree with Sylphie. In Isabella's mind, the Saint of the Light was a rather good person. Although they had different beliefs, the Saint of the Light was fully devoted to the safety of her people. This garnered a lot of respect from Isabella toward her. I still think that we shouldn't. If we get too close to her, she might fall for me? What would we do then? Jiang Fei purposefully teased Isabella. He knew that Isabella was the jealous type. Stop blowing your own trumpet. We only fell for you because we were foolish enough. Don't be too full of yourself, Isabella said as she pouted. That's right. The saint is fully devoted to serving the divine light god. She could never fall in love with a man. Sylphie chipped in. D*MN. The reputation system does not care whether she is allowed to fall in love or not. Once her reputation reaches the infatuated state, she would still fall for me. Jiang Fei looked helpless. However, he was not able to explain his thoughts to the two women before him. If he did, he would have to tell them up front that they were not real and were merely created to entertain the players in the game. That would be too hurtful. Go ahead. If you are truly able to attract the saint, I will approve of it, Isabella said with her princess-like stature. Want you get jealous? Jiang Fei still thought Isabella was kidding. If you are truly able to woo the saint, that would greatly affect the luminous Vatican. For the saint to betray her religion and elope with another man, and an Nephilim man at that, surely the entire light faction would crumble. In order to see something like that happen, I wouldn't mind sharing you with a few other sisters. After all, there are already so many of them. An additional one would not make a difference, Isabella said. At the end of the day, Isabella was still a Nephilim princess. She had grown up with the value of sacrificing oneself for the greater good. Therefore, although she felt jealous, she would still be willing to share Jiang Fei with other women if she could bring about such a huge impact to the light faction. In that case, have I been given the royal decree to flirt with another woman? Jiang Fei asked jokingly. Hey! It's good that you mentioned it. Let's go. Well, meet my father. Perhaps he may even reward you for it. Isabella said all of a sudden. This was how an extroverted lady behaved. Although Isabella was not married to Jiang Fei yet, she was already thinking of ways to extract treasures from her father's treasure trove. Sylphie returned to accompany the saint while Jiang Fei was dragged by Isabella to the abyss. When they arrived at the Nephilim King's palace, the two met with the Nephilim King. Isabella told him her plan and, surprisingly, the Nephilim King agreed. Although he was not willing to see his son-in-law acquiring multiple wives, the Demon King was fully supportive of their plot to bring the luminous Vatican down with such an embarrassing incident. Chapter 545, An Impossible Quest. Oh, young fellow, if you can really woo the saint over, I will reward you greatly. Nephilim King Augustus laughed as he said. However, to him, this was all a joke. After all, it was too ridiculous an idea for the saint to elope with a Nephilim man. Ding! The Nephilim King Augustus has given you an impossible hidden quest to win the saint's heart. Do you wish to accept? Although Jiang Fei received the quest notification, he did not feel too good about accepting it. Quickly, accept the quest. Isabella urged. All right, Jiang Fei accepted the quest reluctantly. Ding! Quest renewed, quest name, to win the Saint of the Light's heart. Impossible, quest description, use whatever method to make the Saint of the Light fall in love with you and to betray the Light faction for you. Quest reward, 3 billion experience points, 200,000 gold coins, 5,000 Nephilim reputation points, 2,000 Dark Faction reputation points, and a mysterious equipment. Holy *T, Jiang Fei got the shock of his life when he saw the quest's rewards. The Nephilim King was way more generous than he had thought. The quest rewards were incredible. However, the quest itself was also nearly impossible to accomplish. After all, it was not possible for the Saint of the Light to fall for any man, let alone someone from the Nephilim race. However, the only exception was Jiang Fei's unique title as Romeo. With the title, Jiang Fei would only have to complete a few more of the Saint's quests to increase her reputation toward him to the infatuated state, according to the system's rules. Even if the Saint would normally not fall for men, she would have to fall for Jiang Fei. Therefore, the seemingly impossible quest to other people was actually rather easy for Jiang Fei. Sigh. Let's do it, Jiang Fei said as he gritted his teeth. The rewards from the impossible quest was far too tempting. He had no choice but to do the unforgivable to the saint. After leaving the Nephilim King's palace, Jiang Fei returned to the Demon Flame Fortress in the front lines. The three commanders still looked very busy in the commander's hall and did not have a minute to spare for Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei decided not to bother them and instead went to look for the Saint of the Light directly. Right then, Sylphie was chatting with the saint. Ah! Respected explorer, you have finally come. The saint has been looking for Jiang Fei for several days. However, she was held captive in the commander's hall. If Jiang Fei did not come to her, she would not have been able to find him. I have been occupied with other things recently, Your Highness. Is there anything I can do for you? Jiang Fei smiled as he spoke. When he looked at her features of timeless beauty, Jiang Fei could not help but think to himself, it would not be such a bad idea to woo this woman over. Hey, race the thing, Hua Mulan and the Saint's Guard were all locked up by the Vatican when they evacuated the peasants the last time. They would soon be punished by being burned alive. I hope you can rescue them, the saint said sadly. Originally, the Saint's Guard would only be scolded for evacuating the peasants under the saint's order. However, Sylphie had suddenly betrayed the Vatican openly. After some thorough investigation, the Vatican found out about Jiang Fei. The overlord Sylphie was the moon god's disciple and a deacon of the religious judicatory. She had betrayed the Vatican for Jiang Fei. As such, anyone who had anything to do with Jiang Fei would be accused of betrayal. Therefore, Hua Mulan and the Saint's Guard were all affected. Moreover, with the frontline commander Bernard acting as a witness, Hua Mulan and the Saint Guard were easily convicted of their crimes. Bernard had always resented Hua Mulan for beating him up. However, at the time, Sylphie had sided with Hua Mulan. He had to swallow the bitter pill because he had no one to back him up. Now that Sylphie had betrayed the Vatican and ran off with the Nephilim man, Bernard naturally pounced at the opportunity to accuse Hua Mulan. Ding! The Saint of the Light has given you a quest, save her subordinates. Do you wish to accept? All right. I will do my best. Jiang Fei immediately agreed after receiving the notification. After all, he was the cause of all of this. Regardless of whether Jiang Fei was given the quest or not, he would still involve himself to resolve the matter. Thank you so much. The saint bowed at Jiang Fei. There isn't much time left. I shall depart now. Jiang Fei nodded. As there was a limited time to the quest, Jiang Fei had to leave immediately to rescue Hua Mulan and the rest. If they were burned to death, there was nothing left for Jiang Fei to say. Sylphie, you should accompany the saint. Jiang Fei said to Sylphie after they left the room. Let me go with you. Sylphie did not want Jiang Fei to take on the risks alone. It's all right. I am going to enter the deeper parts of the Light faction. Wouldn't you cause more trouble if you came with me? Jiang Fei shook his head. Sylphie was now the Light faction's biggest embarrassment and a wanted criminal. Moreover, she had such a strong overlord aura that as soon as she entered the Light faction's vicinity, many of the Light faction's experts would come after her. If that were to happen, she would only expose Jiang Fei's location. All right then. Please be careful, Sylphie said reluctantly. Don't worry. I will take good care of him. Isabella said to Sylphie with a pleased look on her face. She was the only one who could truly accompany Jiang Fei all the time. After taking off from the Demon Flame Fortress, Jiang Fei opened the quest list as he sat on the juvenile skygliding dragon to look at the saint's quest. Quest name, Rescuing the Subordinates. Legendary, quest objective, rescue Hua Mulan and the saint's guard who are about to be punished. Quest reward, rescue Hua Mulan. Reward is 30 million experience points, 1,000 gold coins. Additional reward, rescue Hua Mulan and more than half of the Saint's Guard's members. Reward is 50 million experience points, 3,000 gold coins. Impossible quest, rescue Hua Mulan and all of the Saint's Guard's members. Reward is 80 million, 5,000 gold coins. Punishment if failed, if Hua Mulan dies, 30 million experience points will be deducted. Moreover, you will lose a significant amount of the Saint's reputation points. Countdown period, 12 hours. It's one of those quests that rewards one based on completion levels. Jiang Fei nodded as he thought to himself. However, the current quest is much more challenging to complete. He would have to save all 500 of the Saint's Guard's members. Even if one of them died, Jiang Fei would not be able to obtain the reward from the highest level of difficulty. Soon enough, Jiang Fei passed through the border which separated the Light and Dark factions as he soared through the air. He finally entered the Light faction's territory. As it was in the front lines, there were air patrols from the Light faction all around. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not dare to fly too low. So he maintained his position at a higher altitude. According to the quest's location pinpoint, Jiang Fei would arrive at the place where the Saint's Guard's members were held captive after 2 more hours of flying. It was a small mountainous valley with a small castle at the center of the valley. It seemed like a place where people would be held captive. The place did not seem very heavily guarded. After all, the castle was located in the core territory of the Light faction. There was a very slim chance of it being attacked by outsiders. Although the place was not heavily guarded, it was still a difficult feat to rescue people from that place. After all, there were enough archers in the archery towers above the castle to kill Jiang Fei within just a few seconds. Chapter 546, The Casanova Dragon. Outside the small mountainous valley, Jiang Fei looked for a quiet spot to land. He then requested Isabella to activate the hidden shadow so that the two of them could sneak into the valley. Upon entering the valley, Jiang Fei was wary of getting too close to the small castle. After all, it was the place specifically meant for holding criminals captive. It was obvious there would be some kind of magical trap. If he barged right in, he would undoubtedly be discovered. Bella, do you have any ideas? Jiang Fei and Isabella hid near the castle. As they observed the situation of the castle from afar, they discussed softly to come up with a plan. Based on my current observation, it is impossible for us to break through the castle's defense. We can only wait until they are about to commence the punishment before we can nab the hostages, Isabella said. All right. Jiang Fei nodded. Although it was extremely risky due to the short frame of time they had to rescue the hostages, the method was much easier than trying to break into the castle forcefully. Right then, there were still 10 hours of game time before Hua Mulan and the rest would face their punishment of being burned. Jiang Fei and Isabella sneaked around the valley to investigate. There was a vast open space approximately 5 miles away from the small castle. There were 500 crosses enacted and a bunch of firewood lying about. It seemed to be the execution spot. Between the execution spot and the castle, there were only plain lands. There was nowhere for Jiang Fei and Isabella to hide. If Jiang Fei and Isabella were to forcefully attack their opponents during the execution, even with Isabella's demonic naga state, they would only be able to rescue Hua Mulan if they were lucky enough. However, if they were to attack while the hostages were being transported to the execution spot, Jiang Fei and Isabella might be able to rescue more of the hostages. However, the journey from the castle to the execution spot was a very short one. It would be easy for more of the guards from the castle to engage them. However, if they chose to attack too close to the execution spot, they would still have to pass by the castle on their way out from the valley. If they were delayed during that process, things might turn out even worse. It is better to do it here. Finally, Isabella suggested to attack at a place nearer to the execution spot en route from the castle. All right. All we can do is wait now. Jiang Fei nodded. The spot they chose was further away from the castle. If they could end the battle fast enough, the guards in the castle may not even notice them. Moreover, the location was also relatively closer to the exit from the valley and would be more convenient for Jiang Fei and the rest to escape. Let's find a place to hide ourselves, Isabella said. Although they would not be discovered due to Isabella's hidden shadow as long as they were not too close to their enemies, the skill still consumed Isabella's mana points. Even if Isabella had a lot of mana points, she could not sustain the hidden shadow state for an extended period. All right. Jiang Fei nodded. The two then quietly sneaked to a corner of the valley. There is a cave here, Isabella suddenly said. Oh. Let's have a look. Jiang Fei exclaimed happily. If this cave contained a passage for them to go through, they would be able to escape after rescuing the hostages without having to pass by the castle. Yeah. Isabella nodded and approached the entrance of the cave with Jiang Fei. Would there be any magical traps here? Jiang Fei asked suspiciously. Hold on a second, Isabella said as a dim light appeared in her hands. Buzz. As the light flashed, nothing odd appeared. All right, there isn't any magical trap here. I did not sense any living being either. Isabella laughed. She had just cast a secret draconian spell. It was an ability that she inherited from the Black Dragon Prince's bloodline. Let's go in. Jiang Fei nodded as he led the way. Yo! I have got visitors. Jiang Fei and Isabella had only just stepped into the cave when they heard someone speaking nonchalantly. Screw me! Jiang Fei was taken by surprise. He instantly got into his battle pose. They had only just verified that there were neither traps nor living beings in this cave. However, they were shocked by someone speaking in the cave the moment they walked in. Hee hee, little kids, don't panic. We're all of the same kind. As the nonchalant voice rang through his ears, Jiang Fei noticed two bright lamps in the deeper end of the cave. What the hell is this? Although the cave was not deep, it was pitch black inside. Jiang Fei could not see a single thing in there. Illuminate! As Isabella shouted, a bright light appeared to light up the cave. Holy cow! As the light appeared, Jiang Fei was able to see the being before him clearly. He nearly fell to the ground from the shock. The two lamps that Jiang Fei saw were actually a pair of eyes which belonged to a giant golden dragon almost 100 meters long. Seriously. I just told you that we are all of the same kind. Why must you unveil my mysteriousness and ruin the fun? The giant dragon's voice still sounded rather nonchalant. Moreover, as the dragon spoke, it let out a breath of air which instantly extinguished the light created by Isabella's illuminate spell. The cave turned pitch black once again. Moreover, as Jiang Fei was taken by surprise by the giant dragon head before him, he did not react in time to check out the fellow's attributes. However, from the looks of the dragon's size, this was not an opponent Jiang Fei and Isabella were capable of defeating. However, fortunately, the fellow was from the Naga race. Between Isabella and Jiang Fei, one of them was a demonic Naga while the other was a half-bred dragon. Therefore, the giant dragon treated both of them as its own kind. Who would you be among the elder Nagas? Isabella tried to ask. Hee, young one, you are rather lucky. A giant dragon of royalty was willing to cast the dragon soul sacrifice on you. The giant golden dragon did not answer Isabella's question. Instead, it scanned Isabella with a look of interest. As demonic Nagas originally did not exist in the Naga race, the giant golden dragon was able to see through Isabella's identity instantly due to its vast amount of life experience. It's all because of me that Brother Ignistras was. When the dragon soul sacrifice was brought up, Isabella immediately started tearing up. If not for the Black Dragon Prince's self-sacrifice, Isabella would not have been successfully revived. Hey, that young man. He was indeed a rare Naga. There are very few selfless giant dragons like him. The giant golden dragon sighed. Do you know Brother Ignistras? Isabella asked curiously. Although he is a few generations younger than me, we are both of the odd kind in the Naga race. Therefore, although we have never met, we somehow can relate to each other. The giant golden dragon sounded very melancholic. Elder, you still have not told me. How shall I address you? Isabella asked once again. Me? No one has mentioned my name for a very long time. I am Bennett Straz, the giant golden dragon said. Bennett. What? You are the Casanova dragon? Isabella was so greatly shocked that she jumped right into Jiang Fei's embrace. Chapter 547, Do you want me dead? The Casanova dragon? Jiang Fei was absolutely confused by the conversation. Let me explain. Isabella whispered into Jiang Fei's ears and started explaining through her blushed cheeks. I see. When Jiang Fei looked at the giant golden dragon again, there was a look of admiration in his eyes. Bennett Straz was a famed individual in Dawnlight's world. Anyone who had a daughter in the family would use him to teach their daughters an important lesson: protect yourself against fire, theft, and giant dragons. Jiang Fei was already familiar with the behaviors of Nagas. The entire Naga race was full of greed and lust. Moreover, the dragons did not care about race and would try to woo any female from other races. Most dragons from the Naga race were pretty straightforward. They would kidnap women and go to bed with them but would not even admit they did it afterwards. However, this dragon was different from the rest. He was an odd dragon among his kind. Not only did he want women's bodies, he wanted their hearts too. The dragon was very successful in his romantic endeavors. Countless women from other races were successfully wooed by him. One might think most of the dragon's behavior of forcing themselves upon women was hateful. After all, most smaller races would not mind having the Naga bloodline in their race. Even the women's husband would have to turn a blind eye over such incidents. However, this dragon was different. He would directly win over the women's hearts. What could the people of the women race do? Therefore, during the advertising phase, most of the blame on the Naga race's lustful behavior were shifted to Bennett Straz. It would not have mattered much if only the smaller races were involved. However, this dragon eventually moved on to the 5 biggest races. The most classic case was when he wooed the moon god over. The Protossas were instantly enraged. The divine light god himself even brought over a huge army to rally in front of the Nagas. In the end, the pair were split up. Since then, Benetstraz disappeared and never came back. If not for the divine light god's strict personality, the moon god's son might have even overpowered him. Jiang Fei did not expect to meet the dragon here today. He finally understood why Isabella was so scared and even ran into his arms. Young girl, don't be afraid. I would definitely not touch any of our race's younger females. Moreover, I would never force myself upon ladies. The giant golden dragon rolled his eyes at Isabella. As Isabella had only become part of the Naga race because of the Black Dragon Prince, she was akin to one of Benetstraz's offspring. Although the giant dragons were lustful, they were still an intelligent race and would not commit incest. What an expert! He even wooed the moon god, Jiang Fei said respectfully. TSK. Now you know why Sylphie fell for you so easily. The moon god's disciples all share the same tradition, Isabella chipped in with a soft voice. There is no relation between the two, all right? Jiang Fei tapped on Isabella's small nose lightly. Sylphie had fallen for Jiang Fei because of the heartfelt's effect. It had nothing to do with the moon god. Hey! Young man, I did not notice that you were also someone like me. Benetstraz looked at Jiang Fei and laughed as he was able to sense that Jiang Fei had 4 love contracts. Hee hee, Jiang Fei was unsure of how to respond. However, he had not intentionally wanted to woo so many chicks. 4 love contracts. Not bad. I only managed to get 5 of those when I was your age. Young fellow, you are doing pretty well. You share similar accomplishments as I did when I was your age. Benetstraz complimented Jiang Fei. D*MN, Jiang Fei suddenly felt his heart beat faster. If this dragon already had 5 women infatuated with him when he was Jiang Fei's age, how many women must he have wooed over now that he was more than 3,000 years old? Jiang Fei could finally understand why parents from each race would always ask their daughters to be wary of giant dragons. This dragon went to the extreme with stealing chicks away from their families. Even the volume was a bit too shocking for Jiang Fei. After so many years, someone has finally followed in my footsteps. Young man, I am rooting for you. Benetstraz said as he pointed at Jiang Fei with his dragon claw. Ding! You have received the blessing of the dragon god. Screw me! Dragon god? Jiang Fei did not even have time to check the attributes of the blessing. He was instantly taken by surprise once again. SHH. I have assumed the position of the dragon god 1,000 years ago. Please keep this a secret for me and do not spread the news out there. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to woo chicks. Benetstraz said to Jiang Fei in a soft voice. Holy *T. Even someone like him can become the dragon god. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes as he checked his attributes. Blessing of the dragon god, increase your rate of obtaining reputation from females by 200%. When a female is within 5 meters, you will instantly obtain 5,000 reputation points from the individual. This effect only works once on each female. Holy *T. This isn't the blessing of the dragon god. It should be called the blessing of the lust god. Jiang Fei felt utterly exhausted. Ha ha ha, young fellow, you are only just starting out. As your senior, I must encourage you further. The dragon god was clearly rooting for Jiang Fei, who was now his comrade. Ding! The dragon god has forcefully given you an encouragement quest. Move forward, young man. The quest has been accepted. Quest name, move forward, young man. Quest objective, achieve infatuated state with 10,000 females. Quest reward, 10 billion experience points, 1 million gold coins, 5,000 Nanda reputation points, mysterious equipment. Remark 1. During the quest period, your rate of obtaining female reputation points is increased by 100%. Remark 2. This quest cannot be forfeited. D*MN. Do you want me dead? Jiang Fei felt like banging his head against the wall. Ha ha ha. Young fellow, there is no need to thank me. As your senior, I should be doing all this. Bennett Straz laughed happily. Hee hee, I thank you and all 18 generations before you. Jiang Fei felt like he was about to go crazy. What would he do with such a ridiculous quest? All right then. Young fellow, that's all I can help you with. There is no need to express your gratitude. I want to sleep now. Leave! After all was said and done, the dragon god decided to send his guests away. What the heck? Are you going back to sleep after what you just did to me? Jiang Fei wanted to say more. However, a white light suddenly flashed before him as he and Isabella were forcefully transported out of the cave. Chapter 548, An Unexpected Ending. After they were transported out of the cave, Jiang Fei and Isabella instantly returned to the entrance. He wanted to convince the dragon to remove the ridiculous blessing and quest bestowed upon himself. After all, those things were completely unrelated to Jiang Fei. However, when Jiang Fei returned to the entrance to the cave, he realized that there was no cave in sight. Regardless of how hard he searched, he could not find any sign of a cave. If not for the quest and the blessing from the dragon god which were still with him, he might have even thought it was all part of his imagination. At the same time, in the real world, a few scientists were having a conversation in an underground base somewhere in the northwestern region of China. How is it going? We have begun carrying out the plan, all right. If this player can truly enhance the development of our artificial intelligence, it would be a great help to us, yeah. We have already provided him with all the necessary tools. The only thing left is to see if our prediction is correct. If this young fellow is truly that strong, our accomplishments will go down in history. Hee hee, this might be a bit too much for this young fellow. He would have to woo 10,000 chicks at one go. Ha ha. I can't help but laugh at the thought of this. Jiang Fei did not know that whatever he just experienced was all controlled by a group of humans. He was troubled by the thought that he would be stuck with having to deal with a bunch of chicks. I can't believe it. He actually became the dragon god. Although Isabella did not know what had happened to Jiang Fei, she still felt uneasy. Right then, Isabella was troubled by the thought of the dragon soul sacrifice. As she had become a member of the Naga race, the dragon god was naturally her race's leader. However, she had been raised to be wary of the dragon god. Therefore, she felt an internal dilemma on how she should feel about the whole thing. Forget it, let's not think about this. We should focus on what we came for. Jiang Fei shook his head forcefully. They were here to rescue Hua Mulan. Although they were derailed by the dragon god, their quest objective still had not changed. As there was no shortcut in the dragon god's cave for Jiang Fei and Isabella to pass through, they would have to go with their former plan. They would first intercept their enemies en route to the execution spot. Thereafter, they would escape through the small pathway by passing through the small castle before the guards in the castle could react in time. Once they had decided on their plan, Jiang Fei and Isabella found a spot to hide themselves as they waited quietly for the cargo with the hostages. Time went by gradually. As the time of execution approached, Jiang Fei began to feel nervous. This was their only chance. If they failed, there would be no other opportunity to salvage the situation and they would fail the quest altogether. Jiang Fei did not care much about losing the bit of experience points. However, he and Hua Mulan had fought alongside each other in the past. If Hua Mulan were to die here, Jiang Fei would feel very guilty. The sun was starting to set. There was still half an hour before the time of execution. Right then, the small castle's main gate opened as troops slowly exited the castle. 200 soldiers on horses led the way in the front. There were another 100 soldiers on horses at the very end. In the middle, 500-foot soldiers stood guard. They were all heavily armed. At the center of the formation, there was a carriage in which Hua Mulan was held captive. Around Hua Mulan's carriage, 500 of the Saints Guard's members walked alongside toward the execution spot. Their lowly status meant they were not allowed to sit in the carriage. These Saints Guard's members had their hands tied up and looped together. They were like a group of tied-up ants. It was impossible for them to escape even if they tried. The troops accompanying the hostages walked slowly forward. As this was the central location of the light faction, the guards were not particularly alert. This greatly benefited Jiang Fei. As the troops moved forward, they gradually created a distance between themselves and the small castle. The small castle's main gate was shut once again. After about 10 minutes, the troops arrived at where Jiang Fei and Isabella were hiding. "Bella, get ready. Let's go," Jiang Fei said and whistled as he summoned the juvenile skygliding dragon. As the dragon cried out, Jiang Fei and Isabella hopped onto the dragon's back and charged toward the carriage. "Roar!" The dragon cried out yet again as it spit flames at the guards on both sides. "Enemies are attacking." Although the juvenile skygliding dragon's flames could not threaten the level 70 elite guards, they were enough to cause a major disruption to the opponent's formation. "Bella, move!" Jiang Fei charged forward and gave Isabella an opportunity to jump off the dragon's back. Jiang Fei had already discussed the plan thoroughly with Isabella. While he would be in charge of attacking the guards and attracting their attention, Isabella would be responsible for rescuing the hostages. However, just as Jiang Fei was prepared to attack the guards, a series of system notifications was heard. "Ding! Guard Sarah has reached the respect level of reputation toward you." "Ding! Guard Kelly has reached the respect level of reputation toward you." As Jiang Fei was prepared to attack, the juvenile skygliding dragon was flying at a very low altitude. As Jiang Fei got close to these guards by flying just above their heads, 75% of the 800 guards all had their names changed from red to green. Originally, Jiang Fei's title of Romeo would already allow him to start with a friendly reputation with females. On top of the blessing of the dragon god, there was an additional 5,000 reputation points, which meant Jiang Fei would instantly have the respect level of reputation with all the females present. "Attack! Kill this D***Ned Nephilim." Although the females had stopped attacking Jiang Fei, there were still male guards around. The men would not fall for Jiang Fei's tricks. "Don't you dare touch him." When the female guards saw the male guards wanted to attack Jiang Fei, they immediately reacted. As normal soldiers, these soldiers treated their own race with the approved level of reputation. However, their reputation toward Jiang Fei was at the respect level. When conflict occurred, under rules of the reputation system, these female soldiers naturally sided with Jiang Fei, who had a higher reputation level than the male soldiers. D***. Are you dumb women betraying us too? When the male soldiers saw the female soldiers pointing weapons at them, they nearly went mad. "Humph. Although we do not wish to betray anyone, we would never allow you to hurt him." The female soldiers seemed extremely determined. What the hell? Could this actually work? Jiang Fei was dumbfounded as he observed from the air. This was truly an unexpected ending. As the Saints Guards members were mostly females, most of the guards watching over them were also females. Now that the female soldiers had sided with Jiang Fei, the remaining 200 male soldiers were instantly outnumbered. "Let go of the Saints Guards members first," Jiang Fei called out from above. "Yes, Master." Although these female soldiers did not admire Jiang Fei romantically, the respect level of reputation they had for him meant he was now akin to their leader. Soon enough, all 500 Saints Guards members were released. Hua Mulan was also released from the carriage. "Tie these male soldiers up after removing their weapons." Jiang Fei waved his hands as he spoke. The tables had turned and Jiang Fei was now in charge. Chapter 549, Nephilim King's Plan. As Jiang Fei voiced out his orders, the female soldiers charged toward the male soldiers and tied them up. Although the male soldiers were slightly stronger than them, the imbalance in numbers between the two was far too great. This was especially the case after the Saints Guards members were released. The 200 male soldiers did not stand a chance against the over 1,000 opponents. Although there was a level 80 intermediate lord in charge of the expedition, Hua Mulan was already released and the magic seal on her body had also been removed. After recovering her capabilities, Hua Mulan and her reputation as being more powerful than anything below the overlord level was far too intimidating for the intermediate lord to take any action. What shall we do with them? Do we kill them? Isabella asked. Forget it. Let's not care about them. Well, leave. Although the male soldiers could all be killed as long as Jiang Fei commanded it, they were all ally soldiers to the female soldiers. Jiang Fei did not want to put the female soldiers in a difficult position. That's fine too. Isabella nodded and did not say anything else. Hua Mulan, you are in charge of these soldiers now. Let's leave immediately. Jiang Fei knew instructing armies was not his forte. Therefore, he gave the right to command over to Hua Mulan, who was a professional commander. All right. Although Hua Mulan was very touched by Jiang Fei, who came to rescue her, and she was also very emotional when she saw the person she admired, she still had a military background and was much better at controlling her emotions than Sylphie and Ariel. She knew this was not the right time to talk about romance. If they did not retreat immediately, none of them would make it out alive. Very soon, Hua Mulan completed the organization of the entire army as they hurried out of the mountainous valley. I knew you would come to save me. After everything was going smoothly as planned, Hua Mulan came over to Jiang Fei during the journey and expressed her thoughts to Jiang Fei. Humph. Isabella tugged at Jiang Fei's waist. She was clearly jealous of the fact that the female commander had also fallen for Jiang Fei. Hee, Jiang Fei did not know how to explain the situation and could only laugh awkwardly. When they passed by the small castle's gate, the soldiers in the castle discovered Jiang Fei and the rest. After all, they were a group of over 1,000 people. It was impossible not to notice them. However, nothing could be done even if they were discovered. The soldiers in the castle could only send magic letters to request for backup. They did not have the guts to intercept the horde. As there were originally only 2,000 guards in the castle, and 800 of them had already left previously, there were only 1,200 soldiers left. Moreover, some of them were in charge of criminals in the castle and they could not all leave together to join the battle. If only a few hundred of them went out, they could not possibly defeat Jiang Fei and the rest. Naturally, they would not choose to join a losing battle. Therefore, Jiang Fei and the rest were able to escape the small mountainous valley. Although they were still in the Light Faction's territory, they were much safer after they moved away from the dangerous zone. Despite the fact that the backup troops would soon arrive, it would be difficult for them to find Jiang Fei and the rest after they had left the mountainous valley. Jiang Fei and the rest found a safe area in the small forest. He then said to the female soldiers and Saints Guards members, everyone should know the situation at hand. There is no way you can return to the Light Faction. You have two options now. The first is to follow me to the Dark Faction, and the second is to find a way to escape to the Neutral Faction. We will follow you. The female soldiers answered almost instantly. After all, they had all attacked their comrades and were now viewed as betrayers. Their reputation with the Light Faction had become hostile. Moreover, their reputation toward Jiang Fei had become respect. Therefore, they naturally chose to follow Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei realized that not everyone wanted to follow him to the Dark Faction. The Saints Guard's male soldiers were rescued by him, but as they were not affected by his Romeo title, they retained a cold reputation toward Jiang Fei. Therefore, they naturally did not want to accept Jiang Fei's offer. All right then. I respect your choices. Those who are willing to come with me, step through the portal. Those who are not, I would like to wish you well on your journey. Jiang Fei said as he activated the abyssal gate. It was almost an impossible mission to transport over 1,000 people from the heart of the Light Faction back to the Demon Flame Fortress. If Jiang Fei only had to rescue Hua Mulan, he could ride the juvenile skygliding dragon back. However, with such a large number of people, he had to use an alternate shortcut. Jiang Fei did not directly activate the abyssal gate in the mountainous valley because the portal only allowed one person through at a time. Moreover, it only lasted 5 minutes upon each activation. The ladies would have to go through it one at a time. 5 minutes would not be sufficient for them to all go through. Moreover, he would have to wait for the abyssal gate's cooldown. For all the ladies to head over to the abyss, it would take a long time. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to look for a safe spot before he could activate the portal. After activating the abyssal gate, Jiang Fei walked through to the abyss first. He had to inform the Nephilims before everyone went through the portal. Otherwise, they might be mistaken as a horde of enemy charging at the Nephilims and they would be killed. Due to Jiang Fei's relationship with Isabella, he was highly influential in the Nephilim race. The Nephilim commander in charge of the portal's position only requested that Jiang Fei's female troops stay where they were supposed to. After both sides were properly informed, the ladies who had followed Jiang Fei to the dark faction started walking through the abyssal gate into the abyss. The abyssal gate had a 30-minute cooldown after being activated for 5 minutes. In 3 separate groups, the ladies finally all made it through the abyssal gate into the abyss. As for the Saints Guard's male soldiers, Jiang Fei felt a sense of helplessness. As none of them were willing to join the dark faction which they all once hated, Jiang Fei had no choice but to leave them alone. Let's camp here tonight. As it was almost time for Jiang Fei to log out of the game, he did not immediately bring them to the Demon Flame Fortress. After arranging for the ladies to camp in the abyss, Jiang Fei made sure Hua Mulan could control the female soldiers so that they would not wander around. After all, this was the core of the Nephilim's territory. Even most of the other members of the Dark Faction could not enter that place. If any misunderstanding were to happen, even Jiang Fei would not be able to resolve it. Thereafter, Jiang Fei brought Isabella to the Nephilim King's palace. He would have to create identities for these ladies in the Dark Faction. Otherwise, the ladies would all be treated with cold reputation. Sylphie was the prime example as she held a very awkward position in the Demon Flame Fortress. Hee hee, I can't believe it. You managed to bring Hua Mulan here. Young fellow. I truly believe that you can woo the saint over now. Nephilim King Augustus started laughing when he heard about Jiang Fei's reason for coming over. Although Isabella had previously mentioned confidently that Jiang Fei could woo the saint over from the Light Faction, Augustus did not believe her at all. He had given the quest only to please his beloved daughter. However, Jiang Fei was able to lure a famed commander from the Light Faction over. That meant there was a possibility that he could also woo the saint over. The Nephilim King was beginning to take this plan seriously. At the same time, he was also plotting in his heart how he could use the saint's betrayal as a tool to attack the Luminous Vatican. Chapter 550, A Superior's Invitation. Jiang Fei was able to get Dark Faction identities for Sylphie and the female soldiers from the Nephilim King Augustus. As such, they would be able to communicate openly with the soldiers in the Demon Flame Fortress. After everything was sorted out, Jiang Fei saw that it was about time to leave. After chatting with Isabella for a while, he logged out of the game. After returning to the real world, as Jiang Fei no longer had to pretend to go to school, he did not need to get out of bed immediately. He lied on his bed and started to come up with a new strategy for his next steps. 0541, do you have any good suggestions? Jiang Fei asked. Searching for Braveheart's fragments is still our main priority. However, I suggest that you find more energy before we start looking for the fragments. Otherwise, if we are engaged in a difficult battle during our search for Braveheart's fragments, I might not be able to assist you. 0541 said. Hey! I understand. However, looking for energy is so annoying. Jiang Fei shook his head. 0541's current urgent request for energy was not its first. However, Jiang Fei would not be able to solve this problem until they find Braveheart's engine room. Should I get Han Tianyu to think of solutions for me? Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. Han Tianyu's Manda group had a lot of capabilities in producing nuclear weapons. However, they only had the right to produce but not use them. They would have to hand the produced goods over to the government after the creation process. However, since they could produce the resources, Han Tianyu must have some of the nuclear materials. Despite that, Han Tianyu would probably not have enough for 0541, which consumed mountain loads of energy at one go. Forget it. Il asked Han Tianyu later in the morning. If he could locate a storage full of enriched energy resources from the Japanese, that would be the best case scenario. Jiang Fei finally made up his mind. The Japanese's threat was getting serious. If they really could not locate their nuclear energy storage, Jiang Fei would have to think of other ways by reaching out to the European Vatican. At around 8 o'clock, Jiang Fei finally got out of bed. By then, his parents had already woken up. Jiang Fei could smell food when he exited his room. "Little Fei, it's time to wake up. Get ready for breakfast," his mother said happily. Ever since the kidnapping incident, she appeared extremely happy when she saw everyone safely at home each morning. After breakfast, Jiang Fei said to his parents, "Dad, Mom, I am going out for a while. I won't be coming back for lunch. I'll probably be back only at night. Where are you going? Will it be dangerous?" Jiang Fei's mother asked worriedly. Whenever Jiang Fei went out, she would feel very concerned. "It's nothing serious. I am only heading upstairs to discuss something with Han Tianyu." Jiang Fei laughed. "Oh! Then I will prepare dinner for when you return." When she heard that Jiang Fei was not leaving Manda Square, Jiang Fei's mother finally relaxed. After walking out from his house, Jiang Fei went directly to the 108th floor, which was where Han Tianyu's office was located. As usual, he nodded at the secretary before entering the office. "Ah! You are here, Ah Fei. If you didn't come, I would have headed over to look for you." Han Tianyu did not complain about Jiang Fei barging into his office. Clearly, he needed to see Jiang Fei for something urgent. "What's the matter?" Jiang Fei asked, confused. "Somebody wants to meet you," Han Tianyu said as he pointed at the sky. "Why does he or she want to meet me?" Jiang Fei looked even more confused. He understood what Han Tianyu said. The person who wanted to meet him must be one of the superiors in the government. The Japanese's plot is too terrifying this time. "The government wishes to cooperate with the Martial Art Alliance," Han Tianyu said. "Then let them speak to the Martial Art Alliance. Why do they want to see me?" Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. "They have already engaged the Martial Art Alliance. They primarily want to meet you because your background isn't any different from the Martial Art Alliance." Han Tianyu laughed as he spoke. Oh, Jiang Fei understood what Han Tianyu meant right away. He had been pretending to such an extent that everyone believed his master Zhuge Shanzhen was truly formidable. Not only was he himself a level 5 metahuman, he even had a level 5 metahuman as a disciple. Since Zhuge Shanzhen did not belong to the Martial Art Alliance, and now that the Japanese's threat was getting more serious, the government naturally wanted to reach out to Zhuge Shanzhen through Jiang Fei, who was his disciple. "Forget about meeting them. I would prefer to communicate through you." Jiang Fei hesitated before declining the offer altogether. Although it was not very respectful behavior, Jiang Fei did not have much of a choice. Jiang Fei knew his true status very well. He could not even play tricks against people like Han Tianyu, let alone a bunch of old cunning professional diplomats. In less than half an hour, they would probably be able to figure out that Jiang Fei was lying about a lot of things. To prevent his identity from being exposed, Jiang Fei decided to stay away from those cunning experts. "All right then." Han Tianyu did not try to convince Jiang Fei. After all, Jiang Fei was no longer the naive young boy he once knew. When Han Tianyu did not know about Jiang Fei's background, he had brought him to meet Chen Kaiyin out of the blue. Han Tianyu still regretted his decision to this day. Providing potions to the military group at a low price had always bugged Han Tianyu. This was the only thing which Han Tianyu felt guilty toward Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei had never brought it up, Han Tianyu was worried that Jiang Fei would distance himself from Han Tianyu because of that incident. Therefore, when Jiang Fei said he did not want to meet the government superiors, Han Tianyu thought that Jiang Fei was still upset about the previous incident. He was worried Jiang Fei might think the government wanted to exploit him again. In all honesty, Jiang Fei had long forgotten about the incident of providing potions to the military group. After all, he only provided the cheap potions once or twice. Moreover, To Jiang Fei, it did not cost a lot to produce the potions. Although Han Tianyu thought he had been cheated, Jiang Fei did not care about the matter at all. As a student who did not have much experience in society, Jiang Fei did not prioritize money. Even after Jiang Fei had left school, he only mixed with people in the metahuman circle. Therefore, he did not really care about riches and fame of the world. He did not even spend a single dime of the billions that Han Tianyu and the Zhang family had paid him for the potions. As Jiang Fei could not share his concerns with Han Tianyu, Han Tianyu naturally could not clarify his misunderstandings. However, this was not all bad for Jiang Fei. Due to the misunderstanding, Han Tianyu would work even harder to block off the pressure from the government superiors. Moreover, now that Jiang Fei's background was so deeply affirmed, the government superiors would not dare to pressure him too much either. "Oh right, I came to find you for something." Although Jiang Fei rejected the meeting with the government superiors, he still needed to discuss the matter of energy with Han Tianyu. "What's it about?" "Han Tianyu, do you have uranium?" Jiang Fei asked in a straightforward manner.